Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We gotta talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we gotta talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs, and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're gonna cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's kinda
forwards.
cool.
Yeah, and then
The
I want-
BMI, because he can go back and that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to sing?
You know what? Every year we seem to always, the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm going to be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single limbs, we've done that before.
MSCs.
We've done double limbs, you know.
We've done group stages with
done-
no...
We also done no eliminations at the group
Exactly.
stage.
We've done no eliminations.
Good times.
Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like the cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is,
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
what is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 beats 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
Every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
that's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw
We
anymore.
know.
The Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group.
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents?
Why
They
the
should
talents?
be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mar, what do you think about that?
Players,
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait, so
we've
you
had
took us
enough.
out?
They changed their minds right now.
just
cut
with
us
you
out.
giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even in the group stage, you know who you facing on.
Yeah.
You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for,
How do they think
yeah, for
the
Swiss
format's
format,
gonna play
yeah.
out?
No, okay, so we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format.
Okay.
We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steffizi, like, what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like, you know?
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record. So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent. You can pre-prepare for it and honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket. But you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is way different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe
Right? Think about it. The people that lose to I mean
it's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
now that won't happen though. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
Don't mind.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Welcome.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
Winning the game, getting the checkmate, setting everything up. The curse breakers, the two-time world champions.
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's got to be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's going to be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
join the
Join the
fight,
fight
to the top,
To the top.
dare to be great,
Dare to be great. Be
Better.
better than great.
and now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius. I'm a genius. You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams.
How many are we talking?
I don't know. But more regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true, I'm too dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card. 2 slots? And then 8 in the
Yeah,
wild card.
2 slots for wild
So
card,
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want more stuff?
Non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH,
Oh, non-PH.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals?
North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 It was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We got to talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we got to talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED, just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs, and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our lifetime?
I think if we're gonna cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's
forwards.
kinda cool.
Yeah, and then
The
I want-
BMI, because he can go back and
Yeah,
that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter?
What? You know what? Every year we seem to always the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm gonna be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single limbs, we've done that before. We've done double limbs, you know.
We've done group stages with
done-
no.
We also done no eliminations at the group
Exactly.
stage.
We've done no eliminations.
Good
Yeah.
times.
Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like cheese?
What Swiss format?
What is that? What is that?
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 beats 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
Every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
that's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw
We know.
anymore.
So,
So now it's Gideon's turn.
exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and Lafel,
We've had enough.
we've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have
You
to
will do it.
suffer the wrath
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents? They should be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mar, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
We've had enough.
They changed their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you off.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even on the group stage, you know who you facing on.
Yeah.
You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
they think?
Yeah, for Swiss format, yeah. No, okay, so we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format. Okay. We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steffizi, like, what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like, you know?
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record. So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent, you can pre-prepare for it, and you honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket. But you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is very different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right. Think about it. The people that lose to I mean
It's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
now that won't happen. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
Don't mind.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
A crispier chicken McCrispy?
Welcome, friends in Singapore as well as abroad. Welcome to MPL SG Season 8 playoffs. Now, Singapore is ready to witness our champion being nominated and named right here in the culmination of our grand finals. But before that, let's not forget to recognize all of the amazing plays as well as individuals who have made MPL SG Season 8 possible as well as exciting for you guys to watch. So we're going to jump right into our awards presentation ceremony where we give thanks to all of these amazing players. Now we're going to actually give nomination and recognition to 3 different categories. First up would be Best Rookie. Now, the individual player who have been making significant waves over at the Land of Dawn despite being the first time right here at MPL SG. Now, the next award that we're going to be giving out would be the regular season MVP. That singular player who has been making dominant plays, changing tides right here during the regular season itself will be announced later. Now, we also would love to give a shout out to our amazing talents right here at MPL SG Season 8. Those of which who have made this show exciting for all of you viewers who are currently watching at home or even live at the venue itself. So we're super excited and we're going to jump straight into the awards presentation ceremony. But first, we would love to take this opportunity to invite Mr. Justin Koh, Project Manager of Zenway Productions, to present these awards. Round of applause, ladies and gents. Now. The first award that we're giving out, it's coming fresh in to my amazing Samsung, tablet right here. This would be the Best Rookie Award. Now, who do you guys think it is? Oh, wow, you guys, wow, really such significant place that you guys know exactly who it is. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for Best Rookie, and it goes to Canonio from Rift Esports. Big smiles for the camera. Now, Canonio, as the jungler right here from Rift Esports, has been making incredible plays, cinching wins for Rift Esports. And definitely this award is given to him. Now, Canonio, anything you would like to say to your fans out there or even family who's currently supporting you from abroad?
Thank you for giving me this reward. I'm very deeply for receive this, but it's all due to my teammate for giving me the chance to shine. And I would also thank for Trop, H2, Rich, Grand Station for supporting us through this MPL Season 8. And shout out to my Rift Esports, my families and friends for supporting me in PH. And I will go home tonight. See you. Kita kits.
Ladies and gents, that was Canonio, our Best Rookie for MPL SG Season 8. Thank you, Canonio. Now, our next award is going to be given to our regular season MVP. Ladies and gents, who do you think it is? Wow, the crowd is all in unison. There's one name in their mouths only. And the regular season MVP goes to Vanix from Team Flash. Vanix, our pride and joy right here from Singapore, hailed as Singapore's best goal laner, is now receiving the award for regular season MVP. Now, before I ask you if you want to say anything, I have you say first. Thank you, Helen. Yeah, so when it comes to our players, right, support system is instrumental when it comes to playing because it gives you guys the support outside of the game. So giving a quick shout out to Helen, which is Vanix's mom, who is present here in the venue itself. Can you give a wave, Helen? Fantastic. So anything you would love to say for receiving the regular season MVP?
So I would like to thank my mom and my family for supporting me, like watching my games and all, and congratulate me for winning. And then I also would like to thank my teammates because without my teammates I wouldn't be here also lah. Cause as a goal laner, I need all my team support also. And then I also would like to thank to all the fans that supported us, and hopefully we will win the champion today again. And last of all, I also like to thank the production for giving me MVP again.
Thank you so much, Vanix. Maybe last few pictures right here. Fantastic. Thank you, Vanix. Thank you so much. Well, wasn't hard for that decision. Statistically, he was uncontested when it comes to the regular season. But he'll give chance, Vanix, huh? Okay? So, the next one, we're gonna give the award of Best Talent. Now, who do you guys think it is? No. Talent. Those casters that you guys have been listening to. Who do you guys think it is? Oh, wow. You see, very even. But there is one individual who's a definite standout today. And ladies and gentlemen, our best talent for MPL SG Season 8 goes to Moman. But of course, we have Abstract here who will be receiving the award on his behalf. Rightfully so, because our best talent Moman is so in demand that he is currently casting for the M6 Myanmar qualifiers right now. So Abstract will be receiving the award on his behalf. So you want to Photoshop him? We should put a green screen. Okay. So yes, Abstract will be receiving the award on his behalf. Oh, you have a script from him. Hey, just now the phone screen was black. Yeah. Okay, do one more. He wanted to put Mo's face. Okay, one more, just for the photos. You guys get it? His phone screen was off, he didn't realize. Okay. So I think you have some words from Mo.
Okay, hello guys. Okay, so this is what Moman wants to say, okay? First of all, I didn't expect this because usually the best talent cast grand finals. But hey, this time, he goes somewhere else, Myanmar qualifiers, because he's Burmese. But okay, it's a great surprise to me, and I can only be the best talent because I have the best production, best audience, and best teams to work with. You guys are truly the stars of the show, and I'm happy to be able to use my voice to let you guys shine. Continue living the dream, and I will make sure to provide coverage over your games when I can. Signing off, Moman.
Fantastic. All right. So before we sign off, perhaps we could, get a word from Abstract. You'll be casting later, right? What do you think will be happening later for grand finals?
I have absolutely no idea. All I just want to see is good games. I want to go all best of 7. I want to lose my voice today. Actually, because Jace is doing play-by-play, I want him to lose his voice today.
Fantastic. Now, Justin, all right, you have been very involved right here at MPL SG also. So what do you think will happen, and are you excited for grand finals that's about to happen?
I think first off, shout out to all the fans that attended. So I think both teams definitely quite neck to neck. I saw in the upper bracket finals as well, that was a very close, even though the scoreline doesn't suggest it. So I think, yes, we'll see a very amazing games for both teams. Hopefully a little bit spicy. Against a lot of people's wishes, hopefully we'll go to a Game 7. Don't want to jinx it, but hopefully we go to a Game 7. So yeah.
All right, now we're super pumped up. But first, we'd like to thank Abstract for receiving this award, as well as Justin for presenting these awards for us. Thank you, guys. Fantastic. So yes, this concludes our awards presentation. But of course, let's not forget to give thanks to you guys as well, our audiences who have taken their time to join us right here on a Sunday. Thank you so much, guys. And of course, you guys, our viewers, whether you're Singaporean or friends from abroad supporting us, we thank you. Now, don't move away, strap in, buckle up your seatbelts, because what's gonna happen real soon is our grand finals itself. All mayhem is going to break loose, and we will see who will be the god among men right here as we crown our champion for MPL SG Season 8. We'll go off for a short break, but we'll see you real soon.
I'm powerful and I'm a boxer and a basketballer.
I am Melon and I'm a business student.
I'm Arki, I'm a son of my parents.
I'm Jay and I'm helping with my family business.
I'm Gil and I love traveling.
I'm Nick Stain and I'm a game design student.
I'm Bear and I'm also a friend to many.
I'm Dak and I'm a car enthusiast.
I am Pancake and I'm a big brother of my two young sisters.
I'm Diablo and I'm also a lover boy.
I'm Ken and I'm a son who loves my mother a lot.
I'm Lakshya Stain and I'm a business and engineering student.
I am Venix and I'm also Keith Lim.
Other people see us as just personas on screen, however there are real stories behind that. I'm a full-time student and I have made many sacrifices to end up to where I am now.
Most of us players are like living a double life. On one end, I'm Gil, who's trying to do well in MPL, and on another end is me, who's trying to do well in school and make my parents proud.
Most of the players that I see, some of them are idols of even fans who come down and watch our games. The players might not realize it, but they're actually more of a role model than they think they are.
Gaming is really much more like, a global stage. A performance arts and sports join together. Then when you have that, you have the players' persona, but they are beyond that. They are just people like me and you.
What does being the best mean to me? Being the best means being recognized for your skills.
Being the best means being the champion.
Putting Singapore on the map in gaming.
Winning, learning, or both.
Being consistent.
To be adaptable.
Being the best means giving things a try.
Making my parents proud.
Being the best to me means that if people think of Mobile Legends, they think of me.
We are a community team, but EVA to me is something I really cherish. I always keep telling myself that don't give up, and one day my dream will come true.
Unlike any other community teams, they prove that it doesn't need a good coach to bring in good players. All they need is a good leader in the team.
Evil, they are only focusing on one thing and one thing only, and that is to go to the grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Evil rewrote history.
I believe that Flash has found the perfect fight because ever since last season until now, same lineup, everything didn't change. They're extremely consistent.
And now Sailor trying to go for the poke, but it's not enough damage. Look at Team NIP Flash here trying to end the game, and it will be a serious sweep for NIP Flash.
It's the survival of the fittest. The strong will stay, the weak will go. So you must always do your best to stay at the top.
I believe if we do our draft correctly, our game plan correctly, the players perform at their very best, I believe we should 4-0 them.
In the end, being the best can only be defined by me.
It amazes me what diverse lives we bring to the table, our unique stories, challenges and dreams, which makes this community and dream all the more special.
This is not just a collective dream, it's a collective effort.
Our teammates, mentors, supporters, we uplift each other, even our opponents.
Let's start strong, stay steady, and end well.
As the new seasons come, which is MPL SG Season 8, Singapore was on the lookout and on the hunt for a team that has all the qualities to represent Singapore over on the international stage. On the M6, which will be held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, the World Series, to showcase our Singapore talents, to highlight our pride, our passion. 8 teams entered the Land of Dawn, but at the end of this match, our grand finals, only one team is able to lift this trophy. So it is a high-stakes game, a best of 7 that we might potentially see right here today as we welcome the playoffs grand finals, everyone! I don't know if you guys behind the screen can hear them, but Singapore is ready. Are you guys ready, Singapore? Amazing. We're all riled up. Our pride, our passion. We're on the lookout. 8 teams entered. But now, at this very moment, 2 of the best teams that Singapore has to offer is about to clash. And only one will emerge victorious to become champions of MPL SG Season 8 to represent Singapore, our tiny little nation, on the international stage to show us what Singapore is made of. But before that, friends overseas, I would love to show you what hot-blooded individuals and fans that we have from Singapore right here. So first up, we would love to show you guys our fans from EVIL. So friends from EVIL, Elijah, come on up. Let's hear the drums of liberation. Let's go. EVIL. That's right! Amazing. We're all riled up right here. The moment is tense, the air is tense, but everyone is eagerly waiting. Now, from our defending champions, NIP Flash, community leader, come on up, Tinkai. Lead the crowd, fans of NIP Flash, let's go! NIP! NIP! Absolutely amazing. Now, cumulatively, Singapore, are you guys ready for your Season 8 champion? Guys, they're super ready. I don't know about you, but for me, I'm super excited because this time, for the first time in 3 seasons, we're seeing a brand new contender coming on to the matchup. And we're seeing Team EVIL going up against our defending champions of NIP Flash. So we're super excited about that. And without further ado, let's jump straight in, ladies and gents. First up, presenting to you your back-to-back champions. Give it up for NIP Flash! So yes, your defending champion stands super excited, loud and proud before you guys here today. They've performed exemplary here in the Land of Dawn, and they can't wait to take this opportunity to defend their throne. And now, for the very first time at Grand Finals ever since their debut in Season 3, presenting to you, EVIL! So yes, Team EVIL, this is a brand new situation that they find themselves in. But This is an opportunity they have been waiting ever since Season 3. Their highest they ever got, so close, top 3. But now they find themselves here at Grand Finals for the very first time. And now, these two remarkable teams are about to clash for Grand Finals. And here you go. And now, eyes on the prize as the players were fist bumping. They only had one thing that they're looking at, and it is this trophy. 8 teams entered. All of them had that dream to be champions. So now only one will be left standing. So we take this opportunity to call upon the coaches of both teams to come on up and join us here at center stage. From Team Flash, we would love to have Joseph, and over from Team Evo, we have Carrot. Come closer. Okay. So, sorry, let's come forth. Okay, so I would like to ask you guys, okay? The trophy is here. This is Grand Finals. What do you think the score prediction is? Joseph, you go first, defending champion.
4-0 to Evo.
4-0.
But Evo win.
But Evo win? Okay, respect right there. Okay, so what about you, Carrot? What do you think the score prediction is going to be?
4-3, Evo win.
4-3, Evo win. Okay. Now, next up. I won't hold you guys for too long, but Joseph, is there anything you would love to say to Team Evo?
Just give your best and hopefully you have a very good match.
Great sportsmanship. Now, Carrot, is there anything you would love to say to Team Flash?
Just try our best and may the better team win.
Fantastic. So may we have both of you guys have a fist bump and then head on over to your respective battle stations. So yes, Singapore is ready. The stage is set. At the end of this grand final, we will crown our champion. So yes, Singapore once more. Are you guys ready for grand finals? With that, I'll hand my time over to the casters. Take it away, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to finally the grand finals after we have set the stage after several weeks. We have managed to stave off every single one of the other teams, and now we are left with only 2. NIP Flash and Evil now stands at the center stage in their battle stations, ready to duke it out together in this best of 7 format. My name is Abstract. Together here with me is Jace and Churros. The 3 of us will cover through the entire series of this grand finals and really hope that we will go through all 7 games down the road. Before we even, talk a little bit more about the game itself, I believe that there is definitely some time for us to kind of touch a little bit about the opening video that we had previously just now. I'm pretty sure that you were getting goosebumps and all, right?
I'm getting goosebumps. I feel like it really tells the story of every single player on that stage right now. And I mean, among all of us as well, we also have a different life outside of esports, but looking at them, feeling that connection, I think it's something that we would like to tell everybody and remind them that they are here not to play, but really to fight.
I'll grab your opinion in a bit later, as I believe that we can talk a little bit about NIP Flash when it comes down to the 5-man roster that stayed on all the way from the previous season. Jace, walk us through this.
Of course, EXP lane of the handsome Diablo, man, he's giving me goosebumps earlier just now during the video. Hades in the jungle, Curtisi in the mid, JPL the legend in the roam, and Vanix, the unkillable, the immortal gold laner of NIP Flash. This is a stacked team. This is the highest mountain in Singapore right now, and Team Evo needs to watch out.
Team Evil, they have a very big obstacle in front of them. It's really a very high hill to climb, and NIP Flash definitely would not stop at anything until they get to the top again. Now, Evil, for the very first time since Season 3, and for the very first time after eliminating RSG out of the playoff, they are here to stay.
They are here to stay indeed. Ken in EXP, Boyette in the jungle, Salem mid, Powerful in the roam, and Marky in the gold lane. This is going to be a team to watch out for. They are no strangers to the stage. Powerful built this team since Season 3 and finally reaching his goals of the top 2 spot.
Yeah.
But they are just that a hair's width closer to the grand finals and touching that trophy.
Let's not forget that Evil started off as a community team coming in at Season 3. And of course, let's not forget that they started from nothing. They came into Season 3 and they got themselves an amazing finish. And from that point onwards, they now, in this Season 8, got themselves Boyette and Marky.
Yeah, not only just that. You remember when they first debuted? They took down the Titans, right? That's why we call them Titan Slayers.
Yes.
Then after that, don't forget, they have no coach until this very season. That's when they changed the MO for the better. Brought in 2 imports from the Philippines and also brought in Carrot as a coach, providing that, third-party perspective. That has been helping them and unlock Team Evil to see the Grand Finals this day.
Now, statistics definitely talks. And I believe that when it comes down to NIP Flash, there will not be a surprise when it comes down to inflated figures, right, Juras?
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting statistic right here. Diablo right now is playing the role of like, okay, Hades is going to be in the assassin role in the jungle. I need to step up. He's not playing his damage EXP lanes anymore. He's going for more tanky EXP lanes, and that's really bringing the team up. The fact that we talked about this in, backstage as well, Vanix being the regular season MVP, the fact that he can stay in his gold lane and hold his lane creates so much opportunity for the team. And NIP Flash, the only game that they lost was the game that they didn't play in their own roles. So this time, they're in their own roles, they're serious about it, and they are looking scary.
We don't talk about regular season NIP Flash, yeah? When the playoffs come, they are online, and they will play their best.
No, unlike this understatement, Jays, man, this team is looking hella scary.
They will be serious, right? But not only NIP Flash will be serious, we are pretty sure that Evil, they had a long way. They went through everything, and it definitely seems as though that they understood what they're getting into today here in the Grand Finals, Jays.
Okay, apart from the player statistics that you're looking at, we know their favorite heroes as well. We know these stats. Of course, you give Marky the hair, he's very comfortable with it. But I think I'd like to highlight one player from the side of Team Evo, is Ken. Ken, actually, if I'm not mistaken, is a sub from Team Flash. Then after that, transition into, Vanguard. And that's where he started to showcase that, hey, he has what it takes. And now he's in Team Evo, going up against his own team.
Yeah, the fact that he is so adaptable with Team Evil this is his first season with the team.
Yep.
And the fact that he is able to just hold his own ground with a lot of the top dogs in EXP lane and really proving himself that hey, we are here to stay and we are here to win it all.
That's right.
Ken is definitely not any other player that we have seen before, and he definitely fits it just like a glove. Now, of course, NIP Flash versus Evil head-to-head. We can definitely expect that the champions, the reigning champions, are always gonna be at the top of their game. But aside from, the typical GPM as well as KDA heroes, what else do we gotta look at?
Man, it's like looking into a mirror, right? Over the course of the regular season and the playoffs, both of these two teams have sort of a very similar play style. Let's take Powerful and JPL, for example. We were talking about it in the previous game. JPL bringing out his Cho, everyone's fearing his Cho. He's bringing out his Tigreal, everyone's fearing his Tigreal. Look at Powerful's signature picks. It's the Cho and the Tigreal in question as well. So there's going to be a lot of contests for signature heroes, signature picks, and priority picks on these hard-hitting heroes.
Yep, I'm also looking at average control time. It is actually Team Evil that has the highest average control time, but Team Flash somehow still get high KDA, which is kind of interesting.
Exactly. Now, before we jump in and talk a little bit about the talent prediction, let's talk a little bit about the video from your side.
Oh man, okay. I came in prepared. First things first, I got goosebumps all the way through. It like the fact that they took that video like just now and just did everything together.
Yeah.
Just makes it all the while more, exciting. But I came prepared, so if Evil wins, I've got like all I've got is this, and I've got my friends with the drums. So like we'll have that singing out. But we also got like the Flash bangers right here. So I came
make a
prepared.
choice.
Pick the side,
Make a
Churros.
choice.
Pick the
I
side.
can't because these
His
two
choice
teams, man.
is-
These two teams. Oh, I have to side with Karen on this one. Okay. I have a
Wow.
story to tell. When
Okay.
I came in as a caster, as a talent, Evil debuted in MPL SG Season 3. So I watched them grow with, of course, with Vertigo. I also like had the Evo stack. I had the RSG stack. I love them, but Evil has grown so much. The potential has exponentially increased, and that's why I think this time around, if Evil can hunker down and make it work, they can take the crown.
Someone does have the evil fever,
Yeah.
it seems. But it is definitely understandable after looking at Evil's gameplay in the lower bracket finals. We definitely understand exactly what they are coming in from. And like I said before, this is a Titan. This is the Grim Reaper that have come in through and through. And NIP Flash will not disappoint. And I believe that the audience themselves also agrees, as it is a 73% that is weighing over to the side of NIP Flash, and Evil at 27% from the audience side. We definitely have got some time to talk about the fact that with Evil coming in to face off against this Grim Reaper knocking on every single team's doors, and coming out of that, Evil, they have got a big thing to do. They have a big game to play. And I think that for a team like Evil, identity is super important. We need to identify that Evil is a very momentum-based team.
That's
And
right.
I think that just from the get-go, just from game number 1, it already weighs a lot of impact as to what Evil is going to, what kind of game Evil is going to have just from game number 1.
Yeah, I agree with you. Team Evil has always been a very momentum-based team. If they're able to get like a very good start, especially like a good game 1, oh boy, they will unlock a different Team Evil that you never see. The magic, everything will be unlocked, and they will look as scary as NIP Flash if, and only if, they get game number 1.
Yeah, I gotta go with the crowd on this one. A lot of them, almost like 73%, voted for NIP Flash just because they're so well coordinated. After the international scene in MSC, they've already proven to us that, hey, we can make it work. We got top 4, and right now, we want to represent Singapore again. We want that opportunity to prove that that wasn't a fluke. Fun fact right here, first time Marky met Cortese and Hades was in MPLPH Season 8. So they go way back. And fun fact, when Hades was called Jana Cutie, that was in Geek Fan. So they were in the same team together. Right now, it's sort of like a family reunion, if you remember. In MPL ID.
Not exactly the kind of reunion I personally would like if I'm gonna, go
you
up
wanna see
against
someone, you
my
want them to
family
be
member.
your ally, not your
Yes.
enemy. But they're rivals. They're not enemies.
Yeah.
They're friends
Rivals.
off a stage.
Yes. This, at this point in time, I think it's pretty much good for us to say that NIP Flash and Evil coming into this game, this is literally a rivalry.
Yes, it is.
They need to find that one thing that, kind of get each other on top of the opponents.
You want more rivalry? Let me get to it to you. Remember, Ken was a sub-player from Team Flash?
Yes.
Apart from that, Sailor used to constantly go to grand finals, right? Because he was back then, it was EVOS, Slate. Unfortunately, he didn't make the cut. Yes, he finally get back into the grand final stage again, but this time around, I'll be in a different banner. So yeah, there's definitely rivalries all across the board, and I love it. I want to see the series go even further than maybe 4-3, or even, heck, I think they can deliver a good game, but only if Team Evil takes game 1.
So let's just talk about game number 1 as we enter into the draft, and with Zarte taking the helm of NIP Flash and Carrot onto the helm of Evil. We start things off with a Phovius, Angela, as well as Jusin ban from the side of NIP Flash, while Evil is looking at a Chip and Khalid with the final ban that is going to, well, wait it out.
Well, judging from yesterday's game with Evo and NIP Flash, I think Tigro is definitely going to be a very, very huge contest, especially for Powerful and JPL. Not only that, Cho might be very, very heavily contested as well. I think this ban might be onto the likes of Vanix. I think Harith, definitely a very huge contest between Marky and Vanix as well. Oh, another fun fact, this is the first time in MPL SG where RSG is not in the grand finals. I gave a small history lesson earlier on this morning.
This is actually a really tough hit onto RSG, I gotta have to say. For the very first time, not first, not second, but third. But, well, the main thing is the grand finals without them. Let's take a look at this. With a high loss being banned out from the side of Evil, we are looking at the very conventional bans that we pretty much expect. But when it comes down to heroes that is currently available, one thing's for sure is that Ling is very much available.
Ling, Fanny, Hayabusa.
Exactly. Surprisingly, all of the junglers, assassin junglers, they are all leaked out and open for the taking, to the point that I don't think that it becomes that big of a priority anymore.
Yeah, like I said, the Cho definitely picked up first by NIP Flash. Just a very, very huge contest. So Evil can have their Tigro to their own. I think it's better to pick that up first. Yesterday's game against NIP Flash, Evil picked Edith 3 times. I think if they want to go up against NIP Flash, leave the Edith, don't pick it up first. They go for the Gacha instead, so this creates a lot of opportunity on the EXP side. So limiting Diablo's pull and just prioritizing that Harith away from Vanix.
There is definitely still quite a bit of considerations as to what Diablo can very potentially pick. Typically, for me, I would definitely say that Cho is definitely a very good hero for NIP Flash, considering their identity and how JPL normally plays his heroes. When it comes down to games that JPL wins, and of course his common identity is that he loves to open up the maps and he loves to give informations, and there are only 2 heroes for to really do that, that is Grok as well as Cho, that really just walks into the enemy's face and just give information. The moment that they don't do that,
there's a Diablo Cho. I wanted to say that because if they don't pick up Tigro for the side of Powerful, that's going to be the Cho on the EXP side and JPL with the Tigro. So that's going to be a super, super scary one because Diablo, remember, in the regular season, he picked the Cho once, and it's going to be a damaged Cho. And it's definitely flexible. He could go
very
the tank
flexible,
build as well with the Concussive Blast, clear the lanes fast. He could prioritize the off lane, the long lanes, and just maintain lane control and lane priority. So this is a very, very smart move by Zarate. I don't know why Evil leaked the Tigro.
At this point in time, it really just boils down to the fact that NIP Flash, they have a very completely different strategy as compared to what they have normally always played. If someone like me could probably just say that, oh yeah, JPL is just going to go for Cho, he's going to do this, he's going to do that, he's going to open up the maps. Any other team can very likely do that. They're going to have to change things up a little bit, and this is the change that we have been seeing in the entirety of Season 8, where Diablo goes for the Cho, and JPL picking other tanks other than, you know, Grok as well as the Cho. So absolutely loving this. Now, we talk about Fanny as well, right? We saw Kha'Zix picking up the Fanny before.
Man,
I know. We don't talk about it. We don't talk about it, but I talk about this. I talk about this. There is still always a potential that that could very likely happen, but in the event that it doesn't happen,
abstract.
Look, Martis.
Interesting.
There is still so much openness in the middle lane.
There definitely is, and I gotta agree with you. The Martis could very
They
well
banned
be
the
picked up
Martis.
right here, but they banned it out straight away.
Are they really banning the Martis?
That's a ban on the Martis. That's a ban on the Faramis. But this tells me one thing: NIP Flash wants to force Powerful into the Minotaur, into an Enchanter / tank. Just because Powerful hasn't been doing well statistically, he's got like 5 games with the Minotaur with only roughly around 2 wins with the Minotaur. The 3 losses were all NIP Flash is taking. And I think this is a very, very smart move by NIP Flash. Want to force that team fights into the fray. I think NIP Flash might be looking to ban out potential Sailor's heroes. And we talked about this backstage. One of NIP Flash's MO is just, let's take out Sailor. Remember, Sailor went over with NIP Flash to represent Singapore for another event, international event. And I think they understand that Sailor is one of the crux of Team Evil. And if they take Sailor out, that's the mid lane duo struggling in the early game. So the mid to late game, snowball potential, not really there.
Very fair point. And you can very clearly see that Zarate is doing exactly that, right? Angela, Juicin, Faramis, and Zask all taken away. And Sayla now has got very little heroes that he can very potentially play according to this. However, Aurora is still currently available, and Aurora is going to be a very good hero to really mash together with Gatokacha as well as Harif. But one thing that we got to have to look out for is going to be the engage potential, which is something that Evil doesn't necessarily have due to the fact that Gatokacha's Avatar of the Guardian takes time. In the meantime, fun fact, Hades have played 12 different heroes since regular season. Versatility.
I love the sass coming off on the fun facts, eh? Talk about versatility, man. Like, I'm loving this already with the fun facts this time around, but I really agree to a certain point, right? Right now, what's open? You can go for the Eve, you can go for even like the Nathan as well, which is also really wide open for the side of both of these two teams, but it seems like, ooh, they're going to prioritize the Ruby first.
Ruby. They would definitely want to get a little bit more lockdown, and as I've said before, what Ruby really does is it fits the bill is that you would want an initiator, and Ruby will be able to hold people down for extended periods of time just so that the Avatar of a Guardian can really connect. Not only is the Avatar of a Guardian good for following up, but it's also really great for zone denials, which will be able to extend the longevity of that Zaman Force for whenever Marky decides to blast it out.
Yeah. Marky on the Harith, I don't know how he's going to be playing around. Okay, that's Vanix on the Bruno, so very, very hard hitting. You've got two
early
walls.
game.
You have Cho with the flanks, you got Fanny with the flanks, you got Tigro as front line, Aurora
Stole it away.
zone denial as well. And IP Flash's draft looking really scary, especially if you fight in major objectives. And I think this is how NIP Flash wants to play. Just play around the major objectives, play around the controls, and force Evil into team fights that they can't take. You've also got Fanny on the split push job on the late game as well. Last pick will be Vexana, but last fun fact, Boyet's Hayabusa also has a 75% win rate, 6 wins, 2 losses. It's a very scary, excessive play, but the fact that in the previous game up against RSG, he single-handedly, I wouldn't say single-handedly, but like, for lack of a better word, single-handedly carried Team Evil to success, and he's showing so much prowess on all of his assassins that he picks up. He is intimidating.
He is very intimidating. So let's take a look at how Evil is going to go up against NIP Flash. As I said before, the impact of game number 1 is definitely going to be the crux of how Evil is going to play for the next few games on ahead. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is now about time. And finally, after weeks, we are going to watch this grand final stage between Evil versus NIP Flash.
Oh man, you can hear the crowd in the background. It's starting to hype up as well. And of course, ladies and gents, game number 1. Evil needs to take this one if we want to have a good game in our hands, because looking at what Team NIP Flash has drafted, it looks pretty scary as well.
Yeah, a lot of rotation speed, especially coming from Diablo, and the fact that EXP laners now, they need to proc to the wave and start that rotation. Diablo already cleared his wave. He's got a concussive blast, so that's going to help him quite a bit in the early game. That's Ken on the Ruby, so powerful on the Gacha. It's going to be a little bit tougher in the early game to protect Sayla from the Fanny if Hades decides to make a move. Look how deep Diablo is. He knows that the limits of that hero. He knows how to play around the iframes that is presented to him. So he's not really too scared. But the fact that he's moving around so fast, it just shows the rotation potential of a speedy assassin slash fighter.
Now, of course, one thing's for sure, I actually wanted to talk a little bit about this, but hold on a second, JPL seems like he's into something.
Oh, JPL getting terrified right there. First blood, give it over to Team Evil.
This just punishing the aggression that comes out from JPL. Powerful does the same aggression as JPL, and I think Jay's mentioned it in the previous game, that JPL likes to just give information, give some intelligence to the rest of the teams, but Evil identifies this, and they did their homework. They have that momentum from the previous game, and they want to bring it through, seep it in to the grand finals.
Now, of course, we didn't really quite manage to talk a little bit about the mage pick coming in between these two teams. One thing's for sure is that NIP Flash definitely stole away that Aurora from Evil, as usually when it comes down to looking at a Tigro, you will love it for a Vexana.
Oh yeah, shadow kill onto Diablo. Diablo sneaks away, can flickers forward, doesn't connect though, and still safe for now. Boyet is the one, the casualty from the side of Team Evil.
went a little bit too deep, but the fact that Aurora was picked up presents the passive, creates a second life, so the immortality, quote unquote, is going to happen a little bit earlier. But the fact that Evil was able to maintain the economy difference that much earlier and Powerful ramping up the aggression down in the purple buff.
Okay, here we go. That's a knock-up as well. Eternal Guard already committed by Sayla. Diablo tagging onto Sayla. Sayla doesn't really have a lot of mana to work with, but at the very least, NIP Flash pushes Evil out of their jungle so that Hades picks up a purple.
This is so smart, right? Diablo is acting like the second roamer of NIP Flash. He's always around the map.
Hades goes with a spin, boy. It still takes the turtle away. That's also Diablo, the Hell's Mary, coming up from Curtizi right there. Was able to just rain down some damage, but NIP Flash losing the turtle.
Hades at a pixel of health as well.
There is absolutely no way. The turtle definitely went over to the side of Evil, but NIP Flash definitely understood just what kind of durability that they have onto their side. As such, taking up this turtle is no problems at all. They did lose it though, but at least they didn't lose anything else other than the turtle.
Going back to my point about Diablo's Cho, look how fast he rotates around the map. He's in the mid lane. He's around the purple buff. You would think that JPL would be the protector, but Hades, cables in, cables out. No commitment just as of yet.
It's gonna be still a very early part of the game where Evil, you can very clearly tell, Powerful is getting a lot of information onto NIP Flash. Very reminiscent to what he has done before when he was playing the Cho. But in this case, he knows that there is definitely some form of durability, and of course, he can definitely go for a couple of kills here and there. So he's not too afraid of NIP Flash. But in the meantime, JPL playing on the Tigreal, you can definitely tell that durability is one thing, but if you go in a little bit too deep, you don't necessarily have any form of mobility to kind of dip yourself right out.
Looking at the damage dealt, Powerful just constantly poking the members of NIP Flash. Ken tries to get a proxy because he knows that Diablo's not around. And I think Diablo's high rotation speed and being around that map, trying to force fights away from Vanix. And we talked about this before the game, that Vanix needs that space to be able to hold that lane and try to get his core items before joining in the team fight. So in the early game though, it's not too much of a problem as of yet.
When it comes down to positioning, Evil doesn't give NIP Flash any form of that attention.
That's going to be the kick as well. Got a Kacha as well. Curtizi, the Frigid Glacier, a lot of damage, but Powerful. Team Evil is actually coming out. That's a triple kill from the side of Team Evil.
The Revitalize!
I was looking so hard.
The Revitalize is what really kept the entire team of Evil intact.
The Avatar of the Guardian as well, just as of that. We have a replay, so we have to watch this one. So I know Hades made a nice shot. You've got the Glacier Prison as well. Ken gets kicked back, and the rest of the team responds. But the Avatar of the the Avatar Guardian and the Revitalize kept Ken alive, so you have a little bit more damage, and Boyette uses the Shadow Kill just to pick off every single one of them.
The other main thing is the fact that Sayla was in a very good position to stay safe. The entire time, there were just 3 people in front lines and just getting hit on by Hades. But Sayla was safe. He managed to land a very nice Horrify that made sure that Hades don't deal any more crucial damage to the rest of the team, allowing Powerful popping the Revitalize to keep the entire team intact.
I think it's the mix of the Horrify as well as the taunt from Powerful.
Yeah.
Just protecting Ken from inevitable doom. Now, Powerful ramping up the aggression as he should. But JPL keeping the purple buff safe. I think this is a very, very good move from Evil. Try to force a lot of the rotations towards Hades so that Diablo, even if he can find a pick off, it won't amount up to anything.
Remember, we always have this question in our head, is the fact that Evil have always been very strong in the early stages of the game, even when it comes down to the lower bracket finals. But when it comes down to this game, what do you need to say?
Once again, finds Vanix and he will be assassinated. This guy's on a roll right here. Ganking left and right and also picking up kills. Vanix unable to survive that one.
Boyette already has the Sky Piercer. This guy's going to ramp up his aggression and momentum as well. So talk about scary. I think the fun fact was foreshadowing something, huh?
We're looking at something, definitely. But when it comes down to Evil, they themselves understood that they have got something in mind.
Hades, will we try to do the same over to Marky? Powerful doesn't connect with the Avatar of the Guardian, but Arky is down a little bit low. Hades cannot find the assassination. This is a big problem for NIP Flash.
It's a very smart move by Marky, using the Zaman Force to get that shields from his auto attacks, just to keep himself alive. And right now, the turtle getting spawned up, the 3rd turtle of the game, and Ken is already there. Evil making a beeline for that turtle.
Let's not forget that an agility of a hero definitely definitely makes a difference to Fanny's assassination. If you're gonna have to deal with someone that have got unlimited dashes during the duration of the Zaman Force, it's really gonna be difficult for any form of Fanny to be able to land all of these spins.
I like the rotations coming up from Sailor as well as Powerful. They know that we want to keep that turtle safe, but hold on.
Well, yet Sealed secures the turtle for himself, goes into Shadow Kill, dives onto Curtizi, Frigid Glacier, wasn't connect, Evil taking through all 3 turtles.
We are looking at NIP Flash that actually have got their back against the wall. They don't have a lot of farm that is really working for them. In fact, we are looking at the 2,000 gold deficit for the side of NIP Flash. And of course, when it comes down to itemizations, we are looking at Fanny that managed to get a blade of the Heptasy slowly building into the next item on the road. But unfortunately, when it comes down to durability, talking about the Tigreal, with only 2,700 gold to his name, the best thing that he have is a Silence Robe. So he can't be durable enough to really just open up the map and just absorb all the hits from the side of Evil.
Yeah, if you have a Fanny on your team, you really want that Fanny to snowball, especially in the early game. But Fanny's, or Hades is basically finding it hard to get an assassination onto any one of the members of Team Evil. If you want to go for Marky, he just dances his way out of there. You want to go for Sailor, well, Powerful's there for backup.
Doesn't say, oh.
Sky Piercer stacks on this man. Already 6 kills. It's gonna scale out of control right here. NIP Flash has to find something somewhere to stop it. The worst part is Team Evil. Oh, hold on a second. Sailor tries to work the assassination and say he finally gets it. Curtizi will be the one doing that. Burns a flicker right there. JBL goes to Implosion. And the Marky receiving most of the damage. Here comes the freeze. Powerful tries to revitalize, but would not be able to save. 2 men from the side of Team Evil. Evil goes down.
Very smart move, forcing out the Purify right before the Implosion and securing the kill onto Marky. That's going to be a big one. And then the trade
Good
from
trade.
Vanix up in the top side. Notice how Vanix is not going to be in the fight as of now, but NIP Flash really banking on that late game. They have that strategy where in the mid to late stages of the game, Vanix will be hyper protected by JPL as well as Curtizi. So a 3-2 and letting Hades do his thing. Diablo though, I'm not feeling the presence of that Cho in this stage of the game.
Well, I suppose that it is just about time for Diablo to eventually just pop out, right? When it comes down to isolating someone, the main thing that's what you want to see.
Oh, that was a shadow kill from Boyet onto Hades. Hades still managed to get on away, but Boyet's the one that's receiving most of the damage. Now NIP Flash, they're starting to get a bit of a foothold, but they need more.
Lord spawned up. Just really curious how Evil wants to play this because NIP Flash, they don't really like to take these big team fights. They want to go for a lot of these lane split pushes, and I'm not seeing the macro play coming up from NIP Flash.
Well, the bottom lane is definitely going to be slightly pushed out by Hades. So at least when it comes down to cross-map plays, that is something that NIP Flash could do. They need to respond to this if they do not want to give away a free tier 1. But Evil doesn't seem like they're exactly walking towards it. They're still having a very strong domination over the river line, and specifically over to the northern side where the Lord resides.
Well, JPL showed himself already. I think he's waiting for a right opportunity. His flicker is 20 seconds. NIP Flash knows that power spike. I'm gonna wait for the battle spell to get that reset. As Evil coagulates together, Marky trying to pull that Lord towards their side.
Hades stepping forward towards the mid parts of the map will show themselves already. Team Evil trying to bait something out of NIP Flash. One mistake could be anything, and will be able to grab onto JPL, bursted him down. And that's also going to be Diablo all the way in the back line, trying to find something to work. That's okay. Jikundova on the other way around. Shadow kill to try to drag Vanix, but the Lord is down low, and Curtizi still picks up Ken. Boy, somehow, somewhere takes the Lord away from NIP Flash. 2 members from the NIP Flash goes down.
We're yet deep in enemy territory. Diablo just living on a sliver. They haven't seen Vanix as of yet. All this time, Vanix just happily playing Farmville. And Evil, they lost that Lord, but they took down 2 in that process. Props to Curtizi, he's been playing a hell of a game, 4-0-0 with that Frigid Glacier just to steal that Lord. Let's take a look at how things went down with the instant replay. So, Diablo actually got that kick onto Marky, but Marky immediately pops that Purify. Notice where Diablo is. You get that Purify, Diablo is trapped in a tough spot. He's already got the Winter Crown. So, yeah, I think if Marky would have been caught a little bit later, that would be it for the side of Team Evil. But the magic of team fights keep continuing to show.
Yeah, NIP Flash cannot resolve this illusion, this magic that Team Evil somehow, somewhere get it, and now they're sending a Lord down bot.
the magic of team fight. Let's not forget about what we call evil. They have the evil magic. And even when it comes down to the playoffs, that is exactly something we want to see.
Powerful. That's a freeze. Frigid Glacier right underneath the turret. This is exactly what Energy Flash needed. That's going to be powerful. And Ken, take it down. Hades, going for the spin right here. We'll be able to find Sailor right there, but gets slowed down just a little bit. Goes down though. Marquis on for JPL implosion onto him. And Phoenix will be there to pick up that kill, but with the help of his teammates.
Oh, it's not over yet with the Winter Crown. Saves him
Saves
just a
him just a little time. Boyet is just way too crazy on this Hayabusa. Now with the Endless Battle, he's gonna exponentially kill everybody.
The returning trajectory of the shurikens from the side of Boyet is the one that eventually killed JPL. Definitely great timing when it comes down to shooting all the shurikens out. But unfortunately, now Evil, they only have got 1,300 gold advantage. It's definitely still an advantage, but they gotta have to thread real carefully because NIP Flash is definitely starting to threaten that economy that Evil has.
Vanix ball is hitting like a truck at this point. And I think NIP Flash understands how Evil likes to play. They know that Evil can't take down the turrets. They always have trouble finishing out games and taking down major objectives like the lanes. And I think they're baiting Evil to come in, come at me, bro. And then they just counterattack with Curtizi's Glacial Prison because Vanix is already online.
Diablo getting taunted up. Purple buff stolen by Boyet. This is so infuriating if you're Hades.
You definitely do not have any form of proper mobility as a Fanny now that you don't have any purple buff. Information is definitely going to be key, and especially, let's not forget about this. The Lord will be coming up in 20 seconds. So the moment that NIP Flash realizes, hey, we don't have a lot of farm to work with, and let's not forget about the fact that our Fanny is kind of grounded Fanny. There's no way that we're going to be contesting the contesting the Lord immediately.
Tries to do something right there. Marquis just dodges, lands on his armor force, dodges right across the wall.
They need to play a split push.
Yeah, they're not letting Hades go on the offside, but they're leaving Marquis alone, and Marquis kind of knows this. They got a glimpse of Diablo. Diablo goes back into that Lord. I think they're trying to bait that Fanny out, but it doesn't really matter because Hades can just cable his way towards that major objective.
Just probably a little bit more until Evil will be able to get themselves in the right time. But unfortunately, they can't take their own sweet time as well, as they need to remember that the lack of purple buff from the side of NIP Flash is definitely one of the main advantage that they have.
Shadows kills on the other side of the screen. That's the jungler from the side of NIP Flash gone.
They're waiting to pull the trigger. They know JPL has that flicker.
JPL implosion doesn't hit anything. And Evil will capitalize on it. Marquis goes in stepping soon with his summon force at the same time. Vigilation doesn't really come anything. Crazy goes into massive as well. Boya goes on the chase. Phoenix, unkillable, was killed by Evil.
There's 3 down. The Lord's wide open. They want to make a beeline. Ken trying to find Curtizi.
Curtizi right there. There's no way for him to get out alive. Diablo's the only one back left. And Evil, not only just they win the team fight, they also take the Lord.
Oh man, Boyet playing a heck of a game. 10-1-2 on this Hayabusa. He knows his target. Once I take down Hades, I'm going to go straight for Vanix. No damage dealers, no problem. NIP Flash backs against the wall. 3,500 gold difference.
That's the impact that we wanted to see from the side of Evil. Now that they have a single ballista just marching in and taking down the tier 1s, there could be a very high probability they can just brute force this.
The core is being targeted by the side of Team Evil, but they only have one wave.
Topside, look
Members on the side of NIP Flash.
Hades.
Hades, what are you doing there? What are you doing there, Hades? Cracks open topside, and now he goes on the back door.
No way!
Hades, no way!
He's got minions!
No, he can't do this.
No way.
Oh man, my heart. This is just game 1, guys.
This is just 15 minutes of the game!
Evil, Hades, NIP Flash. Hades went all the way to the other side to buy some time.
But now 30 seconds down, they don't have Hades, they don't have damage dealers right now. They have to protect Vanix, but we've been in this position before.
Yeah.
Evil, they always have trouble closing out games, and right now, NIP Flash, they're making it very hard for Evil to do so.
And now, unfortunately, Evil have got a broken down inhibitor turret in the bottom lane, but luckily, they will respond in kind by taking away the inhibitor turrets in the top lane as well. 2 very heavy lanes, one for NIP Flash and one for Evil. Evil definitely want to have even more heavier lanes, and right now, the Barren Wasteland.
Hades coming up very soon. That's come the Shadow Q at the same time. Evil right now going on the core. Diablo goes all the way to the back line. JPL is trying to look for something as well. Evil slowly in, but they're chipping down NIP Flash. 1 by 1, and Evil takes game number 1.
That's what we call the evil momentum. After grinding the entirety of the lower brackets finals, they join in to the grand finals, going up against NIP Flash, getting themselves game number 1. We talked about this.
We talk about the momentum. They've got it.
And now they will be able to move on with that kind of momentum, and they might very likely be able to give NIP Flash one heck of a series.
Man,
Evo's got that hunger. Evo's got that thirst.
They've got a drive.
Yeah, after that game in the morning, it sort of gave them that drive. And they had to wake up super early. Yesterday it was a 3-0 sweep. This time around, they're denying NIP Flash that chance to get them a clean sweep.
Oh man, we got a series on our hands, boys.
Let's draw it back a little bit. When it comes down to the upper bracket semifinals, it is inevitably an Evil versus NIP Flash game.
That's right.
Remind me again, what scoreline was that?
3-0.
3-0. Okay, regular season? 2-0.
Now, for the first time in the grand finals, when there are stress and of course when there are pressure, it seems like Evil managed to succumb all of that and broke all rules that they have set up for themselves.
This abstract is the perfect Cinderella story. The one from the lower brackets, climbing all the way back up. Taking one game away from NIP Flash is a feat, especially when this is the playoffs NIP Flash.
So at this point in time, what are they really? Titan Slayers? Rule breakers? At this point in time, Evil, they are just absolutely a menace.
The new usurpers.
The new usurpers.
I don't
Gotta
know.
give a better nickname, going goal into the MVP.
We're gonna see Boya on the screen right
It's
now.
gotta be Boya.
Man,
Yeah,
that's 12-2-4 Hayabusa, the MVP. I think I remember in the mid stage of that game, Hades actually gambled with a Sky Piercer, even though he was 1-3 and 4 down. So he wasn't able to get any kills. He banked on the Sky Piercer to get that kills. And I remember the Boxing Gloves actually gives the same amount of attack damage, so this doesn't really provide much for that Fanny. Struggling to find any pickoffs, struggling to find any momentum throughout the entirety of that game. Even with Diablo being such an annoyance in the early game, it wasn't enough to, you know, sort of like potentialize that Fanny.
Now, of course, with the end of this game 1 heading over to Evil, it is relatively fair to say to some and many that this will be the warm-up of NIP Flash.
Fair.
You gotta give them some time, grind their gears, all the gear, spray in some WD-40, and this is probably where we will have the real show ahead. NIP Flash got their warm-up game, and in the meantime, Evil, they have got themselves the momentum. Which one is stronger? The fact that the NIP Flash will be playing for real now, no more warm-ups, or the fact that Evil, they now have got the momentum?
I don't know, man. I'm sure. I think either way, the storyline is pretty juicy, right, Churros?
Yeah.
Either way.
I have another story to tell, like or a question to ask. You have a dark wolf and a light wolf. You're trapped in a cage with it. Who wins?
This sounds absolutely like a riddle.
Yeah, that's a riddle.
It's sort of
I'm
a
bad,
riddle.
very bad with riddles.
The one you feed. Right now, Evil.
Oh, they had
They
the first
taste
taste,
it.
the blood
They
of
taste
NIP
the blood of
Flash.
their enemies. And this is the first time, and they're like, yes, I can do this. They're not unbeatable. They're not lords. Yeah, as punny as Lord Vanix might
Lord
be.
Vanix. You know what they say? Gods, right? NIP Flash, at one point in time, we revered them as the gods of MPL SG. And now, once again, we will always touch on that topic. Even gods can bleed.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the end game, and let's talk about the post-game statistics between NIP Flash versus Evil. Now, Churros, looking at itemizations, anything that stands out?
Just the Sky Piercer coming in from Hades. I mean, Diablo just building the Winter Crown very, very early on just to deny the Shadow Kill from Boyette. So that's a very, very smart move, especially with JPL as well. But look at the scoreline from JPL, 0-5 and 6. Evil is a team that likes to punish aggression. So if they see JPL, they take JPL down. There's just so much crowd controls that Sailor can provide, that Ken can provide, that Powerful can definitely provide, and they layer that in. If JPL comes a little bit too close, they're playing it towards his aggression, or in a way against this aggressiveness that he comes into that jungle. And Evil just capitalizes on that situation and just takes him out first. Knowing that if JPL doesn't have the setup capabilities, then NIP Flash, they're pretty much down. Vanix really needs Granddaddy JPL to be his protector.
we gotta have to, of course, address the elephant in the room, right? When it comes down to NIP Flash's statistics itself, JPL as well as Hades is definitely not stepping up for this this game itself. We don't really manage to see that big implosion plays, or the fact that JPL managed to open up the map, give information, and they respond to it. Well, in the meantime, Hades haven't really been cabling all that well in this very specific game, which is very unlike him, right? When it comes down to fanning from the side of Hades, we can expect 3, 4 cables, that kind of stuff. But there have been quite a bit of times in this game where Hades actually resorted to single cables just to get himself to a certain spot.
Well, Ken's giving him a tough time. You cable in, Ken just spins around and just traps you in place. So it's very difficult for Hades, especially when Evil likes to coagulate together with the magic of team fights, to be able to get multiple cables and just deal massive amounts of damage just because Ken is there. And I think the Ruby was definitely the right pick to solidify the entirety of the draft from Evil. But the fact of the matter is, I think NIP Flash, they really need sort of like backup crowd controllers. Like Diablo wasn't enough with the Cho. They're looking for pickoffs, but the single target pickoffs onto Marky just pops that Purify. And once you get that information, JPL, he goes in, but he gets stunned up or feared away by Sayla. So that's a very, very smart play from Evil. I mean, execution from Evil is there just because they got the momentum this morning, but this is a, like you said, Abstract, the warm-up game from NIP Flash.
I gotta have to say that the reinforcement that is rallied up by Evil is definitely making things a lot tougher for Vanix to play, right? When it comes down to his emblems, one of the emblems that he got was Master Assassin. He wants to play around Diablo for getting those nice little Jikundo plus the Way of Dragon kicks in, just so that he can isolate that one person. Vanix would then be able to burst that one person down as fast as possible. That's how they want to go for it, right? Pickoffs from the implosion, or perhaps even pickoffs coming in from the Way of Dragon. That didn't work too well for them, as you can very likely see here. Based on the damage dealt, we do have Evil that have got 200,000 damage dealt onto their side, and of course, with the fact that they managed to win, high amount of turret damage to their name too.
I do have to point out the fact that NIP Flash likes to pick a heavy gold lane, especially with Bruno, someone who is very lane dominant. The fact that Marky was able to keep up with him or even exceed the EXP that he has against Vanix makes for a very, very tough matchup against Marky alone. And looking at the top 4 right here, Boyette just doing so much that everyone's just away from that gold lane. They're actually giving Marky space to farm up and not Vanix anymore. And Vanix really just needs that help in the early game. I'm curious to see how they switch things up in game number 2.
Of course. Now, of course, I believe that when it comes down to the best 4 players, with Boyette taking the rich guy as well as the carry position, JPL with being the sandbag, and Sayla with the highest amount of assists. In fact, 9, as you can see over here. Now, with Evil taking this game, NIP Flash, they have got something that they gotta have to go back onto the drawing board and really just kind of identify and understand. Is it really about the hero composition that we are mostly looking out for, or could it just be rusty mechanics that were coming in from game number 1?
Man, you're putting me in a spot right here.
It's almost like a rhetoric question per se, but if we do have an answer to that, I think
I think they want to do something in their draft, especially like having Diablo with a very aggressive early game EXP lane with the rotations. You always see Cho moving over to the purple buff and have a lot of these like additional support for Hades in the jungle. I think it's down to like execution of the draft in the mid game. The early game was played perfectly.
They probably need to reset their gears once again and really understand what works out for them. I mean, they definitely do have quite a lot of strategies to work on too, so perhaps we'll be able to see a little bit of a change for game number 2. But before that, let's jump right in over to the mic check and listen out to what Evil have to say in their game.
Pani, relax. Go turtle. Go turtle. Hey, Kimi. Cancel. Assist JPL. Ito. Nice, gago. Nice. Gago, tangina niya. Ito. Nice. Ban at the back. Look at me. Sorry. Cancel Chua. He's kicking me. Cover me. Pali. Sisi. Pali. Nice. Okay, reset. Ay. Come. Diablo flicker. Bruno. Hey, Bruno. Nice, Bruno, go. Aura. Nice, Oh, powerful Aurora. We can fight, ah.
I'm gonna jump in now, guys.
Load me, ah.
I'm jumping on Bruno.
Load me.
Hey, go. Nice!
Oh, yeah.
I zone Bruno.
Kill first. Zero first.
Hey, back. Bruno. Bruno, guys. Tao, guys.
Nice!
It's fucking okay!
Relax.
The enthusiasm coming in
Wow.
from them, definitely.
Look.
Oh yeah, it
There's
is.
goosebumps coming out.
It is popping out.
I can see it's okay. I can feel it from here.
You need kind of like a magnifying glass.
You need CSI that thing.
I gotta have to say, that was definitely great from the side of Evil. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. And of course, when it comes down to communications, they are just absolutely phenomenal on that part.
They are.
They called out for Bruno most of the time. Powerful knows what he wants to go for.
Yeah.
And boy, it comes in.
Yeah, I love it, right? This is basically how Team Evo is really, really strong. When it comes to like target prioritization, whenever a team makes a call, they just go straight in. And this reminds me really like, you know, the blacklist of last time.
Now, of course, I believe that the fact that we are currently in the grand finals, we are just leading up to what's happening after the entirety of MPL SG Season 8, right?
Yeah,
because
in the international stage as well.
yeah, because they yes, when you win the MPL SG, yes, you put your name in the dirt and you already have like boom, you are the champion. But not only that, you will move on over to M6, the international tournament of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and I just gotta have to say, when it comes down to the M6 Swiss format, that's definitely something that we gotta have to talk about here. As in the upcoming M6 World Championships will feature the newly introduced Swiss stage that will be happening from the 28th of November to 5th December. The first Swiss round draw will be held on the 3rd of November after the MPL MY Grand Finals, and subsequent rounds will be drawn after the previous rounds have ended. All Swiss rounds will be played in best of one.
Yeah.
Best of one, very punishing, but it is Swiss stage after all.
It is.
With the advancing and the elimination rounds being a best of 3. So make sure if you guys want to watch the games right for M6, you guys gotta have to get your tickets at Ticket to You before they sell out. M6. That's what we are looking for. That's what is gonna be the leading part of MPL SG Season 8. And this is the grand finals now. We talked about this. Evil getting themselves first game. That means that they have a show on the road against NIP Flash.
Yeah, definitely, right? That's exactly what I was hoping for, right? My brain says 4-0 or 4-1 of NIP Flash, but I want to see a good show, right? If Team Evo is able to show us even more momentum, see what they can do after that, and it will be even better, it will be even cinema if NIP Flash saw how they shut down Team Evo when they're on the load of momentum, bro. I am excited for the outcome.
As much as I would like to believe that we have very good information on how that game turned out, I believe that Croissant may have even more for him to kind of digest for us. Off to the analyst, Croissant.
Hey guys, welcome to Croissant's Very Quick, powered by the Samsung Galaxy S10, Tab S10, you know. So honestly, this game has been absolute cinema, right? We saw Boyet actually taking the early game completely by himself, pretty much, you know, as the early game goes straight to the side of Evil. However, the thing is that NIP Flash had moments of opportunities to actually claw back into the game. However, they were not able to just because of the good counter-engage coming out from Team Evil. The other thing as well is that I do want to highlight Ken, right? So Ken has been phenomenal with his Don't Run Wolf Kings in pulling out people like JPL, like Diablo. So enough talking from me, let's jump into this clip right now. Yep, so as we look at the clip, we see the first Lord fight kicking in at this moment in time. We see Ken immediately identifying, right? Hey, look, JPL looks a little bit caught out of position, so let's hook him in place. And the moment he does that, look at where Powerful actually is, right? So Powerful is immediately charging up a taunt right now. So as this fight continues, we see JPL caught out of position. We see Diablo actually trying to look for Marquis. But the issue is, that the other members of Flash right now are completely off guard, not in the surrounding area, right? So the issue with this is that the team fight is not coherent from NIP Flash. So right now, JPL gets taken away. Diablo is still kind of trying to find a good angle to come in on either Marquis or Boyette. Does not see the angle, and immediately JPL goes down, and there's nothing much that NIP Flash can do. Katizi tries to go in, Diablo tries to go in, Hades tries to go in as well. Unfortunately, the side of Evil is just way too tanky and can't be bursted down, right? So from here, Boyette as well just managing to push Diablo off, and the first Lord goes to the side of Evil. And once again, this looks like a very similar scenario, right? Sorry, let me bring this back a little bit. This looks like a very similar scenario as we look at the second Lord fight. Once again, Ken spots out Diablo, right? And this all starts off as well with, Hades getting solo killed by Boyette in the bottom side of the map earlier. So with this 4v5, it's super advantageous for Evil to actually take this Lord fight. So they try to force it out, and they do so successfully. So playing the clip right now, you see once again, Diablo gets caught out. Ken manages to chase him away. I do want to highlight here as well that Marquis actually perfectly uses his Purify, right? So he notices that JPL is going to use his Implosion, and he also notices the Glacial Fissure at the bottom. So he pops his Purify and doesn't get CC at all. So he dodges 2 ultimates worth of CC just with 1 Purify. So honestly speaking, these team fights have been played perfectly on the side of Team Evil, and this is all started off with the lead that Boyette had, right? So as we continue to play this clip, as you guys know, this clip, NIP Flash just gets absolutely decimated. And yeah, so let's fast forward this a little bit. Okay, so this is the final fight. So in this final fight, Evil actually was struggling a little bit to kind of close the game out, right? We noticed that the minion waves are pushing in from the top side, pushing in from the bottom side, but Boyette here pulls the trigger. Boyette is like, look, I don't want to steal this out. I don't want to have any trouble closing out the game, so I'm going to go in balls deep, and he does. And he does. There you go. With 1 Ogi Shadow kill, right? He actually takes off 30% of Katizius' HP, which is crazy just for 1 tick of damage. And, once he gets on Katizi, there's nothing else the NIP Flash can do. Diablo just tries to use the Way of the Dragon, manages to take out Boyette, but the rest is history, and it's too little too late. So that is the story for the first game, guys. I'm going to throw it back to you guys on the desk.
Thank you, croissant. Of course, now I am hungry. So
yeah, whenever I see that guy, I get a little bit hungry.
Well, he has a bakery though. Well, if he does have a bakery, like
I mean, I would definitely visit.
He makes nice coffee.
He does.
Yeah, he does.
It does.
Yes. Thank you very much for your coffee croissant.
Hey, yeah,
keeps me alive.
This guy's the MVP. Kind of very stirring.
He's halfway there.
Halfway. A cafe.
A cafe.
A
with
cafe.
A
True.
Hey,
Croissant
but that being
cafe.
said, I have a lot to say about the thing that went down, and I think Croissant has actually exemplified quite a bit of the movements and the rotations around that map, the identifying of who's in the back line, and I think NIP Flash's weakness is that Vanix just relies too much on 2 tanky front lines, because look at how he wants to go in. Vanix is usually very patient, but now without the impact from Diablo being the main engager and then a secondary follow-up from JPL, he's just walking around like a hitless chicken. A lot of reward fights, he just walks in, oh, it's a little bit too late, and then he walks back out. And I think that's a lot of wasted movement. He could have went for a lot of these other trades. So I think NIP Flash using this game as a warm-up definitely would be much clearer moving on to the second game.
Well, perhaps they did manage to kind of go offline for a bit because they are probably a little bit eye-tired, I suppose.
Course.
So Roto eye drops is definitely gonna come in for the rescue. As gamers are always staring at their mobile screen, like we are as well, for long hours while playing MLBB. So it can definitely cause some digital eye strain, and hence Roto eye drops is an important accessory for all of us gamers, as its signature cooling sensation helps to immediately wakes you up and refreshes your dry and tired eyes, taking you further when you play your games. And fun fact, if you do have the extra cool Roto eye drops, one thing that I absolutely love to do is that when I'm feeling a little bit sleepy, just kind of drip, drip, and trust me, you wake up. So those people that kind of, not only that it helps you to, you know, kind of help you with your tired eyes, but it actually really do help you wake up quite a bit. So if you are in a lecture hall or anything, drip, drip, done.
I thought the main point of a lecture hall is to sleep.
No.
Is that why you are here?
You're talking to an academic right here. Please.
Oh, right.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, lecturer. I'm sorry.
You know, the funny thing is, speaking of academics, I purposefully went for a design course because I don't want to take exams.
That's pretty much what I did too. Yeah. It's all about. I don't know if they can hear.
I'm the I'm sorry. I'm the engineer on the desk.
The only sucker that gotta take the exams.
Actually, true.
But speaking of exams, you know, this game is technically an exam for Evil and NIP Flash, as this is their lifeline to head into the M6 World Championship. With game number 1 going over the side of Evil, the momentum is definitely stirring the pot over to the side of Evil. And even though game number 1 went over to Evil, I was gonna have to say NIP Flash, they are ready to implode with the wrong rumble. As such, the drafting stage is definitely gonna be very important. Now, fun fact, they managed to make the gods bleed. Evil has broken NIP Flash 100% win rate for MPL SG Season 8 playoffs.
Well, the gods and the devil himself, as well as the Lord of the Underworld. I mean, NIP Flash has Hades and Diablo, right?
Yes.
Lord of Destruction
Absolutely.
as well as
So you can't exactly fault us if we somehow paint NIP Flash as the villain.
Evil's supposed to be the villains anyway.
Right?
I mean, technically
but
speaking,
Evil is villainous.
But evil
But
is
evil
like
is
the
evil.
heroes.
Okay, but technically speaking, remember what we used to call evil? Titan Slayers?
Titan Slayers.
Now they're the Titans, they're still
God
doing the
Slayers.
same thing as well.
Yep. That's right. And only a Titan can take down a Titan.
Titan takes down Titan.
They're foreshadowing their destiny in Season 3. But going back into the draft, though, what really surprises me is that Karen actually bans out Martyr straight away. I think they want to give Sayla a very easy winning lane so that Powerful and Sayla can do their thing as a dual mid-rotation. Karen definitely going to be prioritizing Marquis, Harith, and Zarate doesn't want to ban that out. That leaves quite a bit of options right here. You could very well go for the Hayabusa, or Hades will snap pick that up. Don't forget, Hades also plays the Hayabusa really, really well. I think it was 100% win rate on the Hayabusa with 2 to 3 games. Cho definitely going to be prioritized by Evil. Powerful wants to show JPL how it's done.
Not only that, I mean,
wow.
It's a big statement.
No,
yeah, that is a big statement.
He wants to show Diablo how it's done. Because technically speaking, the previous game was played by Diablo, right? So understandably, when it comes down to Cho, there is of course a lot of contention for the Cho, as Powerful plays a very, very mean Cho, being super aggressive, giving information, and of course, very similar to how JPL plays. And speaking of, you know, heroes in contention, there is Harith being one of these heroes, Aurora being one of those mid heroes as well, and let's not forget Ling, Fanny, all those assassin heroes. Speaking of which, the Ling, Angelic.
Fanny can play the Alice as well. He played it in one game with to success.
Yeah.
So they want to force Evil to pick up that Alice. We've seen how strong the Alice Angela is.
Knowing that that's coming, right? Will Evil snap pick an Alice right now? If not, you know, NIP Flash will just take it.
I think it's a little bit too early for them to snap pick onto the Alice at this point in time, because you don't really have a very good idea what exactly is going to be the main crux of the team of the team's identity just yet. Because when it comes down to NIP Flash, just an Angela and Ling, Ling typically itself is already a very self-dependent hero. You don't have to exactly move together with the team. The Alice doesn't really do anything to the Ling. So now it's more about adjusting based on what the next few picks coming in for NIP Flash is gonna do.
Yeah, but the Angela presents a lot of problems. For one, okay, yes, in the late game, your hard guard is going to be super valuable, but in the early game, you're basically giving Sayla a winning lane, right? Any other mages that he picks up, or any other magic attack damage heroes that he picks up, is definitely going to win that lane. The rotation speed is going to come in, especially with Powerful Cho. We're going to see a lot of early game rotations, and NIP Flash really inching towards picking that Alice up. If not, Evil might look to ban it out, but going again with the Harith, I think that would be really, really good. Angela, again, okay. it's sort of like a 2-for-1 special. If you manage to take down the host, and Angela comes down, you get 2-for-1.
Okay, with the Tigro being picked out for the side of NIP Flash, it is pretty much sure that NIP Flash will want to go head-to-head in a battle of AoE, a battle of area denial. Unfortunately, when it comes down to area denial, we do have the Phobias that's already taken away. As such, we need to come down to kind of look at how Evil plays their game. Is Cho really a hero that can be flexed into the EXP? Does Can play a main Cho, or is it still going to be a Cho bi-powerful? Because this is going to make a very important point, because Harif, you need to have people, not need, but it would be great if you have someone like a Minotaur, for example, to actually help you control an area, and with the fact that Phobias is not around, it makes it even more difficult for Harif.
Yeah, knowing how Evil likes to play this around, I don't think it will be a EXP Cho. They really need that hard hitting. I was gonna say Moskov because we've always seen that Ling Moskov kind of synergy. Moskov and Ling can just take turns rotating towards that off lane and maintain that lane pressure. I think Evil understands what went wrong yesterday, and they're trying to deny that from happening today, especially with the macro control. Evil likes to win in team fights. Let's just play towards team fights.
Garukacha is still a very good pick for the side of Evil. They would want to make full use of the Revitalize that could eventually be able to help Harif take the area within of his Zaman Force, just for the longevity of the Zaman Force and the Harif himself. And in the event that they actually do that, they can kind of revert back over to the Alice plus the Garukacha kind of combination that we have seen before. As with the fact that Tigro is being picked up for NIP Flash, you are essentially as an Alice, you are just jumping into a group of 3 or a group of 4. I'm only saying group of 3 is because of the fact that it is an Angela. You don't expect an extra body from the side of Angela if he goes into hard guard, which it kind of weighs out as a debate. Does an Alice actually does well with the fact that in a full team fight, you are actually, as an Alice, you're only facing 4 people?
Well, definitely, right, in the late game. And they're sort of teasing that. They kind of want to pick Alice, but then again, they don't really have a lot of early game priority. The issue for NIP Flash, if they want to go towards the Alice route, is they really need to secure that early game, or at least maintain the early game enough and control it enough to go over to the late game. And I think Ruby is the answer right here, as of right now. But I want to point out, Evil banned out the Mincetar because Diablo actually played the Mincetar once.
There is a lot of direction that we can actually go with for this game. You know,
exactly.
Valentina is open too.
The Valentina is really open. I'm looking at that.
No, go for the Vexana. I'm saying like Sayla is able to use the Vexana, just deny Tigro. That's the main goal.
Or also you can also take the ultimates, the I'm Offended and also Implosion. Apart from that, I'm also looking at NIP Flash. You know, Ruby can also go into the gold lane too.
It's tough because Valentina, if you use the Implosion or use the I'm Offended, there's not a lot of escape mechanism. You're just all in. But Glue is going to be the choice of EXP for the side of Evil, as well as Vexana. It's a very, very nice composition right here. You've got so much front line, enough for Harif to just dance around that zone.
And also the Glue slows people down with the split, so everybody's going to get slowed, cannot get out of Zaman Force. There's so many ways. Evil always find these just evil schemes. You can see how the synergies of these team fights, these heroes, especially during these team fights.
Drag the opponents back into the Zaman Force, am I right? And not to forget the Horrify from the Vexana plus the Eternal Guard is something that you definitely cannot scoff about. But we are now down to the final pick for NIP Flash. The fact that Ruby is very flexible!
Here we go.
Benedetta
goes wild.
Oh, yes!
Here at the desk as well.
The signature.
We're in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen.
The signature of Diablo.
Ruby can go into gold.
We're back. We're in.
Oh, Ruby Gold.
Yeah, that's why it's very flexible coming out from NIP Flash. But, you know, let's not celebrate too early on, because looking at what Team Evil has drafted, this is a very stacked and scary roster. Whereas for NIP Flash, they're lacking in magic damage. Unless you're telling me Angela can output a good, sizable chunk of that.
Nah, absolutely not. But I guess that the main thing is for the side of NIP Flash, they're not particularly too interested about the lack of magical damage, and they're all in onto a physical attack. I think that that's fine. Perhaps we'll be able to look at another direction. But maybe this is all just copium, because we are finally getting ourselves a treat coming into this meta. The Assassin Jungle meta. We thought that this is the death of Benedetta from Diablo. But no, we changed the script. and we look around it, it is indeed a Benedetta jungle. Oh, sorry, Benedetta Diablo.
Benedetta Diablo,
Diablo
definitely.
Benedetta.
Wait, hold on.
Revitalized?
He was bringing Revitalized?
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah. No
With
more
Concussive
no more
Blast?
Petrify. Yesterday, when they played the game, Diablo went tank Benedetta.
Oh,
You've got
dear.
a tank emblem, the Concussive Blast just to clear the lanes and start that rotation because you need to give Hades an additional support. Just because the Powerful Cho is right there. And look at the aggressiveness coming out from both these two sides. Powerful in the jungles, Diablo trying to kite around Ken's glue.
Man, Ken is just dropping double blobs. Diablo is in a lot of trouble, and that's not looking good for the side of NIP Flash.
It is all but just a tickle for the side of Glue. He's not receiving any form of damage, it seems, as he's just sitting right there. Even after all of that plays from the side of Diablo, we've got Glue, which is Ken is just back to full health, full HP already.
Now, Sailor already popped that Purify, so JPL, that's a huge win for him. But NIP Flash, they're being a little bit more defensive. Ken's gonna take this.
They can't do
no
this.
problem at all.
Jumping onto Ken. Ken should be able to get on away scot-free. Oh, flickers forward. That's going to be a Temples of Blades. Hades picking up first blood onto Ken.
They actually did manage to do it. One thing's for sure, I really thought that Ken would be durable enough to really withstand all of that attacks coming in from NIP Flash, but surprisingly, there is still a pretty good sizable chunk of damage that this Link is able to dish out, even though we are only 1 minute and 45 seconds into the game.
Yeah, take a look at the emblems. That's the Witness Blessing as well as the Swift, along with the Tank Emblem and the Concussive Blast, just to help Diablo clear the lane a little bit faster, because I know his item's going to be the Thunderbolt first and then going into full tank items, but a skirmish up top.
Shadow Kill already committed. Revitalize, keeping Curtisi alive. Boyette's in the area. Here comes Powerful, though, to try to join the fight as well. Trying to cut off the escape. That's going to be Curtisi getting knocked out. Ultimate coming off of Diablo. The final slash will be there. And Angela using the ultimate to just get the heck out of there.
I don't really quite see that pressure coming from Diablo, unfortunately, as the itemizations as well as everything else doesn't really quite work.
Eternal Guard doesn't land, and also will allow Hades to just using the Temples of Blade to just jump away. Boyette now in a spot of trouble. Will be able to shadow all the way back out. Diablo on the chase at the same time. Hades down a little bit low, but still okay. Ken on the other side, still able to take down Angela, though. Ken on this glue, but hold on. Diablo managed to find Boyette around the top side. Hades still turns it around, finds the killing spree. Ken goes into split right now. Hades doesn't want to do anything. I think JBL would just bring this glue away on a fun ride. It's such a scrappy fight earlier.
Well, at least pick up what you can, right? Ken's doing his very best, but the fact of the matter is, Selah walked into the bush where Boyette is, taking him down. Let's take a replay to see what really went down, because the Temples of Blaze was actually hit first before Selah walked into that bush where Boyette was patiently waiting around that turtle pit.
Unfortunately, it does seem like Evil is having a little bit of a difficulty right off the start, but at least there is something that NIP Flash is looking out for, and that is going to be the initial turtle take.
JPL already burned the flicker already. Now Ken's doing a lot of trouble. JPL, just look at the damage that's coming off of Ken. Here comes Implosion. Oh, JPL as well, try to slow it down just a little bit. Ken pick up a killing spree already. Ken, this glue is just a menace against NIP Flash.
It's going to be much more in the late game. He's just slowly scaling up. Powerful taking a lot of shots, just chip damage for him because he knows he can kite around. But Diablo goes in again.
Trying to look for Powerful right there. The turtle stolen by Hades as well. Angela goes on in. It's going to be Diablo getting possessed by Ken. Boyette still takes him down, but Hades will be able to trade onto Powerful. And now it's going to be Hades onto Ken right here. Sailor trying to up with the damage, but will be a little bit too slow. And Ken goes to the splits and trying to heal by Hades. That's a shutdown. A double kill given overside to NIP Flash.
At this point in time, it does seem like NIP Flash's entire lineup is all about bruising the opponents and giving all the kills over to the side of Hades. This is what we haven't seen in a long time, as this is where the term hyper carry comes in from. Every single one of NIP Flash, all they wanted to do is just funnel all of that farm over to Hades, give him the kills, give him the kills, give him the kills.
You're taking the words right out of my mouth. On bottom side, Vanix actually manages to hold his lane against Marky. You know that you're going to be losing a lane against Marky. Why not just pick something else, like a fighter in that Ruby? But to add on to your point, the Lingula combo coming in.
Coming to Reap onto Marky right here. Goes into Temple of Blades. We'll be able to find that kill as well. Powerful, a little bit too slow for that fight.
It's a very, very scary combo, especially from Hades. But
Implosion. It hits nothing though. Powerful will be able to get on the way. Boyet goes into the shadow kill. Members on NIP Flash focusing down bottom turret, and that will be one turret crack open very, very soon.
We're currently 5 minutes into the game. NIP Flash have got a pretty nice and sizable lead when it comes down to their economy. And to add matters worse for Evil is the fact that the bottom lane's T1 turret is now taken down. And back to the same thing that we have seen Diablo do all the time, a heavy proxy, just so that he will be able to just kind of get around the map as much as possible, just so that they will be able to put a lot more pressure onto other lanes.
That's going to be Ken. Goes into split though. Ken possess onto Diablo. Doesn't pull that trigger, and that's one ultimate burn away 12 seconds before the turtle spawns.
But Diablo is being such a menace. He's got a Thunderbelt already built up, so he's going to be looking to get a lot more aggressive, trying to build that stacks up to that late game. And NIP Flash, they have insurance policies right now. Third turn of the game, Hades starting things up. 6-0-1 on this Ling, and he's already got the Berserker's Fury, so it's going to be a hard hitter.
Yeah, 6 kills into his name, by the way, though, and Hades right here. This is a very different Hades as compared to game number 1. NIP Flash secures the turtle. No contest from Team Evil.
Due to the fact that typically we'll want to see a Ling on the position 1 and having a lot of time, or rather requiring a lot of time to really go online. The way an NIP Flash is playing, it's relatively fair to say that probably at least half of their current lead has pretty much been funneled over to Hades. So it's pretty fair to say that Hades now have got a lot of killing potential as compared to the amount that Boyet has.
Yep. Farming stacks is definitely the way that Diablo wants to play. Implosion onto Sailor. Nowhere for him to run away. Powerful also getting stuck right there. Nowhere to run as well. That's a kick. Trying to delay by Hades with a hard guard. Trying to get on the way, but no. Hades falls. Marky given a shutdown. And Vanix right here trying to make a play against the rest of the world. Also trying to split onto Marky. Marky already down a little bit low. And Vanix getting possessed by Ken. Diablo going revitalize. Trying to make sure that Vanix stay alive just a little bit longer. Boy, yet trying to add on to the damage. Vanix cannot try to spin. Ken takes down Vanix. And Diablo will be the last one to walk out of that team fight.
Oh, Ken, you are a menace as he sticks on to the opponents like glue.
Diablo. Oh, man. He's trying to make a run for it. The final slash! Cancelled by Powerful. Man, nowhere for Evil. Nowhere for NIP Flash to run.
They got a little bit too deep. Ken is starting to be a very, very thick and beefy boy. So hard to take down. Such a menace. And he's being a monster in that late game.
Look at the gold lead, guys. It's already going to the favor of Evil. It's equalizing right there. Earlier just now, what was 2K?
Oh, I mean, we're talking about the mid stages of the game, right? This is the point in time where NIP Flash will definitely start to see a dip in terms of their damage potential, while the opponents, which is Evil, they definitely have got a lot more to work out for them.
This is a very big lane swap from Marky. He's already on the top side, so making a beeline down, popping the Zayman Force just to deal as much damage to keep Ken alive. Look at that revitalize from Diablo, though. That was a very, very good consolation prize, trying to keep Vanix alive. But just with that split and just with that possession, just healing everything back up. And they're ready for the next fight. Ken's relatively healthy to go in for the second round.
It's going to be really tough for NIP Flash to keep up to this current lead that they have. With Ken being such a menace and it's just an undying glue that just constantly just sticks himself onto literally anyone that he sees. You gotta have to really watch out for him.
That's gonna be Implosion. We'll be able to catch on the Powerful. Hades jumps into the air for now. The swords will be there. Vanix taking down Ken for once, and now that's gonna be a little bit helpful for NIP Flash.
You're starting to feel the presence of Diablo, right? Like he's got the off lane, he's got the long lane control. So lane's pushing in on the top side. He's just tackling Marky, doesn't need to do a lot of damage. He's just pushing all of these single target auto attacks onto himself because he knows he can tank it.
Once again, this is another game of attrition as we do have Vanix that's playing as the Ruby this time. Not a very conventional marksman.
Slice and dice onto Boyet. We'll be able to push him away. Marky goes into Zaman Force. Diablo final slash will be trying to run away. Vanix has a hard guard as well. And Vanix stepping forward. I'm offender onto 2. Powerful right here will get tagged down by Hades. Hades trying to slash. Flickers will be burned. Ken will be jumping onto JPL instead. And the shadow kill. Boyet stakes away the Lord. But NIP Flash will be taking away Evil's life. Eternal God from Sailor will be there to try to peel for him. But look at how much time Ken was able to buy.
That definitely took a lot more time to kill one of these players, but that is the problem about, that is the thing about NIP Flash, is that they needed time in order to actually kill people.
I'm offender, Sailor deleted, mid lane already cracked open as well. Hades looking for more, and finally NIP Flash wrestled the control away from the evil.
It's a game of sustain, right? NIP Flash doesn't need a huge tank because if JPL can get a setup, that's good, that's all fine and dandy. But if not, then you got the Revitalize, you've also got Cortese, whose heals are just keeping everyone up alive for a second round. They're just always coming back for Cortese to use their healing waves.
At this point in time, I'm just really banking on a lot of damage from the Defiant Sword that Hades have gotten for himself. The amount of gold that he potentially have is definitely still going to be crazy, but with the Lord marching in the top lane.
That's a knockup onto JPL. Ken zoning out Vanix, unable to join. That's going to be a powerful kick. A little bit awkward right there, trying to buy some time. But look at the damage coming out from the Lord. Final blow onto, but yet nothing will be done for now. But NIP Flash took a lot of damage up top.
Yeah, split.
Well, okay, Flicker. We'll be able to get back to safety as for now.
A little bit of just gonna poke and prod from sort of evil. They themselves also understand that they gotta have to take some time, right? They can play into the later stages of the game. The one that's really on timer gotta have to be NIP Flash. Although I gotta have to say, I personally am pretty darn curious as to what kind of damage the Vanix can very potentially be able to unleash over to the side of evil. Even though we always say, oh yeah, Ruby, a tanky beast, a lot of survivability. But remember, when it comes down to Ruby building up some good old damage items like War Axe, all of these damage eventually adds up. The moment that Vanix stays alive for extended periods of time, and I will say the same thing for Diablo's Benedetta, all these will start to matter.
Oh man, he's got 3 damage items, but they're going to contest for this purple buff. Diablo with the electrifying blow.
Will be there to try to zone it up. Powerful will be there to kick. Also going to be Itanoga. Ken stepping forward already, allowing Marcus to step forward as well. Someone forced laying down. The members on the NIP Flash running away. JPL getting possessed. That's gone to Jikundo. By powerful onto Diablo as well. But Vanix right now will be able to deal with Marky. That's going to be Hades. Assassinating Marky right now. Ceylon needs to run away. Powerful at the same time. The flicker already committed, but Hades can easily chase down. Shadow kill. Tempest Blaze already used to try to deny it over. Hades fighting for dear life, but Ken will be slowed down by Vanix. And now NIP Flash crack up on top, taking 2 along with him.
NIP Flash are so good in splitting up these team fights underneath that turret. They want to desperately take down that turret. Diablo with the Winter Crown trying to keep himself alive. They will take down the T3 top.
Great one when it comes down to the Winter Crown. He was taking a little bit too much damage, especially since he had the aggro of the inhibited turret. With a simple crown, he got himself out of the way, and as a Benedetta, obviously, you have got quite a lot of escape mechanisms to actually get yourself right out of the turrets.
The biggest downfall of Evil right now is Marky is always split away from the team, and it's got attributed to Diablo using the electrifying blows to keep everyone else at bay. Marky can't catch up with the rest of the Evil Death Ball, and that might be their downfall. As we're going to that Lord, Evil needs to try to find a way to maintain pressure on all 3 waves. As NIP Flash, they can send Diablo, they can send Cortese.
Yep.
It's not a problem for them.
You know, I'm just curious about Diablo going for this tank Benedetta. Technically speaking, it's a Wish.com high loss glorious pathway, right? Using Electro Blow, Final Blow to kind of slow everybody down in that one small little area, but hey,
but you don't have the movement speed buff, I suppose. But at least you do some very good and mean damage. One thing that you are able to see is the fact that NIP Flash, they are really good at split pushing. With the fact that
look at waves though.
Yeah,
top.
The top lane is just getting completely pushed out.
Angela's split pushing though. Team Evil has to try to make something work. Cortese, a bang!
No way! No way! You cannot do this!
No way!
Boya coming back though, maybe this is
it's
time.
Not enough.
It's not enough!
Cortese will do it!
Unfortunately,
One more hit!
No minions! Once again, NIP Flash. Oh my goodness,
I was
you can't
teasing
keep
it.
doing this to me.
Just a tad little bit. The fact that Evil manages to defend their core from a pushing Angela.
And not only just that, Team Evil took the Lord away from NIP Flash.
Look at the base. It's just a 10th of its original health.
Now, NIP Flash needs to brace for impact right here. They kind of did not commit for that one, and now they're going to suffer a little bit right now.
Who would have thunk that an Angela is the one that is threatening your game?
It might have been possible if he sold his fleeting time just to get the Windtalker, just like a Diablo special kind of thing. Okay. Diablo 1v1 Boyette. Won't put him out to anything. Diablo's just clearing that ways, but Hades
putting all the damage as well. Hard guard will be committed by the side of Curtisi. Hades jumps all the way in, all trying to defend. Here comes the shadow kill on the bottom lane. Diablo, second skill already, trying to be a little bit immune, revitalized already. Pop Boy at 1v1 versus Diablo. Final electric blow will be able to run away, but Diablo down a little bit low. Oh my goodness, Diablo masterful on the Vendetta, but the main problem is still here. And every flash is already going to threat the Marquee. Double kill, takes down Hades. 3 men for the side of NIP Flash down. Vanix alone to defend this one.
With Vanix and Diablo left from the side of NIP Flash, they really don't have a lot of damage to really work up for them as Powerful threatens this game against NIP Flash.
15 seconds, Marky got his aim in force.
Marky's on the demo force right now, trying to walk under the car. Vanix is right here trying to buy a lot of time. It's supposed to and now the winter crown already activated by the side. Evo, it's a little bit too much for NIP Flash to hold.
They're playing it very this way.
No.
That's the macro play that we want to see. You needed to go in and proxy to ensure that there is no more waves that's just going to be running down to the middle lane, and that buys a lot of time for your team to come back out. Diablo knows that. He will be willing and happy to sacrifice himself just so that they have another shot at this game.
But Evil is just taking everything from NIP Flash. From a peak of 6,000 gold, right now it's tipping into the favor of Evil. And it's got to be attributed to that one play, Curtisi with the base rush, the failed base rush, just turning everything around. The waves are pushing in mid. That's a conceal play.
Diablo, 19 seconds right here. Evo needs to try to make something work right here, and this is the moment. Hades jumps all the way in, down a bit low. Vanix receives a hard guard as well. Zaman Force already activated. The burst damage from Marky just kills off Hades as well. Marky on the roll right here. This is Maharif is just popping off everybody from the side of NIP Flash. Bottom lane already broken.
3v4. 2 down.
Easy.
Got a wave pushing in.
Trying to push away Marky as well. Marky is the main problem right here. Diablo sticking onto Marky. Zaman Force already activated. Electrifying already committed. Vanix trying to go all the way in. Hard guard already committed. But then again, wait, is that a glue on Vanix and also Curtisi onto Vanix as well? And now it's going to be Evo clearing it up. Curtisi, the only one left. And Evo will be here to try to read. But there is no minions once again.
Oh my goodness. What is this cycle that Evil is playing into the hands of NIP Flash?
Hades taking things personal. He wants to take down Sailor as well. But no, he's playing it disciplined. They have ways to protect. Wait a minute.
No, don't be greedy.
No, okay, we're fine. We're fine for now.
Whoa.
We can take a seat, boys. We can take a seat.
Take a seat.
Relax, have a breather. It's 21 to 21 kills. Evo still holding on to the economy. The Lord has just popped up. There's a very extended team fight.
Boyan, this is not a good push that you want to be in. Hades, right before the Lord, he falls. NIP Flash, now 5 men. They managed to cycle Evo over and over and over and over again.
Massive find. Onto Powerful himself. Onto Boyette himself. No more retribution for this one. Looks like an uncontested Lord for NIP Flash. Unless Ken?
No way.
No, the waves are still pushing in to NIP Flash, to Evo's favor. So they have a little bit more time before Boyette comes up. They do have the high ground on the Eternal Guard. If Salo is able to defend against this, there might be another shot, but Evo has to hold on.
I hear a concealed play already. JPL looking for a target. Will be approaching, catching on to Ken. And now it's going to be the Marky immediately getting deleted by the side of NIP Flash. And now Hades will be trying to look for more target. Boy coming in just a nick of time. It will be going to Shadow Kill. Will be targeting onto Diablo. And now the Shuriken doesn't really connect onto the damage onto NIP Flash. And now Team Evo needs to try to defend the kick onto Vanix right here by the side of Powerful. But Vanix should be able to heal everything back up.
Lord marching on that top side, NIP Flash. It's round 2 for them. It's round 2. It's go time.
Here comes the bell. Here comes the dinner bell from the side of NIP Flash. They're trying to end this against Team Evo. 3 members from the side of Evo are still alive. NIP Flash, so they broke French and Hades. A mega kill, and they take game number 2.
My goodness. That could have been the tough game for NIP Flash. They tried to knock on the doors the first time, leaving Angela to do the job, but it was way too risky for Angela to sell everything just to get a win talker, but it's okay. They come back around again, and NIP Flash still managed to find the small little mistakes in between of the gaps of Evil's armors.
Absolute chaos.
But it's carefully orchestrated chaos, man. Man, this is such a fun game. This is just game number 2. And Evo's not giving NIP Flash an easy time up to the top.
Yeah, at this point in time, this Grand Finals is not about a game of perfect game. We are literally just looking at players trying to identify the mistakes out of the enemies, and whatever that they gotta do, they gotta have to take advantage of all of that. This is not peak performance, but this is peak entertainment.
Actually, yes, I am entertained. Are you guys not entertained?
Yeah, the moment that Angela like started that back door, everyone stood up. I was like, Angela.
I saw it. I was like, wait, what are the chances of Angela back
And
door?
no one's getting the TP back. No one's getting the recall back.
Here's the thing. No one would have expected that an Angela would be able to do that, because you would just believe that, yes, the core is probably enough to take down all of these ballistas, or rather, this single ballistas. But what Katizi did is that he made sure that he made a slow push in the top lane to make sure that he hold on to 2 ballistas instead of the typical 1 melee, 1 range, 1 ballista.
Wow.
If that's the case, I'm pretty sure that the core will be able to take it down pretty simply.
I'm sorry, Churros, I kid you not. Curtizi had the discipline not to use the hard guard, because had he used the hard guard, there wouldn't be a backdoor. But unfortunately, that costed NIP Flash that particular team fight.
But they knew about it. They knew that Curtizi was going for that backdoor. I mean, we'll be able to hear the mic check later on. Since it's a grand finals, every single after game, post game thing, it's a mic check.
To be fair, there is absolutely no stakes at all for, or rather no repercussions at all for an Angela to just go so deep in, because global presence, hard guard, you don't have to care about it at all. If I were to go all the way deep into the opponent's base, let it be. And the moment that I see anyone TPing back, or I know someone is coming in, I just hard guard.
Ooh.
10k PCU.
10k.
Not bad, thank you very much.
First milestone.
Concurrent. And this is 10,000. I believe that we can go all the way up.
We can.
We can go all the way up. All the way up.
Are you hinting us a song?
Maybe.
But hey, man, a potential 7 games, and I'm telling you, Zarate was wrong. Cheryl was asking like, hey,
it's
what's
not
the scoreline
in favor for Evil.
No, it's an even Stevens kind of game right now. It's anyone's game. It's an all-out brawl. In game number 1, game number 2 was just that close by a hair.
I kid you not, Churros. Remember the Team Evil's identity is that whenever they fight another team, usually even if it's a stronger team, they will somehow, somewhere find them, bring them to their level of scrappiness and beat them up, and that's where Team Evil truly shines. And NIP Flash fell into that trap.
We have a moniker for that.
Yeah.
It is the evil magic.
Yes.
And this
The
is
evil
where the
confusion.
evil magic is working.
Oh wait,
NIP
it's
Flash.
20k.
Hey!
Oh, it's 20k.
Oh!
We just hit 20k.
We do have 2 different codes.
So this is for 20k, so
Yes.
redeem that code right now, or take a screenshot and then redeem it later.
Exactly.
Actually, don't redeem it
Let
right
me-
now.
wait, hold on a
because,
second, let me just use my
because okay,
S34
while he's
Ultra
doing that,
to just
I
take
have
a
a
photo
question
of that.
before I
Yes.
move on to the MVP,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
To
yeah.
Jays. In MPL SG, do you think the NIP Flash's roster and Team Evil's roster is the strongest out of the entirety of the entire history of MPL SG?
You're asking an Evil's SG fan.
So what are you gonna say?
Where's Evos?
Where is Evos right
Where's
now?
Evos?
It's not here. It's not here.
Where's Evos?
You think this is the
Unfortunately.
best roster
This is
ever
the best.
produced?
Okay, for NIP Flash, I agree. This is the best
Okay.
roster that...
It's the dream team anyways.
It is a dream
You're
team.
putting JPL and Diablo. I mean, 1 season ago, 2 seasons ago, who would have thunk? But
Yeah.
right now, we have to see the MVP. Who do you guys got?
I got nothing.
Yeah, me too.
I got nothing.
Every one of them actually played
Everyone-
incredibly well.
Yeah, you can put an MVP in onto anyone for any reason at all, because they literally have got their own standout moment. You can slap a Curtis in there and I can understand why. You can slap Hades in there and of course I understand why, because he is that hyper carry of this game. Normally we don't use the term hyper carry anymore because it's no longer that kind of style.
Yeah.
We don't really funnel anymore. But in this very case, this is true hyper carry. Everyone, the way that they are playing, the heroes that they pick, is all about bruising. With a Ruby over to the gold lane, with a tank Benedetta, they're not meant to kill, they're not meant to execute, but it is for Hades.
I mean, he played a heck of a game, especially in the early game where he got like almost a legendary status, 7-0 and 3, and then he went a little bit too deep, a little bit too more aggressive, and then Evo likes to punish these kinds of aggressiveness.
I don't know, there's honorable mentions elsewhere, right? Like Curtizi, right? His hard guard timings and
Keeping
also...
Hades on point, yes.
And also, you know, the potential backdoor that could potentially happen as well.
It's all
With
about a macro
Diablo,
game.
I mean, they've got options, and I think NIP Flash loves keeping the options open. You could send Cortese down, you could send Diablo down, and I think Evil really has to find a way. I was talking about this in the Off the Desk segment. Evil, in order to win this team, this grand finals, they have to find a way to maintain their macro decisions. Because yes, you like to play team fights, but your macros need to be on point, and Boyette is the key. Let's take a look at the itemization breakdowns. Nothing really stands out to me, but yeah.
See Halbert for Boyette.
Look at Diablo's build. There's your answer, Jace.
Yeah, this is pretty nutty if you ask me.
But as a tank main, where's
the Thunderbolt is the best item right now, man. I kid you not. But see Halbert for Boyette, he's already starting to need to be able to deal with Diablo. In fact, if you notice, there's a 1v1 sequence between Boyette and Diablo, and Boyette's having trouble dealing with this full tank Benedetta.
It is very annoying, as you can pretty much tell. It's just a very annoying fly. It's just whizzing past over and over again, just kind of tickling you. But remember back to the concept that we talked about, right? Even though it is a tickle, if there's too many tickles at the same time, you are going to be laughing yourself to hell.
Yeah, I think at one point, NIP Flash, every single one of the 5 members had the Winter Crown. They just sold it off for a different item just to prevent Boyette's Shadow Kill, just to take them out. And I think that was a very, very smart move from NIP Flash. The adaptability, the versatility, and fast hands in order to buy the Winter Crown, use the Winter Crown, sell it off, and get another defensive item. I think that was a very, very smart move.
Of course, when it comes down to the rest of the emblems, one thing that I look out for is, of course, Diablo, right? We talked about the Revitalize before, but this is also a point in time where we gotta have to talk about the fact that Benedetta is already such a mobile hero. And yet, you slap on with an agility, you slap on with the Wilderness Blessings, and this is what we have. A Diablo Benedetta that's just all around the place and trying to get himself faster than Ken. But honorable mention to Ken, though. I will say that throughout the entirety of the early game, the late stages of the game, menace.
He is annoying. Like, beyond annoying, and he enabled Sailor and also Marky to output the damage as required, right? Because when you go into Split Flint, you're slowed down. Onto the Summon Force, you're infinitely slow. And then after that, if you want to turn away, hey, I'm on you right now. Do you see that one sequence where, who was it? Vanix had Cortese Hard Guard and also Ken on top of him? Literally, Vanix is carrying 2 people at the same time.
There must be a reason why he has massive
broad shoulders.
So that's like Vanix carrying Cortese and Cortese on. Actually, how does the mechanics work? I'm interested in the interaction.
I think
you still go on to
You still go on to Vanix. It's the same thing that applies. You're able to throw out your S1s, throw out your S2s. You bring the Angela with you, but because Angela doesn't have HP, it doesn't really quite matter. But in the meantime, you can't target the puppet strings onto the blue since the blues on Vanix. So it's just two very individual units that is on Vanix.
Sure. So if you use a Shadow Kill onto. Okay, never mind.
No,
but I do want to say what I do want to say is that both of these teams, their draft was perfect.
Yeah.
Boyette does very well with the Hayabusa. Evo likes to play the team fights. They play the team fights. NIP Flash trying to force a split push. They want to go for a macro play. But NIP Flash was much more smarter with their itemizations, especially on Boyette. They identified that Boyette is a threat.
Apart from that, I also agree with you. I would like to also double down on the composition, right? Evo, like I said, this is a clash comp, right? They really want a team fight. NIP Flash, this is a split comp. Technically speaking, Cortese can split, Hades can split, and
we
also
saw
Diablo
that
can
in
split.
that one Lord fight.
They can split up so many ways, and they're basically pulling Evo left, right, center.
Yeah,
no pun intended.
Bottom. Literally left, right,
Never
center.
mind.
Yeah. Literally, actually, it's kind of like top metaphor, but fair enough, right? As we kind of take a look at the top 4 players, or rather top 3 players, and we gotta have the same.
Look at the damage dealt.
With the highest amount of GPM, as well as 201,000 damage dealt, with Ken being the annoying one with a total of 95,000 damage taken, and of course Cortese, total assists 15 as the Angela, really annoying as well, and almost ending the game by his hands. Imagine losing a game because of love projectiles.
I mean, you lost to love, I guess.
The power of love.
This is the power of love, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, what I'm going to say. You know what's stronger than love?
Power of love?
Friendship?
Family.
Hi, Dom. I didn't know your name's Dom.
I was about to respond gravity.
Gravity. And gravity is stronger than family. But hey,
I mean, gravity is pretty deadly, is it not?
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah,
I mean, I was quoting Interstellar, but yeah.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Very, very engineer
Sorry,
kind of
I'm
thing.
still an engineer.
Yeah, but you know, one thing we gotta have to listen out for is what we were kind of asking for it.
Yes, I want to know
hear
what
it.
happens in the Angela.
Yeah,
I'm gonna look out for that fight.
Let's go.
Were they surprised? Let's take a look.
Hey, come. You push. I stand. I hold glue. Nice.
Take it.
I stand. I stand. Just give me. Nice. Hurry up, purify.
Tapos
Hurry.
I'm ending. Gagar, tapos yung art.
Just
Higher go back.
coming.
Harit. Nice.
Go long. Yeah. At the ship.
20 mile dito.
Okay. Look here. The K. Hurry. No, purify.
No verify.
Oh, yeah. Hurry. You got me.
Sorry.
Nice. No, purify. Okay. I bet.
Take art.
Stand. The glue on me. Higher, guys. Glue no ulti.
Higher out.
No flicker glue. Nice. Wait, shoot. Still got a lot. I stand.
Thank you, guys.
I think that one.
Nice.
At least for the mic check, I think is.
It was relatively calm.
Yeah,
Very
because
I was expecting more chaos.
It's just courtesy. Like he's very calm. And I'm ending. It's like,
I'm ending.
hey,
But-
Hayabusa's coming back to you.
Yeah, no one is really
Like hyped up.
responding
I
to
would
it.
be super hyped up if I was playing that game.
The thing is, I think that they themselves understood and realized that there's no way that you're ending the game.
If it happens,
if
it
it happens, it
happens.
happens. If it doesn't happen, let's not get our hopes.
What's that phrase that you like to use? Damned if I.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. A little bit wrong, not wrong, but a little bit different. From
Or like,
this
it
point
is
in
what
time.
it is.
It is.
It is what it is. Yes, it is what it is. Right?
You tried A for effort.
Yeah. At that point in time,
Shoot for the stars. If you miss, you
shoot
land
for the
on
stars.
moon.
Yeah, I mean, reach for the skies, right?
Reach for infinity and beyond.
Reach up for the skies.
I don't know,
I don't know
why
where
we're
we're going with this.
butchering
Yes,
all
you
the
do
different
Soar up
idioms.
high. Our dream, we all achieve. Huh? It's
Oh, is that at
National
home?
Day Parade song.
Is that at home?
No, reach up for the skies. It's literally reach up for the skies.
Yeah, that's a National Day song.
You know what? I'm confused.
Because
I
he's
don't
Malaysian.
understand what's
Oh,
going on.
right.
He's an
I'm
invite.
sorry.
Come on.
But okay, let's gonna really get onto it and
Yeah.
we just kind of talk.
I'm hungry, abstract.
Everyone else.
What time is it actually? It's,
It's
6:30.
McDonald's time. Because I'm
Perfect.
pretty sure that you guys know that the road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's, right? Because when it comes down to MPL season 8, all this action and experience, you can get all of these with the crispy crunch of the new and improved chicken McCrispy with McDelivery as well. We've got thousands of in-game diamonds that are up for grabs for you and the squad.
Think
But
about
I'm no longer in your squad.
You're
You
still
got
in.
the MPL tags, you
You're
guys.
still in. He
Yeah, I've got
doesn't
an
want to be
MPL
in.
squad.
He doesn't want to be in.
Huh?
He doesn't want to be in.
Yeah, because the squad says MPL, man.
Yeah, it's very stressful actually.
Hey, you know what?
He doesn't want to troll. He wants to troll.
You know, fun
Yeah.
fact.
Uh-huh.
The McCrispy, the chicken McCrispy with McDelivery is actually very, very calorie friendly. It's 684 calories. With,
Take it from someone that actually does calorie counting, okay? Take it from him, all right? No, this is not the place to strip.
Okay.
You count calories?
I do.
Look
Why-
at him,
why not,
duh.
man? You gotta get the six pack
Obviously,
on
but let's
for
not
all of
talk
those,
about
you guys.
that. Look at me. Makes sense as well.
So we're like,
I think we
we're
can go
on the opposite side of the spectrum.
I feel like
and
we're
then
gonna
you're like in the middle.
Alright, I think we got more calories cooked up somewhere, baked up somewhere.
You're talking about Croissant's Bakery,
Exactly.
is it? Ah.
It's all fooled up in here. So let's just move on over to Croissant's Bakery and listen to what he's got cooking.
What am I cooking? What are the teams cooking? I mean, that game was just absolute cinema. Like, I had probably like 8 different clips, and look, it is honestly what is an astounding game. I am absolutely baffled for words. But you know what? I do have to do this breaking down of games, so let me break it down for you guys. All right, so this game was really, really messy, right? And honestly, at the start, I think Evil's or NIP Flash started off really, really well. However, the issue was once, you guys mentioned it on the desk, Ken on the glue was just an absolute menace in the early game. He was pushing Diablo away. He was, tanking up, soaking up a lot of the damage that NIP Flash was doing. Hades, however, manages to take the lead. I believe it's 6-1 in almost 10 minutes in the game. So we all thought, okay, game was over, and NIP Flash is going to take this home. However, that was not the case, right? So I'm going to play this clip, and this is where we actually start seeing kind of Evil fight back. So we see NIP Flash trying to find a way to enter the fight. Powerful C's. Actually, Diablo getting a little bit aggressive, standing up forward a bit. He does use Wave the Dragon to kick him back to his team, but Diablo being really, really mobile, right, manages to get out of there. However, at this point in time, we see that Evil identifies JPL as caught out of position. Let's get on him. But at the same time, if you notice, the way that Vanix, Diablo, as well as Hades have positioned themselves, but they were looking at Marky this entire time. So once I'm going to let this clip play, I want you guys to look at where Marky's positioned, right? So Marky he thinks that the fight is over. He gets caught immediately. And once again, Ruby, what a really good pick. He uses I'm Offended to drag Marky into the fight together with Hades. And at this point in time, Kutizi joins in with the Heart Guard as well. Bursts down Marquis, and that is the source of damage which Evil has. So from this point in time, Evil has not, they're lacking the source of damage. So they have to run with the tails in between the legs, and unfortunately here, they're just not able to do too much. So this is actually where we see NIP Flash stepping up, right, and really securing the lead right now. However, I do want to pause this clip right and show you guys. If you look at the top left-hand side of the screen, you see that this is where they actually also push down the second turret of Team Evil. So this allows Kutizi to do what he does right now. So we see this, I believe this is the second Lord that actually comes up, right? And we see Kutizi, being the sneaky Angela that he is, pushing in all the way. He notices that the entirety of Evil is actually with the Lord, right? So if you look at the map right now, we see, all 5 members of of Evil here. So Kutizi rightfully identifies this as a backdoor opportunity. So he continues to push forward as Evil actually manages to secure the Lord. And just notice, right? Kutizi just hammering away. We see that Evil identifies this and starts making their way back. And it's just so close. I think NIP Flash had bought a lot of time in making sure and stopping the recalls of Evil, but they're not able to actually stop Boyette. And Boyette manages to use his OAG Shadow Kill. The crystal was 2 hits away. This game was supposed to end in 14 minutes, but unfortunately for Flash, they actually had another maybe 10 minutes left of this game. So we think at this point in time, Evil is really advantaged, right? They actually have the Lord pushing in. They have the Lord buffed minions as well, and they push all the way to the enemy crystal. Here, Marky does an amazing job of just dishing out so much damage to NIP Flash. However, the sustain of Kutizi was absolutely crucial in this fight. It bought them so much time. And if you notice, right, the way that NIP Flash maneuvers around, they go back to the fountain, they recover the HP, they come back out, making sure that their HP bars are refreshed. And if you notice, they're not trying to pick a fight this entire time. Their focus is to clear the minion waves. And this is crucial because it eventually allows them to survive this game. This is where we see, the Heart Guard once again being such a crucial skill for Vanix in his survivability. Eventually does get bursted down. And now with just Marquis as well as Sayla left, they're just not able to push in the minion waves fast enough. You see Sayla and Marquis just being brought down to 1/10 of their HP. And if you also see that JPL as well as Hades have spawned back. So they notice that this is the opportunity. There's no way for them to finish the game. They go back and the rest is, well, you guys saw the game. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm going to throw it over to the casters. Take it back, guys.
unfortunately, as much as we want to see the momentum coming in from Evil, they definitely have gotten to the point in time where they pretty much have got, Team Flash in a chokehold, but not quite enough to actually make them tap out just yet. But it will definitely be very interesting coming into the next game, because NIP Flash, they went for something completely unorthodox, especially Zarate bringing in the Tank of Benedetta with Revitalize, not the Petrify or anything. At least if it's a Petrify with Tank Benedetta, I think I can understand that. But with the Revitalize coming in, it's definitely a very different take coming in from that. And all in all, going back to the hyper carry kind of scenario, not something that I was expected coming into this game.
Yeah, because like usually you drop a marksman gold laner, right? But if you notice, Vanix is actually playing a very pivotal role in becoming a frontline, because remember we talked about game 1, he doesn't really have a frontline. Now he can peel for himself.
Yeah, I mean, he's multi-talented, being able to play Ruby to this extent, right? I mean, when it comes down to MPL SG thus far, we have managed to see a lot of these marksmen actually flexing into the Ruby, as they are needed. They are needed to go for this kind of flexibility, which I find it absolutely great, because Ruby, yes, it may be simple per se, whereby you just gotta spin, throw a wave, hook in, but when it comes down to actual gameplay and needing to play your very best, that is not something that you'll be able to pull off in such a big stage like this.
I tried pulling the Ruby gold lane, doesn't work for me. That's why I'm sad.
He's digging
his own grave.
Yeah, you're
I'm
making
to
it so easy right now.
Yes,
you're making it so easy.
Okay.
I'm not gonna get there.
Draft, it's okay.
I'll help you. I'll help you out. But draft, yes. Let's talk about the draft now. Okay, so let's take a look at this. We've got Phoveus and Angela being banned out from the side of NIP Flash.
They don't want to play the Angela again this time around.
Yeah, so one thing's for sure, they are first pick, first ban. Cho has always been pivotal for the first pick thus far, but would that be a ban-worthy cause for Evil? Because they know for sure
100%.
that Cho is something that NIP Flash will be able to use very well if JPL actually uses it.
Definitely. I think ban out the high loss, ban out the Juicing as well. Diablo and JPL, by the way, boast the most appearances in MPL SG's history, taking part in all 8 seasons. They used to be rivals, but right now they're teammates and they're friends.
Now, of course, being friends now, I believe that they have got really good chemistry going in, and of course, building up into this all-star team that we have seen before, and which actually managed to make quite a mark in the international scenes, and actually putting that little red dot on the map even brighter. So now, would it be a different case though? Because this grand finals is literally the stake of who can make Singapore even brighter. Will Evil be able to take all 4 games in this grand finals, or will NIP Flash still manage to retain their crown on top? So let's take a look at game number 2. Or rather, game number 3, Cho and Hayabusa taken away from the side of Evil. With NIP Flash actually flash picking down onto that Harif, it may very potentially be able to tell us a story whereby they just want to pivot themselves into just one game, all about team fight, with Minotaur being available.
There's going to be a Tigro slot though.
Tigro or Minotaur could very likely be the case here.
Yeah, and then Cortese might pick up the Aurora right here. I think that's the most viable option. Then you got zone control.
Sounds fair. I mean, if they kind of want to go for Tigro, I would say the Vexana will always be a better pair with the Tigro.
Tigro, Vexana, Tigro, Aurora. Aurora is much better because facing up against the Hayabusa, you got
wait.
Round. But that's going to be a Martis mid.
That's a Martis mid.
It's a Martis mid. It will take some time. I saw the background.
Yeah.
And the crowd goes wild. So Cortese special coming through.
Oh,
no more Vexanas, no more Auroras.
Oh, man.
All wrong.
Voyant is definitely not going to have a good game in this one.
Yeah. So as the thing resets,
guys,
we'll be able to see a Martis mid.
What have we turned into? The moment that we see a Martis, we immediately say that it's Cortese when it is such a jungle role.
2 pick, 2 bans, so 2 teams, 2 games were respected bans onto that Martis.
Such
and
condition.
100% win rate. So Cortese has never lost with that Martis. I think even last season as well.
Oh,
if we take it back to last season.
That dirty smirk.
Even international stage, he has not lost with the Martis yet.
Not yet.
Yes, in MSC, if I remember correctly.
Martis is a cheese pick, I would say, coming up from NIP Flash.
Especially
right?
just Cortese.
Do they have the answer though? Does Evil have the answer?
Well,
to this
the way you want to play this is Cortese is able to move around the map super fast. I think NIP Flash might be able to pick up a fighter slash Assassin really up to them, but Martis gives the extra oomph together with Diablo, who's already so mobile with whatever he plays. And Sayla going for the Fair in early to mid stage of that game. The Fair is going to deal a lot, especially with the Nether Realm. But in the late game, the pop from the Harris Synchrovision is going to just destroy the extra health that the Nether Realm has. So then you're buying a lot of time for the rest of NIP Flash to come in. So I'm not too sure why the Fairness is picked up here, just because Cho and Hayabusa likes to go into that backline, but I guess they want to snowball and have a death ball down. But fun fact, veteran of veterans, JPL has been in both MPL MYSG Season 2s to 6 and MPL SG Season 1 to 8 for a total of 13 seasons combined. Man,
that is what?
2017, 2018.
That's how many years is that?
20...
1 year is 1 year, 2...
1 year, 2 seasons, right?
So
no,
that
7 years.
6.5.
Yes.
6.5 years he's
7
been
years,
playing for MLBB.
This guy
is a legend.
And it looks like he never ages.
You know, every single season, and then we have like those like caster and pro player interview, and then he was like, no, this is my last season. This is my last season.
By the way, NIP Flash, that's a 1-1 ban.
Ooh, okay.
Okay.
On to Marky.
7 years, correction.
Oh, hands down 7 years?
Yeah.
Damn. 7 years. Okay. With a Ling and Fanny ban from the side of Evil as well, there's one thing that we're gonna have to take a note of as well. The amount of assassins that is currently available in the pool, I would say
Suyo would be a good option right here.
Suyo.
Very good mobility, very good tankability, very good sustain.
You got burst to set up for the Martis,
You got
and
burst.
after you got execution coming up on Suyo
You've got
as well.
peel from the Quell as well. The hold Quell. Like the arrow, the Eastern Shin arrow that Suyo has.
Okay.
And Nathan getting banned out, the death ball. Like, so Evil wants to pick all of this like marksman who's able to just hunker down and just deal a lot of damage. The 1-1 and Nathan is definitely on the bans. In NIP Flash definitely reading it out. I think the Beatrix would be a good option for Evil. I'm not too sure if they really want to pick it up.
I would say that NRP Flash have got a lot of potential for what kind of heroes that they want to play for the jungle. It's literally very open. But if we were to really kind of talk about, you know, records.
Marky's Claude. Wow.
Actually, back in M3, Marky's Claude is a respect band.
It is.
Claude.
Oh, fun fact though, even
not a
last
fun fact.
individual award was back in Season 3 when Powerful was awarded Best Rookie.
So much history lessons.
So long ago to call him Best Rookie. Oh,
He's really come a long way.
He's come a long way.
From a rookie and right now a veteran in the scene for 5 years already.
The leader.
Five seasons already.
Leader in the game and outside the game, making sure everything goes well for Team Evo. You're gonna have to give respect to this man.
NIP Flash, I think Suyo might be a good option right here, or Benedetta again. You wanna play that?
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Suyo Benedetta. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm the analyst.
And the Benedetta at that?
Here we go again.
Oh, I know that they wanted mobility. I mean, I know they wanted mobility, but I didn't think that they will go all the way through like that.
Yeah, this is very, very scary for Evil because so much mobility, so much early game damage, and you got so much peel for Martis to make a move. Once you hit that level 3 for Suyo, that's your power spike coming in, especially with Tigger opening up that map. This is going to be the glue again, but I don't think it's too much of a problem because Martis is definitely able to handle the glue. You've got iframes if you're Suyo, if you're Benedetta. Martis has CC immunity. It will be a very, very tough NIP Flash to break down. That's basically 4 fighters and 1 main damage dealer. So we'll wait and see how Hades will play this Suyo around, but that's so much movement, so much rotations coming down, especially in early to mid-stage of the game.
Is this a moment in time where we will once again see NIP Flash going all ham right at the start of the game, whereby they just jump into the opponent's jungle? That is something that very likely we'll be able to see, right?
Suyo has early game priority, like level 1, he's actually quite strong already. But Martis, of course, he can. Bene can do that as well. So it's like what? Evo needs to brace themselves from impact, especially Boyette.
5 seconds.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, game number 3. We set up the stage with such a high octane pace of a game from NIP Flash. Is this really one thing that will be able to get them a more decisive victory? We shall see.
Okay, Diablo scouted out. Boyette is actually on the top side. Martis just needs to wave clear. Oh no, he's just gonna rush all the way in.
Yeah, we'll be able to see a lot of early game rotations, but JPL, learning from games 1 and 2, he doesn't want to be overly aggressive, but powerful, trying to source out a little bit more information on where Diablo is. He's already very, very deep into enemy territory, and that's why you want the Benedetta on Diablo. Clear the waves, try to open up vision, try to just poke Boyette just a little bit more, be a super annoyance. An eye for an eye, stuns both of them, and Diablo gets out scot-free.
Now, of course, when it comes down to a Benedetta versus a glue situation... Oh, hold on a second.
Takes a lot of damage right here. Stu already used the flicker. Boyette down low a little bit. If he eats a concussive blast, it'll be his doom. And now Alpha is jumping onto Curtizi right here. Sayla pulls him all the way back. Goes into second skill just to try to get out of there.
Oh, Ghostbusters almost taking him down as well, but Hades makes his way down.
Marky,
very, very deep in.
BMI all the way back to safety. The damage from Hades is starting to show.
Very, very aggressive, these two teams, but this is what to expect when you're picking up super high mobility champions like the Benedetta, like the Suyo, and immediately just putting the heavy lane onto that gold lane, trying to give Marky a very, very tough time. But all this time, Boyette, the only target that he could get is Vanix.
Getting targeted down right here. Marky down a little bit low right here. 80s will be going in. Oh, the first blood. Looking for the second. Powerful will be able to dodge away. Sayla comes in to save the day.
This is so nasty, right? Suyo's surge, the tap surge, is basically like, it makes you invisible for just that split second, so you don't see him coming. Marky's already got a BMI down, so that's going to be a very, very fast reaction time for Marky if he wants to make it out alive, but very, very good call from NLP Flash. First turtle in question, NLP Flash in a very good position contest for this one. Level 4 for Curtizi, so that's going to be the decimate as well.
A little bit more, as Evil now has got a little bit more of a priority onto the turtle, as Ken is still being such a menace. With the first turtle coming up, we do have NIP Flash with 3 men. It's just going to be huddling up around the turtle and really want to get this piece of turtle soup.
Electo final blow, try to slow it down. Hades securing the turtle away. Ken goes to split, and NIP Flash walks away with turtle.
Actually, there's a reason why NLP Flash doesn't want to commit into a lot of these team fights. They're just buying time for the late game, because in that late game, Evil has to stick together. In NLP Flash, all of them are in attack mode right now. Bottom side, Marky.
BMI. Oh, sorry. Blazing Duet already committed. Doesn't land the damage, though. Vanix is in a lot of trouble. Powerful and Marky right now just putting a lot of pressure in the gold lane.
Evil actually has Swift on all their better emblems. Oh, pushed in.
That's a push in. The Concussive Blast as well. Hades joining in the fray. At the same time, top side, Boyette lands a skill on the Diablo. Diablo will be alive. We're revitalized, but powerful. Not so
I want to complete my sentence. But they just keep on fighting. But Evil, every single one of the members have Swift just to match up with the speed that NLP Flash is bringing onto them. They don't need to go for any of these fights because they have so much options for lane split push in the late game. JPL pushes 2 back. Sayla will get that pull back as well. No commitment from NLP Flash as Hades comes in.
Doesn't seem like he's able to get a stun down onto anyone just yet, though. It is, of course, a mini stun of 0.6 second stun, but at least it's going to be enough for him to be able to unleash every single one of his skills in one fell swoop if he does want to go for that very quick little burst of damage. But coming in with 4 minutes mark, we do have NIP Flash with a total of 2 kills, and Evil wanting to be really aggressive. We've seen this coming in from Powerful before. He's always just so aggressive with his Joe. But a little bit different thing is that Evil can't play around it.
Diablo coming for the flank. Electro flying the blow, allowing him to gap close just a little bit. Can zoning the members of NIP Flash away. Diablo still continue on the pressure. Evil will retreat.
The flank coming in from NIP Flash is really, really hard to handle if you're the side of Evil. Marky needs so much more time to scale up to that late game. But NIP Flash is super, super early game oriented. Second turtle already spawning up. JPL in position, trying to push everyone back. And Evil looking to hunker down until that late game mark where Marky gets his Holy Trinity.
I'm a bit concerned for Curtizi, right? Martis needs to find a snowball. He's not able to find any.
You don't have to. Just because you can just ramp up that tempo, you just wait for that last hit opportunity that Hades could present to you, that Diablo could present to you. True. And you just go ham on the decimate.
Yep, okay, NIP Flash takes the second turtle for now. In terms of late game, which team is a lot better?
It's kind of tough to really answer the question, to be honest, because when it comes down to each of these teams, they have got a very specific kind of win condition that they're just going out for. At least for the side of Evil, when they do have Powerful picking up the show, not only does it provide that that kick, you know, where you can definitely go for pickoffs with that kick. But what Powerful is giving for the team is a lot more about pacing, which allows the team to eventually head over to the later stages of the game, which will allow Marky to get that skilling that we required, and perhaps even for Boyet to reach the level that that Hayabusa eventually comes up in terms of power spike.
Well, it really depends, right, to your question, Jace. There's going to be a little skirmish up on the mid side, but I don't think Ken will take a brunt of the damage, but hold on.
Oh, he's taking a lot of damage, though. Hades, the damage started to pour in, but he's unable to find any form of kill. This is a very low kill game.
I think they're just gonna go kind of slow, steady, and ensuring that they don't make any mistakes. Because remember how I talked about what I said about game number 2, right? It is a game of capitalizing on mistakes. So the main thing for both teams is that they understood that we need to make no mistakes.
Will be able to land onto the kick, but Implosion coming up from JPL will be able to try to save the day. Netherrealm already quickly committed, blazing the well from the side of Marky as well. Vanix joining in the fight, but Hades will get possessed by Ken. Flicker's already committed Shadow Kill onto Diablo. Electro final blow right there to save his day. Boyet kind of go in for a second round. Revitalize Pop to try to make sure Diablo stays alive.
Well, both these two teams, they're just punishing each other's aggression. If Evil goes in first, NIP Flash comes in with the stun. If NIP Flash goes in, Evil tries to punish them. And so it's just late game for both.
Zaman Force laying down the damage coming up from Vanix is dead though. Powerful purified. The kick from the side of Powerful. Can stepping forward. Kurtizi, the dunk will be there to try to save the day. We'll be going for more. Can take a lot of damage from the side of Vanix as well. Hades sneaks away the turtle. And now he's looking to join the fight. JPL comes on in. Does have the conceal. Doesn't have the ultimate though. Maybe he's trying to push. Can take a lot of trouble and damage coming out. Hades Blitzman already committed. Vanix takes down the mid lane turret and can possess Hades just in the nick of time. But Kurtizi will be still there to raise his hand.
There's so much close-up skills from NIP Flash, right? You've got Hades chasing up, but Boyet not of the woods just as of yet. Diablo chasing him down.
That's a kick. Landing onto Vanix though. Sayla will be trying to pull Vanix all the way back. Zaman forces damage! Onto Powerful Hades! Unleashed onto Sayla.
This is a high team game that I'm talking about. This is absolutely insane.
The burst damage from Hades is a little bit too much. Boyet coming in for the assassination. We'll be able to find Kurtizi for now. Diablo will be trying to push it on. Netherrealm will be committed by Sayla. Hades on the other Boyet! Oh no! The wall got closed! Someone slammed the door on him!
It's super unfortunate. It's Diablo trying to get away and Hades keeping up alive with a stun on Sayla. That's a lot of damage.
Hades will be get kicked right now. Split right here. Get possessed. No way for you to run. That's a shutdown given over the side of Evil.
Lots of shutdown goal. That's a consolation prize for Team Evil. Suffering so much more. NIP Flash up 5,400 gold lead. And Evil just hunkering down. They just need Marky to get online. They're banking on that, counting on that.
Yeah, but then Marky got shut down in the early game, right? 2 deaths already. They were putting a lot of pressure down bot. They crack open bottom lane. It's not the really safe lane for Marky anymore. And NIP Flash unlocks Vanix to go and roam around the map.
I mean, we're talking about 5,200 gold lead from the side of NIP Flash. The way that they are just kind of paving the way is absolutely gorgeous.
Powerful.
Now,
Flicker! JPL will be following him. That's a push. Electro final blow as well. Marky all the way in the back line. Cannot really join the fight as well. Boyet trying to go for the shadow kill as well. Marky blazing the way. Will be a committer by the side of Evil. But then the damage coming up from NIP Flash is starting to go through. And Vanix will be able to just dish and dash around. Dashing forward just a little bit. That one hit. Look at Marky. That HP bar.
That is a very long fight. I mean, just throwing out all of these skills and ultimates, but in the end of the day, there's only like one death from the side of Powerful. And you can very clearly tell that NIP Flash, they tossed out everything that they needed to do. You know, Electro final blow, we've got Marty that went in for everything with all the dunks, and let's not forget even the Zaman Force. Ultimately, there are definitely a couple of members from the side of Team Evil that took a lot of damage, but in the end of the day, not quite enough to really get a kill.
That's a huge gold deficit. Yeah. That's what a huge gold deficit does to you. So now, NIP Flash took down that Lord. It's marching down. It's definitely going to be on mid side.
Shadow kill. Second skill to try to burn, buy just a little bit of time. Damage reduction coming in clutch, but JPL will be there. Here's a kick as well, and the knock-up. Boyet will be able to get on away safely.
You know, Abstract, NIP Flash is not giving us time to talk. It's all J's all day, every day. It's like action happening every single time, and that's precisely what NIP Flash needs to do. Evo needs to find a way to slow down the tempo, slow down the momentum, but it's so hard as all three lanes pushing in, Lord marching down on the bottom side.
Not only the bottom side is pushed out, we do have Diablo that's trying to get a push down in the top lane. The middle lane, T2, is definitely going to be under siege very, very soon as well. Evil now going to have to play possum, right? Waiting for the perfect time for Marky and Boya to eventually come up on lane. Speaking of Marky.
Off the screen. That's going to be Marky getting assassinated. BMI not really safe anymore. Now Ken getting stuck in no man's land. The spin will be there, but okay, hold on. Powerful. Trying to knock up, but there's no damage coming out from Evil right now.
If you squint hard enough, there is a chance, but Ken...
Where you going, my friend? Where are you? Oh, wow. Ouch. What was that?
It was just Vanix doing Vanix things.
The damage from Vanix.
Yeah.
It's already here, and now Electro find a blow to try to juke, allowing Evil, pushing Evil back. There's a turret cracked open by NIP Flash. The damage, though, look at Hades. Just one shot, Marky, half HP.
You gotta say, the Revitalize definitely did manage to keep NIP Flash just kind of constantly on the edge and constantly just right in the face of Evil. Now, Diablo doesn't seem like he's gonna be having a good time though.
Well, yet does have the Shadow Kill. Will be activated, Hades!
Such a bait! Diablo emoting!
No,
he deserves that!
That's not how he goes with the side of Evil. That's not how you want to go! And Powerful, you're on the wrong way!
Oh, he's buying a little bit more time for Evil to get online. Marky already with 3 kills. Powerful kicking back, but not enough. Hades finishes off as a sever.
NIP Flash, just looking at Team Evil that's already broken. The Purify already used as well. NetherRealm committed. Marky going to Blazing Duet. Can't try to buy some time. Does have the possession ready and up and going and ready to go. Trying to look for a target to jump onto. Will be able to find Curtizi. Winter Crown right there trying to save his life as well. Marky will be stepping forward. The damage doesn't roll through. And Vanix!
Oh,
no, that's going to be Curtizi. That will be able to pick up the kill along the way.
Evil doesn't need to fight this. Evil, NIP Flash is baiting you out. They want to cycle you all the way through. And Evil is it's just not giving themselves a chance. They just need to hunker down and just try to get that defense because the Trinity, the Holy Trinity from Marky is not yet bought.
This is the point in time where it starts to get a lot tougher for Evil, right?
It does.
The Lord is just not working for Evil. With the fair fact that we have a heavy lane in the bottom lane while the Lord is at the northern side,
Hades,
it's gonna be tough.
Assassination already committed. Busted down. Powerful. No more peel from Team Evil.
10,000 gold lead. This is a very, very speed run draft from NIP Flash.
They're hungry.
This is tough. This is absolutely tough. I mean, Evil is definitely going to be wanting to go for a little bit more. Even though we're looking at a 10,000 gold deficit, to be very honest, Evil still seems as though they are surviving relatively well. But there will be one point in time where Hades will start to really hurt, as you can see.
He's already hurting right now. We'll be able to just jump away, but yet slash and dice. Hades down low just a little bit, but Evil still needs to deal with him, Lord marching down an open lane.
So it's all about slicing and dicing as Diablo just kind of teasing Evil just a little bit, just kind of hanging a carrot right in their face, if I may say that. Now, of course, we do have the Lord is just going to be marching down to the bottom lane. It's a very heavy lane. Unfortunately, the top lane and the middle lane doesn't really quite seem to be able to go for a well enough of a push. But Vanix making full use of the Lord is making full use of the fact the Lord is there. Brings it down.
Electro final blow allows Diablo to run away. Does have the immortality.
Wow.
He's safe.
Oh man, he's playing with death, man.
I feel like this particular game, remember in game number 2, Evil pulled the NIP Flash down to the level, beat them up.
Yeah, this game is total dominance from NIP Flash. Taking a look at itemizations, it really does not matter. Even for Marky, he's got a Holy Trinity, but he can't seem to do any damage because the entirety of NIP Flash has almost full builds. There's a 12,000 gold lead in the 13th minute of the game. That's a minute, 1,000 gold per minute gold lead for NIP Flash, and they're keeping that lead up.
Yeah, I want to hear. Actually, I don't want to hear the mic check anymore. I want to hear the team room mics.
Yeah, let's just speed
I feel Zarate must have scolded them. Game number 2 was a disaster. Let's pull it back together, and man, NIP Flash managed to pull all together in this one.
Oh man, the base of the base coming in from the recall. Can you feel the ground shaking?
I love it.
Whenever they do the emo, the ground shakes.
Yeah, you can feel the ground shake from...
I love it.
That's just how strong that horse is. I can totally see Churros as the horse.
I could cosplay it for Halloween. It's coming up.
I definitely
don't want to see
do
it.
not want to see that.
Thank you. Keep my eyes fresh with Roto, man.
Oh man, I don't know. This is such a tough game for Evil. I don't know if they can defend against that next Lord. If that is NIP Flash's game plan, then it's done for Evil because they don't really have that much high ground. In this stage of a game, the Nether Realm is practically insurvivable. Like, you can pop it, but it would just keep you in place.
I think the main thing is it just negates a single source of the damage, right? You kind of negate that part of that. Anything that you believe that is going to be like crazy burst, I think that you just pop it for the sake of nullifying that kind of damage. But looking at NIP Flash,
what are they doing in the mid lane?
They're just doing
dancing.
some emo.
They're just dancing. But
emotes.
But yeah, for I think for the Nether Realm, the main thing that you want to use it for is probably the S2 of Hades. I don't think that anyone else does like crazy AoE burst damage.
No, but Hades' skill 2 actually does 20% of your missing health, so that's quite a bit. Boy, Diablo added again with a 1v1, but Diablo is just toying with him.
Yep. Bursted down the Lord, easy catch. What is that? NIP Flash.
It's
Evil. Just waiting for impending doom.
We're back down to tranquility.
Every time that happens, then the entire arena shakes.
I love it.
Look, I'm asking for tranquility. Calm tranquility. Because both teams, they're just huddling up within of their own confines of the jungle, waiting for the perfect time to really just come in and launch an attack.
Okay, Hades, I'm freezing that top lane for now. Freezing that mid lane, top lane for now. Vanix is shoving mid. It feels like Evil needs to just brace for impact for this one.
Yeah.
Diablo, where are you going?
Oh man, there's gonna be a pause right here. Almost in the midst of fight.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, that is NIP Flash with a 13,000 gold lead at this point. It will be so hard. It's not impossible, but it'd be very, very difficult for Evil to come back into this game. Marky has his items, he's got a Holy Trinity, but there is no way they can do that much damage, especially not onto Cortese, not onto the iframes that Diablo is bringing out, not onto the iframes that Suyo can bring out as well with the with Hades. And he needs to time his skills really, really well. And the fact that the Cho was picked up, there's a single target, there's not a lot of AoE clock control that Evil could play around with. They don't really have much options.
Well, we're gonna go for a quick little troubleshoot for now. Just make sure everything, because if you notice how suspiciously weird how Diablo is walking, right? Just walking right into the base of Team Evil. So we're just gonna give them a little bit of time to basically resolve that one. Shout out to Rockhard as well for appearing on chat.
Oh, he's in chat.
Yeah, hello.
Oh, Rockhard. MPL PH, let's go.
Yeah, man. I mean, right here, Boyet and also Marky. I mean, there are two Filipino imports on the side of Team Evil. This is the first time that Team Evil, a true blue Singaporean community team, that brought in two imports, and it's been working really well. They've gelled really well. And of course, need not to say Hades and Cortese. You've seen them before.
Exactly. We do
Diablo
have
the lover
very
boy
strong
on the screen
imports
right now.
Yeah, I mean, a good thing is he's pretty tanky. So at least he should be able to kind of walk right out of it, or at most just gonna expand out the Electro Final Blow.
Unless if he really does walk in and really gets a death, I think. If for sportsmanship, I think if Evil just lets him okay, we're just gonna leave you alone. And then we'll just reset for the next fight.
But even I myself wouldn't blame that, because I mean, 12,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
Just give up 200 gold.
What's the KDA for better dead?
But never give up, never back down, never
107. So there's no bounty on him.
Yeah, true.
So it's flat 200.
That's still not too bad.
We don't get it 500 gold, for example, killing onto Hades. I think if the moment they kill Hades, they should be able to get 500 gold for the killer.
Yeah, the bounty on his head is quite a big fat stack. So.
Well, as of now, I mean, it was a dominating game, right?
It is.
It's exactly what I was talking about, right? Like how Team Evil Team Evil Magic brought NIP Flash down to the gutters and fight scrappily, and now this time around NIP Flash is okay, we'll not play your game, you play my game. I'm gonna bring you up to this kind of level where they usually used to play, and then they'll fight you again.
But once again, this is just something that they could do because, hold on a second.
Oh, there's a fight already, and it seems like we're gonna be dropped in hard right into it. Blazing Duel already busted down Marky. Vanix will be credited for the kill, and the core, NIP Flash taking game number 2. 3. I cannot count.
Game number 3 taken by NIP Flash. That's 2 wins in a row for NIP Flash now. A little bit of an anticlimactic ending to that, but the main thing is NIP Flash manages to get themselves this win. Now, of course, I do definitely want to see Evil going back at it again, right?
Yeah.
Because this is what I will call the NIP Flash cheese.
It's a very momentum breaker.
Yes,
Two games in a row and trying to get back in. It's back to the drawing board and everyone's just like, oh man, you did wrong. This is what you did wrong. We just have to raise everyone's morale.
Right. There's definitely a lot of things that we can say using idioms for this game, right? Or rather for the next upcoming game. Whereby if NIP Flash were kind of to pull off the Martyrs again, this is a moment where we just kind of ask, or rather say that fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, or something along the lines. I don't know, you or me, swap. But yeah, I don't think that NIP Flash would want to do the same thing again. But to be fair, if it ain't broken, why fix it?
I feel like it's just NIP Flash. It's not about just the draft, I think, Churros and After. I feel like that you can sense that NIP Flash is finally back on form, right? Game number 1, yeah, it's a little bit odd.
Warm up,
fine,
Warm
I'll
up.
give them that. Game number 2 is like, you shouldn't be taking that fight. But Team Evil likes fighting, all right? But at least this time around, they're playing like the gentleman's chess.
Yeah,
and they are good at this gentleman's chess instead of a thug brawl in the mud pit.
But to be honest, even though we're looking at what, a 12,000 goal lead in favor for NIP Flash, a part of me just don't really quite see that big of a gap when it comes down to damage in this case, right? I mean,
Actually, there's a lot of damage difference. Like once Suyo goes in with the Soul Sever, basically everyone's just
just
down.
mostly on the Suyo, right? Because I think they're just generally a very tanky team.
Along with the Synchro Vision from Vanix, I think the entirety of the team is just dealing a ton of damage. But I have to disagree with Jace before going into the MVP though. I feel like first game, they're trying to figure out what Evil wants to do. And they've already cracked that code in game number 2. They like to punish aggression. They like to play a little bit safe. This time around, I feel like they're trying something new. This is a very, very different NIP Flash where every single one of the members are super, super hyper aggressive in the mid stage of the game.
Now, the question is, MVP, is it really going to be Katizzi?
Hades, I think.
Hades?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hades with the Suyo.
9-1-5 on the Suyo, the one that you called out. Perfect addition to this team. I gotta have to say, same thing as always, right? Every single one of these players picked out a hero that really complements with one another, and as much as possible, I want to see that Katizzi getting himself the MVP again, picking up that Martyrs, because that is basically one of the main pivots that allowed Hades to kind of play this aggressively, allowed the team to get that kind of aggression, getting himself total priorities, and perhaps even dominate the river line throughout the entire game.
Yeah, I gotta say as well, Hades does a very good job adapting to how you use Suyo, because there's a Mortal and Immortal form. Mortal form does a little bit more damage. Immortal form allows you to engage first, sustain a little bit with the Soul Sever, and then wait for the teammates to come in. In the early game, he always uses Assassin form. In the mid game, you use Immortal form. In the late game, you're back to Assassin form because you want to go in there, do as much damage, and try to get out. And the fact that he's very versatile on this hero makes it a very, very strong pick in the to adapt to the win conditions that you need throughout the entirety of the game. The good thing is that NIP Flash has played a heck of a game that just denies Evil from coming back at all. I also want to point out that the fact that I think Suyo isn't... yes, he's the MVP, but he's not the main thing that Evil has to watch out for. It's the Benedetta.
It's the Benedetta.
It is, because Boyette is always being harassed in the jungle, and it is Diablo's fault. And Diablo is super annoying on the Benedetta.
And not only just Diablo harassing Boyette, right? Diablo is always there receiving most of the damage, and after that, bugger out. And you basically wasted all the damage onto Diablo, and then after that, you heal, revitalize. And
yes, sir.
And he's very slippery. He goes in, he takes all the attention, and walks away.
I think that this is kind of like the winning formula for Diablo, right? It's kind of like a win-win scenario for NIP Flash and Diablo himself. Diablo himself loved the Benedetta, but because of the fact that it's assassin meta already, you can't exactly play the Benedetta in the conventional way and build damage like the way that we've seen Diablo do. But hey, if you're able to play the Benedetta, you build tank and you somehow manage to find yourself some value in team fights and some value in the pacing of the game, I think that Diablo will be very happy to continue doing this.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is, it's movement speed and rotations that always makes NIP Flash win out. In the first game, I know they got that Cho, but it wasn't enough, especially in the mid stage of that game, to deal much impact onto Evil. And right now, they found their groove that Diablo being on the Benedetta, being a super annoyance onto Boyette, onto anywhere on that map, and you blink, Diablo just appears right next to you. And this is something that Evo has to consider. Maybe give up that Cho. You don't have to ban it out because you faced it once before. And they're always like prioritizing, hey, let's just give Powerful the Cho. Let's just give Powerful the Cho. But I feel like the Tigreal might work out much better in his favor because it's much more a AoE setup, and he plays it a lot better. Yes, you might not be able to dash out of certain situations, but it allows your team to sort of like build onto your setups.
I mean, one thing that we're gonna have to consider is the fact that technically playing the Tigreal and getting a team composition that kind of works around Tigreal is also a lot easier to play as compared to using a Cho, which is very mechanically tough to do. And also the fact that you're gonna have to allow your team to get the pacing that they want, you know, be able to just give information, be able to deal enough damage just so that your team will be able to get the execute down by your bruising capabilities. That is a lot of things that Powerful gotta have to do. The moment you kind of switch it over to a Tigreal, I think that this number one, you are able to deny JPL from picking Tigreal because he's been playing Tigreal for 3 times already. So you gotta have to, number one, remove the Tigreal away from JPL and perhaps just play your conventional Evo Magic by just going all in Wombo Combo Unga Bunga, which we have seen throughout the entire season. It's always been that case. If you have the juice in, play the juice in with the Phobias, with the Harif, that kind of stuff. Play Aerial Denial or play just massive AoE.
Yeah, to be honest though, I feel like for the side of Evo, the draft of Theramis wasn't too optimal, especially in the early game. You don't really have a lot of presence.
Yeah.
When you're facing up against the Martis. I know it was picked up right after the Martis was picked because it was the last pick before the second phase ban. But I feel like they want to go for a death ball strategy, but it didn't work out well because every single time the Netherrealm was popped, it's just to save someone, and Zayla has to commit himself into the midst of team fight in order to get the Netherrealm aura around his teammates. But how you want to use Netherrealm is sort of like, yes, let's use Netherrealm, get a death ball situation, and just fight front to back, and everyone just pummel their way through like a true shot barrage, right? So it's a lot of interesting situations where Sayla could utilize this Theramis, especially in the early game, but I feel like, yeah, from lane-to-lane matchup, the mid-lane duo, JPL and Curtizi, does way better.
A quick little note is that Evil can definitely improve in the macro for this game because one thing's for sure, they didn't manage to get value for value kind of trades whenever they are losing people. They are not really putting themselves very strongly in the lanes per se, and it's really difficult for them to do so. There is a lot of movement in the river line to the point that I think that they are overcompensating the fact that NIP Flash is just moving around as a whole. There's one thing that we always learn to do in ranked games, for example, is that if you know that you are in a losing fight whereby a lot of people rotated to the bottom lane, you know that you can't defend it anymore.
Do some
Take the
trades
tower
elsewhere.
somewhere else.
Yeah, correct. I think that's where, you know, the stark difference when it's on NIP Flash and also Evo is that NIP Flash, they pull out quite a few varieties of rosters, right? This is more, this can be a split push and also a clash comp, right? An Unga Bunga comp, right? Or it could be potentially a pick comp once they have JPL with implodes on one person. But Team Evo, on the other hand, it seems like every game that we've watched thus far in the Grand Finals is just that they always want the team fight. That's their strength, but they're unable to change it into something else.
Now, of course, now that we look at the other parts of the game, the 4 best players of the match, of course, with Hades with a total of 855 gold per minute, boy oh boy, Vanix with 125,000 damage dealt, and of course Ken being the very annoying glue over and over again, 70,000 damage taken, and Diablo, best wingman, 10 assists on that tank Diablo with that revitalize.
You know who you want as a wingman? A lover boy. But actually, it kind of not makes sense. Then you lose out on the one that you want to chase because you go for your wingman
then
instead.
Takes your date away.
That's right.
So you would never kind of want Diablo to be your wingman?
But then you kind of want him to be a wingman
No, I
because
mean,
he gets the best
if I'm
ladies.
asking Diablo, I'll be just looking at him most of the time, so there's no point.
Seek help.
I seek help. Oh, PCU!
Oh, yay!
Oh!
Well, that
This is 30K.
30K. We could go even higher. 50,000. That is what we want to go, right? But hey, why are we shooting so low? Shoot for the skies.
Are we going to do that again?
I want you to break.
for the skies.
I want you guys to break this graphic, yeah? Don't forget, you can also redeem your code with the code that you see as well. So thank you so much for supporting us, MPL Singapore Season 8 as well. But you know what? Break this graphic, okay?
Yeah, break it. Like,
break it.
Go way past
Go way
it. Like,
past
way
it.
past
Tell
it.
all your friends
I want to
watch.
see like that thing go all the way off screen.
I want to
wanna
see
like.
I want to see production basically like panic.
Like panic and like, we don't have the graphics.
Oh, remember back in like season 5, it was 105% JPL Diggy.
Oh,
it's just from that graph. 105% kill
We're like,
participation. Diggy.
wait, the math ain't mathing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it was like, what?
How do you get 105%?
And it was like clipped all over YouTube. It's just crazy. It's just
I remember
crazy.
that. Good old times, good times.
Yeah, it is.
But of course, I gotta have to say, 3 games in already.
Yep.
We're moving into the 4th game very soon. And I just want to see how both of these teams eventually evaluate the performances and kind of gain experience out of these games. But before we even jump in over to the analyst and then the next game, we gotta have to listen once again to what happens in the game for game number 3. Let's hear it out.
Flick up. See. Just blue. Blue, flicker. No choke. Eh, the higher no ulti ah. We can look to end now, guys. We can look to end. Just fight first. My friend still ulti. Mid no passive. Yeah, I think we just fight. Okay. Double okay.
Nice.
Nice. Hey guys, we can fight.
You said, you okay?
No, bomb the pay. Yeah.
Hey, you guys go not, guys.
I'm good. Nice.
I start alert.
Yeah, just.
I'm in the wave. Chill.
I got ready.
I'm on the way.
Nice, bro.
Yeah.
Naka.
Again. Hey, frame miss. High ulti.
I tower lucky.
Same. Okay. Nice.
Nice one.
Actually, don't need pause now. This time.
Since we are kind of back to that calm NIP flash that we have heard before, right?
Yep.
I will say the game number 2, they were definitely a little bit more tense. But coming into game number 3, they're starting to soften up a little bit.
Game number 2 was a very close game. Game number 3, they were dominating the entire game.
That's right. It feels like game number 2, the office was hit by a hurricane.
I wonder what happened.
Paper everywhere and stuff like that. Game number 3 is like, this is a normal day in the office.
It's like nothing ever happened.
Nothing ever happened.
Like,
there was a hurricane in game number 2.
What they did just really, really well. JPL want to go into to proc the purifies, to proc the battle spells and the flickers and all of that. And then the rest of them follows up. They know that, okay, we got what we bargained for, and let's back off. So every single thing works super, super well.
It's a very methodical approach coming from them, I gotta have to say.
That's why I talk about gentleman's chess.
Evil though. I definitely want to expect a little bit more out of Evil.
Definitely.
Considering the fact that they did a pretty darn good job thus far, right? They definitely made game 1 and 2 hard for NIP Flash.
Yep.
Game 3, yes, it is definitely a little bit more one-sided, but I think that this is a point in time whereby they managed to experience how is it like to face up against NIP Flash, especially with this high-octane kind of pacing, which I'm not too sure whether they can have went against this before.
An answer for a very high-octane pacing? Man, I don't know. But, that's just our opinion right here.
Yeah, this is all just ours. Perhaps Croissant in the Croissant Bakery will be able to tell us a little bit more about it. So let's just pass it right over back to him.
Hey, thanks, guys. This game is basically macro 101, I feel, for the side of NIP Flash. The way that they drafted their lineup, they were really focused on the mobility side of things. And I think you guys have highlighted that perfectly. All right, so I have just 2 short clips to show you guys. So let's get straight into it. So for the first turtle fight, right, we noticed that at least Vanix as well as Kertizi have identified that, hey, look, Sailor looks a little bit out of position. So let's burn the Zanman Forest as well as the S2 from Kertizi to try to catch him out. At this point in time, Powerful on the top side of the jungle identifies this, and he's like, maybe Sailor is gonna get caught out. He's gonna be in a little bit of danger. So let me come in and see if I can use a Jikundo with the Dragon combo to kind of see if I can find a pick here, right? But at the same time, we have Hades as well starting up the turtle. So this is kind of like a three-prong situation that's happening at this point in time, and this is really, really well identified, I think, by the side of NIP Flash, because at this point in time, there are two kills up, 4K gold lead, so they want to kind of distract Team Evil from being able to contest the turtle, because if Team Evil manages to get the turtle, then that is the ticket back in, right? So I'm going to let this clip play out right now. So we see CL actually surviving. Powerful here just gets caught out, and he's just unable to do anything, right? So once again, this is really, really unfortunate for the side of Evil, because Evil is just not able to do anything. Right here, Hades gets the turtle and then joins the team fight. So we see at this point in time as well, you know, I mentioned high mobility, right? High mobility is just everyone's mobile on the side of NIP Flash. So we see Diablo, who is just kind of farming on his own side, at the top side of their jungle, starts to come in and join the fight later on. So if you think about it, the fights are very multi-layered and multi-factor, right? Once you think you're done with a fight, you have another member of NIP Flash coming in. So this is a really, really smart move by NIP Flash, not only distracting the team fight away from from the side of Evil, but also kind of shutting down any kind of opportunities Evil has to come back in. Well, this game was honestly really one-sided, so there's not much to talk about, but they kept doing this over and over and over again. So I'm really excited to see what NIP Flash has for us in the next game. Guys, back to you.
Well, with just a little bit more games to go until NIP Flashman will be able to get himself the victory. But obviously, us on the desk, we do not want that, right? As much as some of us may have a little bit of an idea about, oh, okay, I want this team to go win, blah, blah, blah. But on the desk, all we want to see, full 7-game series.
Let's go.
Yeah,
your entertainment is our entertainment.
You know, our predictions are also like, you
suffering
think I
is my
thought who confirmed?
Oh my god, you think what? We back to NS?
Yeah, you think I thought who confirmed? You know who helps us confirm a little bit more? I gotta say,
I don't relate.
This tablet though.
Okay, that I can relate.
That he can relate.
That I relate. I've been using it.
It's such a good help for all of us.
I gotta have to say, as everyone can say hello to Samsung's latest Galaxy Tab S10 Ultra, your intelligent studio on a massive canvas. In fact, it actually just launched in Singapore a few days ago. So what's special about this new Tab series? You'll get to see like how we are using it at this point in time, right?
We're watching you.
Is that it comes pre-equipped with Galaxy AI. It's a perfect work and play companion to maximize your productivity and fun. At this point in time, you just gonna swipe a little bit. I show myself the bottom tab, and with the Galaxy AI with Google, we'll be able to kind of circle and search, and I'm searching the bottom, and boom, you will be able to see the Galaxy Tab S10 series at the bottom. That is the search result that you'll be able to get. You'll be able to, of course, immerse yourself in unparalleled clarity with its massive 14.6-inch screen. You can pretty much see it's bigger than my face, right? With incredible resolution as well. It's of course enhanced with vision booster and anti-reflection technology. It completely reduces glare and of course improves visibility under any lighting condition, keeping your screen very bright and clear in any environment, even if the sun is glaring right at the screen. I know that a lot of you guys may have a lot of issues about this, and when it comes down to my phone and my tablets that I use, there's no problems with lighting conditions at all. Trust me.
I'm really loving it right now. I'm using it to not only just read the stats and also just take a look at, basically a lot of things all at the same time. It's been a really helpful partner, especially when I'm casting.
Right, because when it comes down to multitasking, this is just definitely a beast with its real estate 14.6-inch, guys.
Can do a lot.
You can do so much. Like normally, when it comes down to any other tablets out there in the market, like trying to go for a split screen like this, there's no way you can get 3 and you still have a very clear, visible view of what you're doing.
Yeah, because if it's the tablet's small, the words get a little bit small, so it's like counterproductive.
Yeah.
But this will help you boost everything. And now we have to go to pick ban. Let's go.
Yeah, so let's take a look at this. With Evil going in for the first pick, first ban, while NIP Flash onto second pick, second ban. With Khalid as well as Juicin that's already thrown over to the batting pool. Chip as well as the Harif is also going to do so as well. Angela says goodbye as Evil responds in kind. NIP Flash now they're gonna have to make a couple of decisions, right? When it comes down to Evil, they have been prioritizing on the Cho quite a bit. Do they just want to give away the Cho, or do they just want to do something about this?
This is the first game in the entirety of this series that Zarate actually banned out the Harith. So we won't see a Harith, we will see a very, very different marksman in the gold lane. Carrot's still not prioritizing the Benedetta, but I hope they don't prioritize that Cho. Try to go for something a little bit more tanky. That used to be a high loss spot, so Zarate might ban it out.
Now, there is, of course, quite a lot of heroes that we can kind of guess out for now, but maybe we can have a little bit of fun in a while later. You know, since we kind of have seen Evil and NIP Flash kind of draft quite a lot, I think that we can definitely make a guess, right? But for Hylos, since it got leaked out, that is going to be the first pick for them.
Yeah, it's a high loss pick. MP Flash definitely might look to pick up the Tigreal right here. It's been doing so well in the previous 2 games, or they might switch things up and try to prioritize that Cho. But you don't want to give Powerful his Tigreal. I think it is a very, very scary crowd control tool, especially along with high loss, because it's more zone control.
Perhaps the roam pick can kind of leave that to the second phase of the picking phase. Maybe we can take a look at some other heroes first, such as
Prioritize Assassins?
Prioritize Assassins. I mean, Ling is not picked just yet. EXP lane is definitely something that we can look at, considering the fact that Evil has already picked out their Hylos. You have a very good idea of what kind of picks they can go for. Maybe you can look for heroes that can counter against Hylos and some way to really address that.
Yeah, that's the Tigreal being picked up right there. You don't want to give it over to the hands of Evil. Powerful might hold on to that wrong position. You don't want to make any hasty moves, especially picking up that Cho right from the get-go. This is going to be a very, very scary combo. I feel like NIP Flash is teasing a Beatrix. In the second phase. So definitely the second phase, but the Cho gets picked up once again along with that Ling. So NIP Flash could very well go into the Hayabusa, but I feel like in this case, they might look to pick up Diablo's hero first. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Go back to the Benedetta. It might be possible.
But do they want to kind of release that information this quickly? Because thus far, we have been looking at the Benedetta being picked at the side, at the final pick. Especially since NIP Flash, they have got the last pick onto R5. So that is where the X factor can eventually come in. You can definitely kind of change around quite a bit there, and sometimes a Benedetta might not be the X factor that you're looking for.
Man, I feel like, yeah, you pick up a Benedetta over here. If not, Evil will bend that out, because that is such a huge factor. But then again, the difference is now Ken does have the high loss. So that changes things a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think they will be able to do anything with high loss.
But high loss can't catch up with that. With Hayabusa instead.
Yeah, I would agree.
So with a Hayabusa,
I think that this is a fair pick, considering the fact that the opponent has the Ling. You kind of need a jungler that has the iframe.
But it's sort of like a apple versus orange kind of situation. Someone picks a Ling, you pick a Hayabusa, just try to tackle him mid-air, and both have iframes as well.
Like there's definitely a point in time where you just kind of think, who is going to be the one that uses out first? But of course, when it comes down to out conversion, Ling will always have got a little bit more advantage on top of that, right? Because if the Hayabusa were to use his out
Shadow
first,
Kill,
then
you just build a Winter Crown. We've seen NIP Flash do that time and time again as well. So there's going to be a Benedetto ban over to Evil.
Right,
so we've got it right again. There's going to be an Aurora ban for NIP Flash, because that's a very, very powerful zone control. You can double down with the high loss as well.
Let's not forget about Valentina. Valentina taking away the implosion in this kind of situation, I think it's pretty okay, considering the fact that if you're playing a high loss in the EXP or the roam, regardless of which, you are actually lacking in quite a bit of area denial, or perhaps even in AoE control, to really make sure that your team is able to kind of take control of team fights.
But then again, Valentina is a very, very high committal mage, because the only thing you can take is probably the Implosion and the Eternal Guard for now. But then if you want to take the Implosion, you have to put yourselves in the midst of battle, and then you put yourself in a very precarious position for the entire team to take you out. There's going to be Aurora ban. What I'm telling you, man.
Man, I mean, it does definitely make sense, I would say. I mean, Eternal Guard is still a very good ultimate to steal, right? You are playing as a Vexana, and of course, if you want to go for Implosion, you have 2 dashes to actually get yourself into the battle. You don't really risk too much, because you can always get yourself right back out very easily.
Now, in this case, we're going into the second phase pick, NIP Flash. You don't have the Benedetta as of now. You might want to leave your wildcard EXP.
EXP for the R5.
It could be the Edith. You could always go back to that, or pick up the Beatrix first. I think it would be quite good. It's the Nathan instead. Also very, very good, because then you don't have sort of like that counter for that Tigreal, because we've seen how the Resonance thing Nathan's second skill basically pushes Tigreal back.
Yes,
you don't want to leave it
You don't
over
want to
to
give
Evil.
it to Evil.
That's right.
So just kind of snap picking that away to make sure that one of the soft counter. No, I wouldn't even call that soft counter. It's kind of hard counter in my opinions. So now Evil.
Actually, now Faramis looks really, really good.
Faramis for Evil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not been banned out yet.
I think Sailor has to go for this Faramis here.
They have, of course, big ultimates that they
But if
would
you go
want
for
to
Faramis, the
nullify.
Netherrealm means that everybody's going to stuck together, and when they're stuck together, that's where the Tigreal comes in. That's why NIP Flash already saw it coming.
You have a change here, which is the Hylos. Hylos Glorious Pathway, Netherrealm, crazy
Alice?
fast. But there's going to be Alice and Faramis.
Faramis
Yeah.
and Alice. Faramis and Alice. Okay,
It's gonna be fun. It's going to be fun right here.
Well, moving on. But now, Professor Churros, X Factor,
I think
EXP lead.
Could be the Ruby. Could be a Ruby, Tigreal, Vexana, and then just let Nathan do his thing because Ruby has enough sustain to go through with up against Hylos. Decent wave clear, decent push. You want to go back to something with like Terizla at the penalty zone, you could, or you could go Yuzong once again. Diablo has played it once in the entirety of Season 8, so he might go that again.
I'm kind of like trying to, in my brain, just kind of scanning through the heroes that Diablo has picked before. Yuzong, Terizla, Paquito, Esmeralda, Uranus.
Edith.
But I don't think that it's going to be anyone of
Ooh,
those.
Carmilla! We totally missed that out. We played it once.
Oh my
We played it
goodness.
once in the regular season.
This is interesting, right? Camilla works really well into this comp.
That is the X Factor I'm talking about.
If there is an if he lands the blood pack onto
And
like,
it's easy,
a lock,
right?
Yeah, it's easy. Then everyone just gets sucked into the implosion as well as the Eternal Guard. It works out so well.
How is the Curse of Blood gonna be working for them, right? Because even when it comes down to the Eternal Guard, it actually works out beautifully as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 4 of this grand finals between Evil versus NIP Flash. With Evil that have got their X Factor pick being that Alice, and NIP Flash with the X Factor pick of that Carmilla.
Let the battle of the X's begin. Wait, that sounds wrong.
Now without the Angela though, it might be a little bit tougher for Marquis to make his mark, but I want to say this is such a good composition for NIP Flash in the late game, especially because once you use that blood pack, you're turning Nathan's single target damage into splash damage, and he deals quite a bit. So that's something that Evil has to look out for. Powerful again with the Cho. So this is third game with the Cho so far. Not sure how this is going to play out well for him. But it is going to be a very, very tough spot if they lose this match and then NIP Flash gets the momentum riding.
In theory, this is actually...
Oh, what?
In theory,
Camilla's
this is
actually winning the
pretty
lane.
Scary, right? When it comes down to NIP Flash, the Curse of Blood plus the combination of either Implosion or the Eternal Guard is actually a pretty scary thing to actually witness.
Okay, Hades powerful. That's a flicker already committed, and now Hades continues on the chase. That's the first one given over to Evil.
Free bounty over to the side of Hades.
Sorry, Hades.
This is something that you would definitely want to get as a jungle assassin right off the bat. This is definitely going to help to propel you and accelerate your growth.
Yeah, Marky's not going to do much, especially before pre-level 4. So Nathan's going to have an easy time trying to farm up that wave. But look who's on the back door.
This is going to be Marky going down for this one. But it doesn't seem like it's going to be over just yet as Boyet joins it.
Boyet joining in right here. Tempest Blades will be committed at the same time. You look at the Shadow Q coming up from Hades, trying to dodge everything. Sailor with the Ghostbusters bursting people down. But it is going to be Hades traded for powerful.
It's a good trade, right? You trade out your roam for Hades, but you gave Hades yet another kill. That's 2-1-1 on this Hayabusa. And NIP Flash, slowly but surely, keeping the economy, leading the economy towards their favor. First turtle popping up in less than 10 seconds as Evil used up all their resources, but a very, very good call by JPL trying to push Boyet away from the Tempest of Blades. But Powerful needs to be playing a little bit more passive. I know he's an aggressive roamer, but it's not working out well in this game.
Maybe just kind of go for a quick little reset or to do the trick. Evil, they probably gotta go back to the drawing board and really understand what is something that they would want out of this show. Is it more of a pacing, or do they want to find a way to just snap pick someone and just kind of go for that that pick off. Because honestly, at this point in time, looking at Evil's lineup, even if Powerful were to be able to kind of pick off someone and just kind of kick someone towards their side, they can't really burst that person down immediately. It would definitely take some time. Evil is the kind of thing whereby you are just kind of shaving the opponents by every second.
That's a stun as well, coming off on the side of Diablo. Powerful Ken, Law and Order onto Curtizi. JPL as well, taking a little bit of punishment. Glorious pathway by Ken, but it's on the other side. It's a little bit awkward. Eternal Guard committed. Hades also joining fight. Selcom is taking onto Curtizi at the same time. Sayla popping onto the nether ramp. Powerful kicking Diablo all the way back. Curtizi is already down. Now here comes a Revitalize to make sure everybody from the side of Team Evil stays alive.
Oh, not going to be the end just yet though.
No.
No, okay.
Not
now
enough.
it's going to be the end, I suppose. Now, Evil's lineup is definitely a form of kind of game whereby they want to push out a death by 1,000 thorns. However, I don't think the NIP Flash is going to allow Evil to get to that point. Like, even if you have the Ring of Retribution as well as, or Ring of Punishment plus Marky's Blood, I think that that will only come into the later stages of the game. It's going to be tough, but they should be able to get there.
You know what's interesting to me is that Diablo is actually winning the lane against Ken, someone that's so tanky. And one of the reasons for this is because Diablo's spinny bat things has inbuilt sustain. So the longer you stay within the minion fights, you get healed back up. So he doesn't really care about Hylos being in your face. Take a look at the itemizations or the emblemizations right here.
Wow.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of movement speed over the side of Evil, trying to maintain the rotation speed that they did in game number 1 and try to seep it into game number 4. And Powerful here scouting out the turtle.
Ken, Law and Order, glorious pathway to land on a pathway from the side of Evil. Evil takes away the turtle for now. It's going to be an implosion onto many people. And Sayla coming in to save the day with another round. Diablo goes into the Revitalize. Make sure that the members from the side of the enemy Flash don't die, but Hades is already gone. Powerful kicking Curtizi all the way back, and now Curtizi's in trouble. Sayla picking up that kill as well. A beautiful team fight from Evil.
Boy, there were so many things that just happened within that small little team fight. And it is a choke point as well. The replay would definitely tell us a little bit more of what exactly happened there.
Well, the Blood Plague was laid down by Diablo, but he only hit onto 2. The Tempest of Blaze was just used up perfectly, but it's all attributed to Sayla because the entirety of NIP Flash was just coagulated together, which is what the Ghost Bursters love the most. It keeps bouncing back and forth, taking down 3 in the process.
Diablo.
Hold on a second, Diablo.
Spot of trouble as well. Boyette will be able to deal with him. A little bit hard to kill, but that's still a kill nonetheless. Auto kill onto Powerful as well. Hades picking up that one.
1-for-1 trade, definitely way better for NIP Flash.
Also joining the fight as well, going to the ultimate, and Sayla drags him all the way back, reaching him perfectly. Ken prancing towards the backline. The Law and Order connects onto JPL, and now Marky is here. And here comes the implosion, the wall combo coming up an NIP Flash, but now it's going to be Evil that will receive all that damage and all of that CC.
I absolutely love that initiation. Like, you can see that Vanix has been in the fight throughout the entire time, but that he set this internal timer for himself that he can't show himself in the fight for too long because he knew that Boyette would be around. And when he got away, that is exactly when Link came by. And I think that prevented a very big blunder.
Yeah, mid lane cracked open already in 5 minutes, almost 6 minutes mark. This is a very early game, early mid lane crack.
Yeah, Evil looks super desperate. As long as one person dies, the rest of the team just comes in. But NIP Flash does a very good job in trying to punish the aggression comes out from Evil. But Vanix is a very fat boy.
Oh my goodness. I thought that Alice was supposed to be tanky, but Vanix just melts her like butter.
This is the point in time. I mean, Vanix definitely got a lot of farm already, right? 3 kills, 4 assists, not a single death. A lot of these goals is probably just going to be funneled over to Vanix, and this is just way over Marky.
Yeah, this is not their first rodeo. NIP Flash faced up against Marky's Alice. They know that as long as Marky doesn't have the Angela with it, they're not too worried about it. But Vanix is starting to get super fed. He's got a Starium Scythe in his possession as well as the Feather of Heaven. He's moving in hard. And he's doing quite a bit of damage, but hold on.
Here comes the kick as well. The Purify coming in just in the nick of time, but we'll be able to get back to safety for now.
No problem.
Curtizi down low. He is running. Powerful will be able to catch up to him, but here comes also the Nether Realm. It's one implosion. slowing Evil down, but there's no damage coming up from NIP Flash. JPL is a whole lot of trouble. Here comes Marky as well. JPL will commit himself over to that. There's the ultimate from Diablo. At the same time, Vanix is coming though. And now Evil is on borrowed time as Vanix shreds Marky down. Hades making a killing spree. Diablo on the chase. On to Sailor. Powerful will be able to kick to try to slow it down, but the turret damage will be able to find him. Evil takes one down at the very least in that one.
Vanix making his grand entrance. Lord Vanix, there's still going on. The turret shield will get popped. No kick for now. And Vanix, it's a 1v3.
1v3, Boyet will be able to shut down Gold at the same time. Tempest of Blades will be committed as well. Taking onto Boyet. Shadow kill onto Sailor. Sailor is collateral.
Sailor is collateral damage. When all of that, he shadow kill happens for Boyet.
Oh, the great escape. No way. Evil will be able to find out those shutdown goal is gonna cost NIP Flash.
They're just trickling in one after another. This is once again and yet again another one of those evil magic at work. You know that NIP Flash, they are trying to go for a certain part of fight. NIP Flash wants to back away, and Evil like, no, you don't get away. Let's go for a fight. Let's dance.
They want to situate around the purple buff, try to wait for Hades to pop out, try to force out a retribution before going for that Lord. But the fact that Evil doesn't have a lot of damage, especially since Marky is 1-5-1, and Anix, once he comes in, is just clearing everyone out. Once he makes his grand entrance, the curtains open, Evil just fall like flies.
Once again, I mean, I did talk about the fact that this is an Evil with Death by 1,000 Thorns. If they are given that kind of allowance, they can definitely do a lot. But that also means that Alice needs to farm up. He needs to get the items that he absolutely needed. At this point in time, all the Alice had is a Clock of Destiny as well as a Starlium Scythe. In fact, the Starlium Scythe is already kind of a surprise for me. But regardless, it still needs more item. But one more item to just kind of do the trick, to make it the bare minimum in order to play with the team.
Yeah, 2,500 gold lead for Vanix on top of Marky. So the damage coming out from him, he's very, very greedy with the Holy Crystal as well. There's a huge power spike coming in for NIP Flash.
There's still a lot of time left. I mean, 9 minutes and 30 seconds. I would say that NIP Flash is the one that kind of wants to end the game fast, per se. But Evil with Boyet, Marky, I think that these two are definitely heroes that you gotta have to give respect to. At one point in time, we will see the tremendous healing factor from Marky and just what kind of damage that an Alice is able to bring out with the S2 as well as the Blood Ode.
I think right now, Evil, as much as they have a teamfight composition, they have to play split push. Look at where Marky is, trying to maintain that late wave control down the long lane, away from that Lord. And NIP Flash, they want to take fights. They want to come in. They want to get that Wombo Combo Unga Bunga with the Carmilla, with the Tigreal, with the Vexana. They want to make it beautiful. They want to orchestrate this.
You can definitely see what Evil is trying to do, but hold on a second. It seems like they wanted to go for something.
Chasing down Birdie's Marky. Well, Diablo's making a long way. Eternal Guard used to peel. Boyet coming in, the Tempest of Blades, assassinates over Curtizi. Shadow kill tags onto Boyet right now. Hades in the spot of trouble. NetherRealm will be able to say, powerful will kick Hades all the way back, but then again, Vanix just outputting damage, but Marky is there! Absorbing all the damage, but will go down. Unfortunately, Powerful deals the killing blow over the side of Vanix. Hades on the chase on the Powerful right now. Diablo will return to try to defend, but one down for 3.
Oh, Powerful is toying with death. He wants to pull Hades away from that Lord as Evil takes it for themselves.
But that is enough time for Boyet to actually take the Lord away from NIP Flash. I do absolutely love what Evil was doing throughout the entire fight. Normally we'll see that 4-1 kind of split, whereby the jungler is the one that is the one. You go around and kind of split push, which is something that a Link will always do. But this time, Evil understood that they needed to get those farm over to the side of Marky. As such, Marky becomes the one that goes for the split push and kind of gets himself the farm before the teamfight even happened.
Level 15 Boyet versus a level 13 struggling to go to level 14 Hades. The jungle gap is there. The gold gap is leading. Evil is ahead.
Everything is in the favor of one person. For NIP Flash, it's Vanix. For Evil, it's Boyet. As long as NIP Flash is able to take down Boyette and Boyette makes a wrong move, it's all over for them. But Evo tipping the scales, economy up, 3,000 gold lead on top of NIP Flash, and they're pushing in. Oh, Boyette on the top side.
Oh, Shadow Kill will be able to find Boyette. That's a shutdown gold. Extremely yummy if you're NIP Flash. And now Vanix picks up a Wind of Nature, and they manage to defend against this Lord push from Evo.
It's quite a lot of shutdown gold. Going to the hands of Hades. Mid-air kill. Man, that's not where you want to be.
Until play, Glorious Pathway, Diablo, and also JPL will not be able to catch anybody.
Yeah, it's gonna be fine. With the Glorious Pathway, you'll be able to get away from the claws of NIP Flash pretty darn easily. But now that Evil doesn't have Boyette, it is actually gonna be really tough. And NIP Flash understood that they gotta have to take the purple buff away, cripple this link, and ensure that the upcoming Lord or anything that's after that will need to take some time.
Well, NIP Flash is basically just giving Evil a taste of their own medicine. Once they take down that Lord and Evo gets a little bit too close, NIP Flash, they capitalize by taking out Boyette, going to the purple buff, just raiding his resources, and Evo is now basically just crippled. They need a little bit more time, but Marky, that's a huge power spike for him as well. The Holy Crystal comes into play. As long as he keeps himself alive, as long as he gets his Winter Crown in time, Evo will win every single team fight. And now, the good thing is, they do have that Ling on split push duty.
I love this. As Diablo goes in on the powerful.
Powerful should be able to get on the way for that one now. Lord's coming up in the next 40 seconds. Boya making some space down bottom lane.
Yeah, he still doesn't have the purple buff. Remember this. With 30 seconds left on the clock, there is definitely time for Boya to eventually get the purple buff if they were to just kind of drag the Lord's fight a little bit longer.
Powerful looking for an entrance right here. There will be a kick onto Vanix. Vanix got caught. Thank God for the ultimate. But Vanix bursting the Boyette, and now it's going to be an explosion onto 4 or 5 members on the side of Team Evil. Sailor with another round, keeping the members alive, but Marky's all the way at the back line. Will be able to, unfortunately, not do the damage. Hades was now. Vanix already stepping forward. Sailor blown up the paces, and NIP Flash. They will triple Evil one after another.
Oh, that was clutch, especially when it comes down to Katizi. The Eternal Guard came in just right in the nick of time.
Diablo will be get dragged right now, but he's just baked. NIP Flash, the main goal right now is to crack open mid, and now it is going to be powerful. Trying to buy some time. The Eternal Guard will be landed, and NIP Flash will be walking away with game number 4.
One after another, bit by bit. That final team fight was so huge. I know that it was just a single Eternal Guard, but that one single Eternal Guard saved Vanix. And because of the fact that Vanix stays alive, he was able to be that one guy that kills everyone. Once again, another classic case of protect the President. And this time the President stays alive, and boom, they got the win.
Yeah, it's just opening up that red carpet, let Vanix walk down that aisle and just do his thing. It's practically unstoppable, and it clearly shows that Evo is super desperate to bring him down. Marky went in a little bit too close, even when Boyette literally just like snapped and wiped off the place of the Land of Dawn. It was just crazy. No one could take Vanix down because it was just so well protected by his fellow compatriots.
I can definitely respect what Marky is trying to do though. The S2 definitely dealt a lot of damage. I saw what it did. You know, the single burst of damage all over to Vexana. Oomph! If only he stayed alive a little bit longer, I think that will be Marky's play right there and then.
Yeah, in game number 4, I feel like Evo wants to test things out because the Alice worked out so well against the game with RSG, and right now they want to try it again with NIP Flash. NIP Flash is not buying it because Vanix, remember, he was the first one that brought Alice into the gold lane in MPL SG Season 8 during one of the regular season matches. And he was like, yeah, you can do that, but I did it first in MPL SG. I'm going to show you why. There is a flaw in your system.
We were talking about Vanix though. Vanix is literally the playoff MVP, and he's great. He knows exactly what he wants to do in lane. As such, it only makes sense for Lord Vanix to be the MVP of the game.
Oh hell, Lord Vanix, man. He was the one that managed to secure like what, first 2 kills against this is his other laner, and then after that, Alice just fell flat, right? And then you fed Vanix. Nathan gets online even faster than usual, and apart from that, he just started shredding. You just take a look at even how Alice even couldn't hold a candle. There's not enough HP bars to be able to deal with the burst damage of this Nathan.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that last fight right again because Nathan was dealing way too much damage than usual. I think the Blood Pact was actually, the Curse of Blood was basically laid down by Diablo, and Vanish just auto-attacked his way to victory.
That might be one of the interactions that boosted the massive amount of damage. I mean, if everyone is just together, right, and then we've got a Curse of Blood just onto two-person, technically speaking, you are multiplying the damage by multiplying. You're multiplying the received damage, right? It goes through two-person, both of them, they are bouncing the damage to one another. That sounds crazy.
Yeah, the fact that Nathan is also one of those marksman heroes that can wield the mystery shop and have so much core items, and magic items are relatively cheaper just because the mages are the ones that typically have to build the magic damage, and you're putting it in a marksman. It makes his power spec come in that much faster. Look at the gold difference between Vanix and Marky. That's a 3,000 gold lead for two of these top marksman players in MPL SG. But I gotta say, man, NIP Flash, in the middle of the game, when Evo turned things around, I thought like, man, Evo actually found their groove and they want to go for that snowball, but they played it a little bit too aggressively. I feel like they need to hold back just a little bit more. Let Boyette play a split push, let a lane control kind of situation before committing to a lot of these team fights. I think Cho is definitely not working out for Powerful at this point in time. Yes, it worked out with RSG, but man, this is a different team you're facing.
I mean, I actually have a different perspective of game number 4, to be honest. I thought that Marky and Boyette, they did whatever they needed to do, and it's not about the fact that they wasn't able to fully capitalize on quote-unquote mistakes for NIP Flash. There are definitely some mistakes that they have done, and Evo tried to work towards it. Like, for example, Vanix's position, he managed to put himself in a very vulnerable spot for Boyette to actually come in to assassinate him at the final moment. However, it's more of the fact that the NIP Flash, they just found ways to kind of answer to the questions that Evo posed to them. If I, as a Link, goes over to the backline to deal with Vanix, one of your main source of damage, what are you gonna do? When you already have got JPL in front, Diablo in front, what do you gotta do? In this case, it's Katisi being the anchor. They knew what they wanted to do, and they more or less expected it. They cover each other's, they cover for each other, and Evil, unfortunately, they made that decision, and that decision just wasn't right in that particular scenario.
I feel like the draft was just won by NIP Flash. It's so much easier to execute.
Yep.
You have a very easy to lay down implosion with a crowd control CC. Diablo's winning his lane. He doesn't have to take any kills because he's just acting as a secondary engage with the Curse of Blood. And then Curtizi lays down. He just needs to stay in a safe position, let the Eternal Guard do his thing, and Vanix presses that auto attack. Very, very easy to execute. Whereas for Evil, it's all single target pickoffs. Powerful with the way the Dragon picks off one. Ken with the second skill just also picks off one. Boyette, yes, he does a lot of damage, but if you don't have any proc control, it will be so much harder for Evo to make that mark.
Sorry. Yeah, there's another thing that I do want to kind of mention though. We have seen before from NIP Flash that if a single lane, like for example EXP or Gold lane didn't do well, the Link actually comes in to help, and Link actually dealt pretty decent damage. Remember, I think it was game 3 or was it game 2 where Link came in to help Benedetta deal with the glue. This is something that I believe that Boyette would probably be able to do to help Marky out, because throughout this entire situation, it was just Alice versus the Lord Vanix, and they're just duking out against one another. There was not much of a rally for Marky at the top lane for the longest time ever, and I think that it's because Evil was just reacting to NIP Flash's movement, trying to get river control. I thought that Evil would be able to kind of take matters to their own hands and probably just look at things in a broader point of view, whereby they should help Marky. Maybe helping Marky will be able to give them a different way of the game and just make sure Marky don't die so much.
It is still really, really hard because Vanish just came online. He came online way early. Once he hit his level 4, it's basically just 1v1ing Marky and just taking him off Land of Dawn for quite a bit. Marky, this is one of his highest deaths in the entirety of MPL SG Season 8. And I think Vanix really found that mark, right? You want to be able to face up against a Nathan. You don't really need to pick a Alice into a Nathan, bring a dagger to a gunfight.
I think the Alice pick was really interesting coming from Evil. I could see where they want to go for it, but
yeah,
I think
but it's very, very team fight oriented, very heavy. Yes, you have insurance with the link, but you need skill, you need time.
Yeah,
correct.
But
But
the problem, he can't even get out of lane.
That's right.
No one is helping him.
Exactly, and Alice is like, I feel like giving 2 kills over to the side of the Nathan. I
And
think
it's
from there on,
1v1.
it's just over.
Yeah, no one is. NIP Flash, they're doing the same thing. They're not helping Vanix because they know that Vanix wins the lane. They know that Vanix have got a farm. So why bother going up if Evil is not responding to the top lane as well? We'll just play our game, and if Evil wants to play around our format, then why not?
Yep. Take a look at the rich guy, the carry, and the best wingman, all from NFP Flash. With the most damage dealt, the Vanix is just shredding through HP bars like nobody's business.
Well, of course, we've got the 3 men of the game over here, with Vanix, of course, being the rich guy and the carry quite a lot. Ken has been the sandbag for, like, what, 3 games in a row? This guy, annoying. Well, of course, JPL being the best wingman with a total of 10 assists to his name. One thing's for sure that, that one win from Evil is just not quite enough for them to secure the kind of momentum that we so desperately want to see.
Yeah. Well, we did have a good game number 2.
We did. However, I don't think that they have the momentum anymore from the side of Evil to continue on for the final game. It's definitely going to be tough, but I want to see that final spark and the final fire from them. And as they know that this is match point, and this is the final point in time where they have a chance to fight back.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, right? I was expecting even more coming up and seeing Evil, right? The first game was great. The second game was exciting. But then the third game, the fourth game coming out, you can sense a fatigue. You can sense some decision making, right? Coming out from them is a little bit questionable, right? But then again, this is what it is. This is esports. This is where you really have to put your A game. And hopefully, if they hear this, Team Evil, man, I think they can do it.
Stamina is definitely a thing. But for now, we're going to be jumping in over to the mic check and listen out to what NIP Flash have got to say in a calm, collected manner.
High loss not ulti one now. High loss not ulti. High loss not ulti.
I'm on the way, guys. I'm on the way, guys. How long are you
I'm gonna mark it. 10 seconds. Hey, link coming. Link coming. Help Vanix. Help Vanix.
Wait, helping heavily.
Hey, double link ulti. Have.
Nice. I'm on the way, Banix.
Go.
No flicker. Nice.
I'm coming down, guys. Elisa.
No ulti for him.
Nice. Hey, high loss, guys. High loss.
No ulting. Don't be scared. No ulting.
Okay.
Got it hard.
Oh, nice. Help ADs, guys. Help ADs. No, they know.
You guys can back on that.
I'm dead.
No. Nice. I'm on the way.
I heal you.
Wait, the paramis ulti.
Alice, no flicker. I stun. Guys, can fight.
Lost you one. Yeah. Bring me.
Hey, shit. I slow. Coming. High loss.
Ganun.
Go. Go farmings.
Ganun. And double.
Double. Yeah.
Na-per skill paramis.
Choco kick. Hey, what the fuck, tanky? Hey, no kick. Hey, no.
And then.
This is kind of what we say, back to the phase of just another day in the office.
Yeah, this time around, they just have a cup of coffee, sat down, and started to work.
Speaking of coffee, I actually kind of want to get myself some coffee because Croissant, they actually did manage to brew us some really nice coffee. What did they call it?
Pour-overs. Yeah, we have it backstage, and it's keeping me awake for now. Actually, the game number 1,
I don't even need a coffee.
Super awake.
Game 1 and Game 2, that jolted me. Right?
Yeah.
But anyways, we are going to be moving right back over to the Off the Desk segment together with Croissant.
Hey guys, welcome back. So yeah, dude, I need some coffee myself, but you know what? We're not here to talk about coffee, we're here to talk about the games. So earlier in the team fight, this is actually pretty back and forth, right, in terms of the games. It felt like NIP Flash had moments where, they was slipping off a little bit, and Evil kind of capitalized on those moments. However, the thing is, Lord Vanix himself was extremely fed from the get-go. He had multiple solo kills on Marky. So to set things up, right, when we look at this first clip, let's jump straight into it. We will see that Vanix actually has 3 kills already, right? And sorry, 3 kills already. And the thing is that when Vanix is so far ahead, and this is only 7 minutes in the game, right? So you don't want to see a Natan this fed this early. The thing is that now, Natan has just so much damage in his kit right now, and he's so accelerated that you'll see in this team fight, the moment he joins it, Team Evil gets absolutely decimated. So we're going to start off this fight by actually highlighting that JPL manages to get a sick implosion right here. He catches 3 members of Evil together. This buys enough time for Vanix and for Vanix as well as Alice to kind of make their way down into the team fight to join in, whereas Hades also is just able to take his time and find the opportune moment to jump into the team fight, right? So we can let we'll let it play out. Evil here actually manages, it looks as if they're winning, right? Marky reaches the fight first. He actually manages to take JPL very, very low, takes him down. And at this point in time, when the moment Vanix himself joins in, you're gonna notice that actually this is perfect for Natan, because everyone is in one line, right? So as we let this fight play out, we see this Evil getting shredded like butter. They're just melting away, and the thing is, Hades finds this time now to go in with the OE Shadow Kill, manages to clean up so many members of Evil, and this is really the insurmountable comeback from NIP Flash. There's no way for Team Evil to come back. We see another fight later on, and this is, I believe, the game-ending fight, right? Where we see a really, really good glorious pathway from Ken. It splits up the team fight and actually causes a lot of disruption for NIP Flash. So Evil tries to take full control over this by targeting the Natan, right? So the Natan is right there, right? So they're all trying to compile onto the Natan, and they actually manage to get a Purify as well as the Wind of Nature out from him. At this point in time, Boyette, if you actually notice, managed to find the right moment to go onto Vanix. However, as the casters have mentioned on the desk, Cortese manages to use his ultimate to just knock up Boyette, and Boyette is just not able to burst Vanix down before Vanix can burst him down. And we see right here, once again, Vanix actually, NIP Flash playing this really well, playing to protect the Vanix composition super well. And once again, we have this double line that you see on the screen where Vanix is able to just auto-attack non-stop and dealing double the damage, right? From the auto-attack going forward as well as backwards. So these lines that Vanix and NIP Flash have set up for Vanix has just been really, really good. Marky tries to do something, and it seems right here they're really not communicating well. So we see that the rest of Evil actually is trying to run away from the fight, identifying that this is a lost cause. There's no way for us to actually take this fight. But Marquis says otherwise, and it's just unfortunate that they're not able, or rather it seems like communication is falling apart at this point. But anyways, guys, I agree with you. I want to see if Evil can actually, wake themselves up and get another game of NIP Flash. If not, this may be the last game. Throwing it back to you guys.
Thank you so much to Croissant 80. Oh, sipping tea.
Or coffee. Wait,
coffee.
Is it not? No.
This is kind of like.
I was thinking like what you were doing because like Asher was blocking my peripheral vision.
Let me just cut that.
And I was like,
yeah.
This is drinking tea. Oh, okay then.
Yeah.
This is drinking coffee.
No,
I drink coffee like that.
Coffee.
I drink coffee like this. That's how much caffeine I need per day. Yeah.
You need help.
You
I inhale
need
coffee.
Help. He needs help.
He needs help. Like trained medical professional help.
So your blood is like.
I was having a lot of fun. I had like 4 coffees, 5 coffees a day.
Huh. Damn. I'm
still surprised I'm alive.
I'm happy for you.
So you're super stimulated. That's what you're trying to say.
I am very awake.
And happy.
And happy.
Speaking of happy, a quick little shout out over to one of our casters over from the side of MPL Malaysia. Happy birthday to Gideon Q.
Yeah. Oh, actually, it's Gideon's birthday?
Yes, it is Gideon's happy birthday, Gideon.
The first time I casted with him was in Snapdragon Pro series. He's taught me a lot. I feel like I've improved quite a bit.
Somehow, abstract.
No, I'm just.
You as our mentor, Gideon has unlocked me and him.
Yes.
Gideon just said one word. Just told me stop being biased. And
Okay.
I'm like, start being biased.
Start being biased.
Start being biased. I'm like,
yeah. He told me like calm down. and then I'm like,
oh, okay. So here I am sitting in between of my mentees, you know, raving about another caster for mentoring them, while they never said anything about my mentoring for them.
I'm a huge fan of getting cute.
Where is I'm a huge fan of abstract.
Okay.
Hey, I said you
on
had
the
your
very
moment.
first time,
On
sure,
the very
fair.
first thing I
But
said to you.
You gotta say it on camera. Say it.
It's clipped.
To who? To
Okay,
Gideon? Happy
you're
birthday.
out. Okay,
Happy birthday.
abstract. But in your defense, at the very least, you brought us together. Yay!
Yes.
But happy birthday, Gideon.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you so
Gideon.
much.
Now, of course, with that all out of the way, I'm pretty sure that he's really enjoying his time right now, you know, kind of celebrating out there. And speaking of celebrating, it is about time for us to very potentially be able to celebrate the
Match
champions,
point.
Oh, that's something
right?
new.
Because we are now in match point.
Championship point.
Championship point. As NIP Flash is just 1 point away to being crowned the champions of MPL SG Season 8. While Evil, they still have a very tough hill to climb, but that is not exactly too out of their reach, because we have definitely seen their mettle in game number 1. We definitely saw what they are able to achieve, and all we need to do is to see them be able to reciprocate and be able to do the same thing before, not necessarily the same, but to make sure that they are back in game and have their mental back into the game.
Well, I just want to say, okay, Jason's going to be banned out here. Phobius is a respect ban over to Ken. For the side of Evil, though, they're banning out the Chip as well as the Khalid. So a lot of respect bans right here. Fun fact, again, all-time great NIP Flashes, Lawsy has been part of MPL SG Championship winning team every season since MPL SG Season 3.
So every...
So 6 times.
Season 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
8.
That's fine. Well, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
But potentially. 6 times.
Potentially, because this is match point, and clearly,
Is he
NIP
the lucky
Flash,
charm?
Is he a lucky charm?
I think he is a really.
Well,
I
he
think he
is.
is a lucky charm.
Ooh.
Well, if you rub his belly,
You just,
you rub Jace's belly as well. Maybe.
No, I'm opposite of luck. Trust. You
No, I
don't
love
want to do
casting
that.
for you guys. It's like so much of shenanigans right here. But the Angela
What did
will
I
get
say
banned
to?
out by Zarate. On the side of Evil, though, I think they should not prioritize that Cho.
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't prioritize that Cho.
Not
I feel like-
anymore, I guess. It worked very well against RSG. But I think that they're gonna have to change things up a little bit more, right? I don't necessarily say that it is Powerful's fault. I think it's more the fact that it just doesn't work against NIP Flash, because NIP Flash themselves, they have JPL. JPL is quite literally the master of Cho, and he knows the ins and outs of Cho.
Yeah.
He does it so well. So it's only fair for NIP Flash themselves to understand how to deal with a Cho on the opposite side.
I think if you Team Evil right now, you go for.
Darn it.
Oh, darn it. The Cho again.
They still find a lot
They're
of
going for the
priority
lane.
on the Cho. I mean, I can understand to a certain extent that they don't want to give the Cho over to NIP Flash, but a part of me feels that if NIP Flash is first picking onto Harif, one of the main giveaways is the fact that they would want, it's not guaranteed, but they would want to play in team fights. And Cho, yes, he can definitely help with team fight by isolating one person, but if you put the Cho into the roam state, then you kind of lose access to heroes such as a Tigreal as well as a Minotaur, who excels in such AoE scenarios.
Yeah, for this one, Tigro and the Martis would have been picked up again. They're going for the same thing. Same thing once again. It really looks like the same draft from game number 3. Because Ling was picked up no, it was the Hayabusa first, but I don't think NIP Flash would want to prioritize the Hayabusa. There's no point. You could just very well go into Suyo. Evil has not found a way to handle the Suyo, but the Lunos gets picked up. Is a very, very strong counter to the Harris, so at least Marky has a winning shot in that lane.
Okay, so at least we have got that, a winning lane for the gold lane, so at least they will be able to keep the Harif in check, right? The Suyo ban coming out from the side of Evil, they have definitely learned from that.
Yeah.
The other heroes that I believe that would
go
work
back,
out.
Go back to Alpha. Alpha works super well.
I think that Alpha might be a fast stretch, because, not that fast stretch, but Alpha is great when it comes down to dealing true damage, right? You don't want to use that against heroes that are relatively tanky. Although that haven't really quite appeared just yet, but there is still quite a lot of heroes that are still currently available, being the Hayabusa, and more notably, something that Hades used quite a lot, being that Julian.
Yeah. I feel like Julian is a little bit a hit or miss. You want something that would hit all the way through. And I think based on the amount of CCs that Evil has so far, NMP Flash's wildcard pick might be a joy. Does a lot of damage, especially to that back line. And you do have a lot of fighters in your arsenal as of this point. For that last ban, it might be the Aurora coming through, or the Zask. Don't give Sailor the Zask. He has a 100% win rate, as well as a 7-time pick for Sailor.
Yeah, I was thinking like for Zaz is a good ban coming from NFP Flash, but what are the chances of the Lunox going to mid?
I think it's kind of low.
Yeah.
Possible, because Sailor plays Lunox and Kagura back in the day as well, but Lunox is definitely better in terms of lane-to-lane matchup against Harith.
Yeah.
One more fun fact, I think they're throwing everything out because this is the Chosen One. Chip is the only hero to have been 100% picked and banned in all 67 games in MPL SG Season 8. They've only picked it once, if I'm not mistaken, and he won that game.
Wait, what's Chip?
Chip.
What's Chip?
How's Chip?
Why is Chip?
Who is Chip?
Where is Chip? Not in the That's what. Yeah, the Faramis will be picked up right here, so they want to go for the Death Ball yet again. I think NIP Flash, they have quite a bit of options right here.
So squishy.
Paquito could be possible.
From Diablo?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Then you can go for the super high mobility.
They want high octane, right?
High
Something
octane,
that we have seen
Paquito is one of
before.
the ones. Level 3 power spike as well. Joy also super high
Joy
power
in the
spike.
jungle?
Joy
Why
in the jungle.
not? Definitely, why not? So there is so many viable picks. I think the main genre, or rather the main topic, is mobility. Any heroes in the jungle and any heroes in the EXP lane that have very strong mobility and early game damage might be good.
And speaking of early game damage, Bane could be possible as well, but it will be the Hayabusa as well as Gato.
Gato. So they want to double down onto the Aerial Denial to get to play around with the Zaman Force plus the Implosion.
Creating some space, try to get Gato Gacha to absorb as much damage for Harith to dish out that damage. Hayabusa as an insurance policy, go into the side lanes. I keep forgetting about the Nolan. He could have gone to the Nolan either ways. The last pick will be that Glue once again. So the only change will be that Lunox in the gold lane, but I don't know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if it's broken, you don't fix it.
You gotta fix it.
Yeah,
but
maybe they think Lunox is the answer to Harith. So we'll have to wait and see, because it does quite a bit of burst damage onto the Martis and the Tigro as well.
Now, of course, the main problem, the one thing that we see is the fact that if we are looking at a Cortese with the Martis, that means that there is definitely going to be a pos 3 Martis in the middle lane. The main thing that the other players want to do is that they want to be the bruisers, right? You want to bruise as much as possible in the early stages of the game, is either getting the kills for Cortese to kind of snowball out of control, or just give it to the Hayabusa in the early stages. So it's an either-or situation. Having a Gato Gacha in here, he's able to survive very well against the Glue, and he's not too afraid of a Ling, Cho, and a Faramis in the early game. So this is definitely nice and dandy. Just kind of like work for both situations, just putting yourself in the fight, and also to work very well for Cortese. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just dive right in over to championship point between NIP Flash versus Evil.
Man, Abstract, Churros, this is it. Potentially last game of the day. Team Evil. A little bit of a hiccup right here, but hopefully that's not a hiccup. It's just a burp. And hopefully they will be able to give some good games at the very least against NIP Flash.
Yeah, Evil up to their shenanigans once again. Powerful, a little bit deep in enemy territory. NIP Flash might want to turn this and punish that aggression that Powerful dishes out. But then again, the mid-game rotations coming up from Cortese as well as JPL is really fast, and Hades on the lethal. This is going to help him get his level 4. The flicker, that's huge.
Flicker burn away, but as a Martis, you don't really rely on the flicker, so that's still a-okay.
Yeah, it's not exactly something that you use to be overly aggressive, but it's more the fact that you're able to kind of dip out, and that is one of the situations that you could dip out. Understandably, it is still pretty early in the game, though. So
Powerful getting knocked up as well. Does have the shadow tag. Quad shadows doesn't connect as well. Boyet is in the area. Hades now this time around. Oh, getting a bit of trouble. Shadow kill just to go into iframe. First blood already given over to Sailor. Boyet would trade for the Hades.
that was a good timing from the side of Boyet with the Tempest of Blaze, understanding just how long left into the Ogi Shadow kill in order to really get a knock-up or at least one blade in with the Defiant Sword.
There's a lot of discipline coming in from Boyet. He knows that he needs to proc that passive out from that Tigreal. But another fun fact is JPL, every single one of the 5 games that he played today in this entire series have been a Tigreal.
Sailor having a spot of trouble. Curtisi wants to get dragged in because that's a free gap closer and Powerful. Okay, at the very least, zones out Curtisi. Scene line safe for now.
Yeah, Evil has to reset. They can't contest for this turtle as NIP Flash making a beeline for it. They want to be able to take this objective, try to snowball the economy that goes through.
Slowly but surely, NIP Flash will pave the way for themselves to get themselves the power within of the river. As much as possible, they will always want to dominate the river in order to be able to starve Evil out from getting any form of very mindful rotations. As this is a Cho on the Powerful, you'll want to disable the rotation as much as possible.
It's a very patient game from both sides. Both wants to wait for their power spikes. Sailor a little bit close. Powerful.
Powerful, that's also going to be a flicker. Implosion, a little bit awkward right there. Hades picking up Powerful right there. And Diablo can 1v1 me, literally. The challenge has been issued. Sailor walking over. Ken will be stepping forward just a little bit, but this time around, May is just going ring around the roses. Hades slashing the dicing. Ken goes into split at the same time. JPL now with the Ken in the long spot of trouble. The Shuriken will find him though.
It's already 3 kills on top of Hades, and Powerful needs to stop making a lot of these aggressive mistakes. The Revitalize keeps them alive for this turtle. Evil, they want to ditch.
One thing that we managed to see, of course, when it comes down to Evil's Marquee, the first item that he built up for is going to be the glowing wand. He wants to build that up as soon as possible, just so that he can reduce the amount of shields coming in from this Harif when he pops onto the Zaman Force. So this is the point in time where Evil can actually start rotating bottom.
Okay, rotate the bottom indeed. Vanix, that's the Zaman Force going into a Marquee, goes into Dark and Hades. It's right there, the kick. Right on time, JPL will be going into Implosion, pushing Powerful all the way out. Hades down low, has to try to run away. Powerful is on the chase as well. Tempest of Blades used by Boyet will be able to find Hades for now.
The Decimate comes through. He wants to go for more. Netherrealm already popped up.
Yep, Netherrealm popped up, but that's a disengage.
Oh, very smart move from Hades, waiting for the Implosion, waiting for the Brilliance, Marquis' Brilliance to end before dashing in with the Shadows and almost taking a kill. Unfortunately, though, Powerful loses his Flicker just to take that kill. It's a very, very big flicker you want to take away from that Cho. But now NIP Flash has the gold lead, has the advantage. They need to be able to ramp up that aggression. Curtisi has won. They need to make him snowball.
They have a very good idea, Evil that is, just going down to the bottom lane and just kind of starving out Vanix, right? Because just having a winning lane is never really enough, because we know just how strong Vanix is. We know that he's going to be very disciplined if he knows that he's going to be in the losing lane. As such, he don't want to give these free kills over to the side of Lunox. As such, Evil might very likely want to create a little bit more disturbances down in the bottom lane, or perhaps just kind of find a little bit of an avenue to just kind of weave themselves in between of the first tier and the second tier just to tap onto this Harif.
Oh, this Curtisi with the Sky Piercer, that's a huge power spike. Stacks well with the Decimate as well. But I gotta say, NIP Flash's mid lane duo, JPL Curtisi combo, has been performing well, extremely well in the entirety of this series, but Ken getting in a tough spot.
Getting tossed around, goes into split for now. That's one massive ultimate burn before the turtle starts.
NIP Flash so adept in baiting out all these crucial skills, crucial battle spells, and crucial ultimates before big major objective takes. And Evil, they're just sitting ducks as of this point. And once again, they have played pretty much 9 games today.
Well, Shadow Kill tags onto the Gold Crab instead. the RNG not working in the favor of NFP Flash for now.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate on that part, but it's not something that is gonna be that big of a deal breaker for now. I mean, getting a kill down onto a blue would be great.
Nice taunt as well, and Pierce and Curtizi sends the blade over to Powerful.
Oh man, that was so beautiful. The taunt, I mean, Diablo knows that the taunt wouldn't be able to reach Powerful, so the claws brings him a little bit closer.
Really the
What a
Kurt
combo.
TZ special, man. It's really the Kurt TZ special. I just can't fathom about the fact that any other team could play a Martyrs in middle lane and get it working so well. This is something that NIP Flash have got for themselves.
Yep. Diablo stepping forward. That's a taunt to try to buy some time as well as Hades is trying to work on the turtle. Powerful will set up shop as of now, but it seems like Evo doesn't want to contest this turtle at all.
Yeah,
unless Boya wants to steal it.
They can't. It's a little bit too risky for them.
That is possible at all.
Yeah, another Sky Piercer bought by Hades, another power spike for that assassin. The second turtle slain. NIP Flash now up 2,000 gold lead. Powerful needs to be able to be a little bit more passive when it comes down to these team fights. Don't give any more kills to Curtizi than you can take.
Yeah, not a lot of action happening down bot, knowing that, you know, Vanek's definitely not going to have a good time during the laning phase. So being disciplined right here, just as long as you don't give Marky kills, you're safe.
I mean, we're currently looking at just a single assist from the side of Marky. And Evil does seem like they are trying to get a little bit more information down to the bottom lane. But once again, it is still a very reactive gameplay. I'm not too sure whether it's information that Evil has gotten, but they're reacting.
Here's the spin, but it's too far deep. It's too safe for Team Evil, for NIP Flash to try to do anything for now, unless Diablo has something to say about it.
Powerful, dashing about, trying to source for a little bit more information. He has to be careful though, because every single bush is a landmine when Curtizi and JPL are in the area. Yes, NIP Flash extending the gold lead. Evil desperate and trying to push the waves. No turrets touched as of yet. As NIP Flash, they want to ramp up that aggression. Diablo charging up, won't be able to commit onto Boyet.
Very interesting thing here. Boyet is not exactly Finch pointing out of that. He's really just here to defend the turret. Down in the bottom lane though.
Purify. Burned already. Here comes the kick from Powerful. Implosion onto 1 or 2. Marky needs to burn and Purify.
JPL has been doing so well in a lot of these setups for NIP Flash.
Curtizi, he's trapped. He got possessed by Ken as well. And also going to be Boya picking up Curtizi for now. Ken stepping forward, but no cigar. But at the very least, they still take down Curtizi.
Yeah, that is definitely one thing that they will want to do. One thing at a time. And Evil, even though they are looking at what, 2,500 gold deficit, they can eventually get themselves and their way into the game eventually. Do note that Boyet at this point in time is 2-0-1. He's got a tiny little bounty on his head, and he haven't died a single time. So just give him a little bit more time. Let him cook. And I will say the same thing for Marky. He's having a pretty nice time in the lanes, albeit not quite enough to bring down turrets just yet, but just give him time, get the farm.
Yeah, just a little bit of poke from Hades, but Evil desperately trying to find turrets before the big Lord fight as Marky gets a nice lane swap on the top lane. Diablo zoning out Ken as Curtizi starts things up.
Right now, the main thing I'm looking out for is Evil finding a way to really make full use of this show.
There's going to be Implosion catching on to Powerful as well. Summon Force being laid down. Boyet is looking to try to join the fight as well. Hades picks up Powerful. Ken will be following suit. Boyet is looking for an entry point, and he might be entering anytime soon now. And Curtizi gets dragged all the way back by Sailor. At the same time, Boyet still standing on the wall. Still unable to find an opportunity to go in. Ken has bought so much time, and now NIP Flash will be looking for more NetherRealm saving Ken right now.
Oh, what a big clutch. What a humongous clutch, I would say. Now that NIP Flash managed to take control of the river line, NIP Flash can definitely be able to take this lot down with no issues, especially since Hades is at level 13. Boyet, yes, is level 13 as well, but he will take some time before he reaches here.
Powerful walking over. Hades will be able to snag the Lord away. Evil. There's no fight in them. NIP Flash is taking everything.
I mean, he doesn't have purple buff. It's not going to be easy for him to actually challenge the Lord.
Yeah, Evil just doesn't want to contest for this Lord. They know that, okay, let's play save, let's hunker down. Marky still needs time to cook, as you say, but they cracked open the bottom side T1. And I think that's a very, very big opportunity for Evil to try to make a split push kind of play anytime, any point in this game, as the Lord will be marching down that mid side for NIP Flash in a couple of seconds.
Boyet is power farming.
Yeah, I mean, not only Boyet, I mean, Hades is power farming as well. I mean, this is very small little things, but the efficiency is always something that we're gonna have to look out for. And if anyone had got a chance to kind of look at Hades in the Hayabusa, he made sure that every single one of these shurikens are very effective. Taking out the Little Wanderer with the first hit and then using the returning shurikens onto the next creep minions, that is all very small little micro plays that eventually will add up to your gold later on into the game.
Team Evo running out of steam already. Literally, game number 1, game number 2. It's gone a long day for them. And they're feeling the fatigue against NIP Flash.
Hades on the bot side. He knows where Boyet is. Boyet doesn't want to show his face, but could still play from JPL. Wouldn't mount up to anything. As of now, NIP Flash, very, very disciplined. They know one false move and it could all go south. Popping out Tempest of Blades, Vanix on the flank.
Vanix is coming as well. Powerful goes in concealed just in case. And now Diablo will be meeting onto Sailor and Ken. He gets dragged all the way back though. The kick will be landing on Diablo. Diablo is almost a killable. Revitalize coming in. And JBL just holding on to his implosion, waiting for a perfect timing. And it's not now.
That is absolutely nothing. Whatever that they did to Diablo, man, it just tickles them. Death by 1,000 taunts, more like a death by 1,000 pokes, I guess. But it would definitely take a lot more time for them to actually bring Diablo down. They need Marky to actually be there with the power of the Chaos Darkening. Yep.
Tons onto Boyet, but the entirety of Evo's draft and how they're rotating around the map and their pathing just tells me like Marky, Powerful, Sailor, and Ken, their job is not to start team fights. It's just to survive team fights enough for Boyet to take down turrets on the sides.
Okay, Boyet does have the BOD. Maybe Evo can make some plays right now. Okay, in terms of goal lead, 5K, yes, it's quite a big chunk, but that's a link that we're talking about. If you land down a good assassination onto perhaps a Vanix, yeah, I think Evo may perhaps take one team fight and maybe it will work from there.
It's kind of like a slowly but surely kind of situation for NIP Flash, right? With a 5,000 gold lead for NIP Flash, they're now putting down a lot of effort in bottom.
Oh, lots of damage, there's lots of push, some unforced right underneath the turret though. Team Evo right here trying to make it work, and then already expired Vanix will be able to secure the turret for now, but Boyet trying to dive from the back line. The damage will not pour in, and Hades going for the re-engage. Courtesy, the dunk will be able to find him, and is looking for more. Powerful will be able to find him down. Vanix continue on the pursuit. Powerful looking like it's the next juicy stack on the block, and Team Evo one by one shadow kill going in, but damage from marked on Hades. Boyet will be able to stab him down. Vanix down low, there's Boyet on the tip of the blade trying to make it one with the crowd. Outplay from Vanix.
Massive take from NIP Flash. 5,000 goal lead, 4 members down. Sailors left to defend. They don't have Hades, but it doesn't matter because Vanix just got his level 15. That is huge damage from this Harith alone. Evo can't find a way to defend themselves. They knew they didn't want to take the fight underneath the turret, but look at the damage now. It's seeping into 50,000.
And not only that, he can deal a lot of damage, but he's got a lot of survivability as well. Just look at the thick amount of shields that he has got for himself, right? Total item list that he has got right now: Stallion Scythe, Feather of Heaven, Holy Crystal, and Blood Wings.
Implosion catching on it. There's also going to be Ken trying to do something right here. Go to the split, but he's deleted by Cortese. Avatar the Guardian lands onto Sailor. Cortese pick up the kill. Totally smashed Sailor onto the ground.
2% completely staggered and cycled. With the Lord currently available for NIP Flash to pick up, Evil will have nothing to do with this Lord, and unfortunately just gonna have to play it safe within the confinements of their T2 in the middle lane.
Well, Evil looks like their tank is almost empty, but Boyet, he's not giving up without a fight. Pushing on the side lanes, Diablo filled that taunt, misses it wide, and Cortese fails to reach over to Boyet. He's still alive, they're still fighting them. As Evil still waiting for Ken to come back up. They have quite a bit of high ground, so they can't afford to defend against this. But man, NIP Flash, man,
definitely.
That lead is extending.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that Boyet is going to be just giving up like that, right?
Oh, we remember what a late game Link can do.
Yeah.
Remember what the late game Link did to RSG. Evil need that Link. Boyet needs to step up.
Man, but NIP Flash, JPL especially, making the right plays, getting the right sets, especially with the implosion. He's timing down the purifies that Evil has. He's looking at it, he's waiting for it, he's holding on to the flicker. He's still
That's just one shuriken. Marky, one quarter HP left. He has to back off.
It's a lot of damage coming in from the assassin.
Yeah, absolutely disgusting. That wasn't even an Ogi Shadow Kill or anything.
Imagine if he
just
did
a dagger.
Imagine if he did it. That's so much damage. Evo cannot hold. In fact, the turret top side is getting battered. Mid lane also cracked open. Evo, right now,
JPL
they need the
with the
defense.
the play.
And also the Avatar the Guardian. Right
Massive explosion!
Oh, to everybody. Boya in the back line trying to do something right here. But this time around, could it be too much for Evo to be able to hold? NIP Flash slowly getting cleaned up though. As Evo, the defense of their lifetime. And they will stand for now.
That is supposed to be an amazing fight from the side of NIP Flash. Look at the fact that they went for the Avatar of the Guardian to just isolate and just push Evil away downwards. And that was the perfect bait for JPL to come in with the implosion.
It's not their time yet.
A lifeline.
This way, Sailor's out already. The Ghostbusters will help quite a bit. As Evo needs a little bit more time. The next Lord fight won't be the same story. Evo needs to be able to make a move.
That was a lifeline throw and Evil. A live boy.
What is that? I don't understand. What exactly happened there? That was the perfect initiation by boxing out with the Avatar of the Guardian. Plus the implosion. That was supposed to be perfect.
So much damage from Gato Kacha right now. Vanix joined the fight. Tempest of Blaze trying to get on away. And now Zaman Force used powerful. Takes quite a few punch of damage.
Oh, Powerful popped a huge resource. No more flicker for 120 seconds. NIP Flash. JPL has 45 seconds till that flicker comes online. He has already got that implosion. The conceal will come up soon as well. NIP Flash, 20 seconds till that Lord spawns up. Powerful can't make a play in the jungle. NIP Flash is still up ahead in terms of economy. Man, it's super dire for Evo. Backs against the walls.
It is. Evo has a leaking ship that they need to fix.
You have to watch for JPL. Waiting for the right moment, the right call. He's got 15 seconds to his flicker. But that was a huge, huge blunder for NIP Flash and a huge success for Evo, at least for now. Lord spawns up, this Evolved Lord, 18 minutes.
Just a little bit more as Diablo opens it up over to the side of Evil. Just kind of pushing them away. That's really just the main job of Diablo.
Yeah, we'll be able to catch on to JPL. He's no more. He's deleted. Diablo in the back line cleans up Evo. And Cortese, double kill on Marky, making a triple. Boyan left alone on the side of Team Evo. And this could be it. Ladies and gentlemen, and will be going into M6. They look strong as he dominates over MPL Singapore Season 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. As NIP Flash
they're all with the ground. He's on JPL. Oh no!
With a Kung Fu! Ladies and gentlemen, you have all been here in the ground theater to bear witness the champions of MPL SG Season 8.
Man, they've earned their back-to-back-to-back. They're 3-peat. They broke the record. They are one more season to be breaking the record, and now they're on the same par as the record made by RSG. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for NIP Flash!
As we hear the Crown Theater roar, this is definitely what we want to see. NIP Flash going in hot. Even though Evil, they went in hot as well with their very first game won. This is definitely the kind of game that we want to see from MPL SG. They started to go great, but NIP Flash, they got it. As we, from the caster's desk, we move it over to the stage as we pass it over to Cheryl Yao.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the champions of MPL SG Season 8. Give it up for Team NIP Flash! It was an intense battle that we have seen for the grand finals. And now, for a good game, well played. The players are just giving their handshakes to each other right now. So now, friends here in the venue, please give your warmest and heartiest applause as we invite Evil to come on up front and take a bow. Boys, come on up here to the center. You guys fought hard and you guys fought well. This way. All right, all in a row. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Evil. This is the first time in the top 2 finish. Please give your bow. You guys did an exemplary job. Thank you so much, Evil. An intense and well-fought match. And here, from here on out for Evil, this is their highest accomplishment yet at top 2 position. And from now, there is nowhere but up for Evil from here on out. So now, friends, please put your hands together and welcome our champions, NIP Flash, here to the center stage and give your warmest round of applause for our champions, 3-time back-to-back champions, NIP Flash. So now, we would like to take this opportunity to call upon our VIPs. First up, put your hands together for Mr. Lee Jianming, Managing Director of Zenway Productions, followed by Mr. Daniel Chu, Head of Esports Cambodia and Singapore from Moonton Games, to present the medals to our champions. We would also like to take this opportunity to call upon the analysts, coach, and players of NIP Flash to join the team here on stage for the medal presentation. So yes, now our representatives, Mr. Lee Jianmi and Mr. Daniel Chu, are currently presenting the awards to all of our players, adorning them one by one for their valiant hard work. Once more, crowd right here at Escape the Ground Theater, let me hear you! It is an intense moment right now. 3-time back-to-back champions. Absolutely amazing. And now we have our representatives that will represent us on the world stage. So thank you so much, Mr. Lee Jianmi and Mr. Daniel Chu, for presenting these awards. Mr. Lee Jianming, we would love to have you stay for the next award, and this is the Playoff MVP presented by McDonald's. Okay, we want to hear from the crowd. I have no idea yet. I am currently awaiting the news here on my Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 to see the latest results. But guys, who do you think it is? You guys are just mashing names up. Ladies and gentlemen, the playoff MVP goes to Hades! Big smiles for the camera. Now, Hades, this is the second time for this award. I think first time anybody has received 2, actually. So, yes, round of applause. First time ever here at MPL SG for any individual person to win 2 times of the playoff MVP, and it goes to Hades. Hades, anything you want to say to your audiences, your family, and your supporters, and even your teammates?
I think this is all thanks to my teammate, especially JPL. I think he deserved the MVP more.
Wow, we absolutely amazing. All right, so thank you so much, Mr. Lee Jin-ming, for presenting this award. Now, boys, take your position. Take your positions. Yes, this is your time to shine. Let me shift out of the way. All right, this is the third time that they're lifting this trophy, but they're still deciding on who to stand where. Okay. So guys here at Scape, let's do it all together. NIP Flash, claim your trophy in 3, 2, 1, go! So there you have it, friends. After 6 grueling weeks, 67 games played right here at MPL SG Season 8, we have finally unveiled our champion that will be representing us over on the international stage for M6 World Series happening at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And our representative will be NIP Flash. So here on out, once more, they will be carrying the hopes and dreams of their Singaporean brethren over on the international stage. It's no longer Singapore versus Singapore. It's now Singapore versus the world. Once more, it's Cheryl Yao at your service. And we are the first region who will be sending our representatives NIP Flash to the world stage. Here on out, Majula, Singapura.